Full stack development has emerged as a highly sought after and dynamic field in the realm of software development. With the rapid advancement of technology and the increasing demand for versatile developer has gained prominence in the industry. Full stack development refers to the ability to develop both the front-end and the back-end components of a web application. The concept of full stack development has gained traction due to several factors. Firstly, it allows developers to have a holistic understanding of the entire software development process, from designing user experiences to managing databases and servers. Secondly, full stack development offers flexibility and versatility. Hello and welcome to this session on full stack development. Now let's explore some statistics that demonstrate the growing demand and job opportunities in full stack development. According to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, employment of web developers, which includes full stack developers, is projected to grow 8% from 2020 to 2030, much faster than the average of all occupations. In a survey conducted by Stack Overflow in 2020, full stack development was identified as the most commonly used developer occupation worldwide. And LinkedIn's Emerging Jobs Report 2021 listed full stack developer as one of the top emerging roles, indicating its increase and importance in the job market. The demand for full stack developers is fueled by the company's need for professionals who can handle end-to-end development, integrate various technologies, and contribute to the entire software development lifecycle. These statistics highlight the growing popularity and demand for full stack developers in today's technology-driven world. The ability to work on both front-end and back-end aspects of development positions full stack developers as valuable assets for organizations who are seeking versatile and well-rounded technical expertise. And to make this session more interactive, we have added a few quiz questions, so please make sure to answer those in the comment section below. Now let's take a look at the agenda. So in the beginning, we're going to start with HTML and data structures and algorithm. After that, we will cover React and Redux. And moving further, we are going to cover what is Node.js and what is MongoDB. To sum up this session, we are going to cover Git as well. So before we begin, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. So let us now start the session with our first topic, that is HTML.
So let's understand who is a full stack web developer. A full stack web developer is a person who masters all the technologies used in creating an end-to-end web application, including front-end and back-end services. Let us first understand the front-end web development. Front-end development or client-side consists of creating the GUI and visual components of the website, such as web pages and user interfaces that people interact with through their web browsers. The front end is developed using tools such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now let us check what actually is back-end web development. Back-end or server-side development is a process to add functionality to the components created in the front end of the web application. It focuses primarily on databases, back-end logic, APIs, and servers. The following are examples of back-end programming languages: PHP, Ruby, Python. A full-stack developer has the skill set of both front-end and back-end developers. In addition to that skill set, a full-stack developer should also have a few other tools in his tech stack. Below mentioned is a comprehensive list of all such tools and technologies. First is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Then comes third-party libraries like ReactJS, programming languages like Java and Python, database CRUD operations, version control tools like Git or GitHub, computer science fundamentals like networking, data structure, and system design. A full-stack developer is one of the most in-demand jobs, and the salary trend is as follows. A full-stack developer's salary varies from INR 5 lakh per annum to 14 lakh per annum, while in the United States, the average income for a full-stack developer is $74,958 and can go as high as $114,000 based on skills and experience. So that's all about full-stack development. Happy learning!
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers executive postgraduate certification in software development in collaboration with iHub Divya Samparka IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you'll learn a multitude of tools used in the industry such as Git, React, Express, Node.js, MongoDB, and more from the esteemed IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software development.
So before I, start with HTML, let me just talk about some few keywords. Like, there is something web designer, there's someone who is web programmer, right? Then website. See, I've told few keywords, right? Web designer, web programmer, website. So what are those things actually? I know all of you are knowing this thing, but let me just, quickly talk about the same. So web designer, as you can see this picture, web designer is someone who is going to have the idea or who is going to have the vision how my page is going to look like, right? So that person, web designer, is a person who is going to design the look and the feel of a website, who is having the creative side of a website, right? The creative side. Who is going to decide the layout, fonts, color, images, etc. Who is going to create the visual mock-up of website, and finally rarely does the development of the website or a page. Simple, he is just going to have the idea, and that idea finally someone else has to do the programming or someone else has to do the development. So this is what the web designer role. Right now you will ask when I'll do the coding. So let me just talk about the another role, which is nothing but the web programmer. So web programmer is the person who is going to do the next activity. What is the next activity? That person is going to bring the website mockup to life on internet. So someone who is going to create the web pages, that is what the web programmer, who is going to develop the website and host onto server, right? So that is what we are also going to do. We are going to write the code, as well as we are going to host our website on the cloud using this AWS. And that person should have the web development skills like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Java, Node.js, ReactJS. So in this training, we are going to concentrate only on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So using these three, we are going to create the websites. Node.js, ReactJS, they are the next level, the programming language. So to learn that, first you have to be very good in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, so let us take to the next page, which is nothing but the website. Website, you must have observed or visited many websites like Book My Show, Facebook, right? Everything, Gmail, all the websites which you can see here, they are nothing but the websites. So what is a website? A collection of web pages which are grouped together and usually connected together in various ways like hyperlinks, buttons, etc. So website does not mean you are going to have a single page. You can have the multiple pages, and how those multiple pages are going to be interlinked by using hyperlinks or buttons. So why my website should be the best one? Because it is going to create the first impression of your business. Next is it can bring business from any part of the world. It reflects your expertise and reputation. Okay, so the website whoever is going to create, they should have a clear vision how the page should be look like. Now the question will come, are we going to behave as a web designer or a web programmer, right? So it depends upon company to company. Few companies, they will be having one set of people who will be simply designing the page, and one set of people who are simply going to do the coding, right, or the programming. And few companies, what they do, they will be having a same team who is going to do both the work, right? So it depends, like where are you placed. Okay, so this is what the web designer role, web programmer role, and the last is the website. Now a person can have both the roles together, designer plus programmer, or he or she can have a single role also. So this was all about the different kind of roles, right? Now we'll just discuss, we just know, right, using HTML I can create the web pages, but why do I need, right? Why do I need? So let us understand there is something known as an architecture, client server architecture. Now who is the client, who is the server? So just take an example of Gmail. Okay, so what we do, so if suppose I need to open my Gmail, so what will I do here? I'll simply write here gmail.com, correct? Then we get the things here, right? So how we are getting this data? That is what the question. So someone is going to respond my request. So that someone is nothing but the server. So somewhere in the world, the Gmail server is located. So the moment I sign in, I get the data from there, and that is what you see in your web page. Okay, now Gmail is a website, correct? A website is going to have the multiple pages that is nothing but known as the web pages. So you can see here, that is what the server is clear. Now who is the client and who are we? So we human being, who are we? So the client is.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which tag is used to define a hyperlink in HTML? And your options are p tag, img tag, a tag, or div tag. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Is nothing but the browser. We are the end user. The human beings are the end user, and the client is the browser, because through the browser only the request goes. Though we type, but the request goes through from the browser. So you can see the client or the browser. User is going to enter the URL in the browser. What happens further? The HTTP request is submitted to that URL's corresponding server. So if I take the same example, Gmail. So somewhere Gmail server will be residing in the world. The moment I enter gmail.com, the request is submitted to the URL's corresponding server. Now, what is server? A physical machine operates server logic on the user request to determine what to send back. Now, the server is going to decide what to send back to the client, right? Now somehow it prepares some some data or some response, and finally that response is returned to the user or client in a form of HTML, JSON, or other formats. So now the server can respond back either in the form of web page or some data or JSON. So don't worry about JSON. JSON is nothing but JavaScript object notation. Okay, so JSON is a way to communicate between the two systems. Okay, so this we can go through later on in more depth actually. After it receives the response, client receives the response, what happens? User receives the response in the form of HTML page, which renders in the browser window. So the moment the response is sent back to the client further shows in the form of web page. That's how the user or we see the response in the browser. So this is what the very basic architecture in the client server, right? In this web world, this is what the basic architecture having the client server. So this is what the two-tier architecture. There are two tiers involved. One is client and the one is server. Then there are further more architecture like 3-tier, 4-tier. So there will be multiple, layers will be involved between client and server. That is what the different tiers architecture. Okay. So now I'm just going to talk about HTML. Till now we just discussed before HTML, like what is this word, what is the web word. We discussed few keywords. Now let us start with what is HTML. So HTML, as we know, it's very simple. It is known as a hypertext markup language. It is a standard markup language for creating web pages. Now if someone is asking me, I need a page. So the very first thing I should be knowing is the HTML. I need a web page which I want to display in the browser. I should be knowing HTML, right? As I said, it stands for Hypertext Markup Language. HTML describes the structure of web pages using markup. Some definitions are there. HTML elements are represented by tags. So here, as I said already, HTML is going to have infinite tags, and each tag will be having some or the other meaning in the browser, right? HTML tags label piece of content such as heading, paragraph, table, and so on, right? We are going to discuss anyways all of them. Browsers don't display the HTML tags but use them to render the content of the web page, right? So we have a tag, suppose heading tag is there, right? So heading tag, it is not going to display the heading, the name as a output in the browser. But what is going to do? You see here, browsers don't display the HTML tags but use them to render the content of the web page. So this heading keyword, it is already defined in the browser. So anywhere if you see this heading keyword, you have to do this. Got it? So paragraph, anywhere you see this paragraph tag, you have to do this. Okay. So those tags already, the meaning of these tags are already defined. Okay. Now whatever content we are going to write inside those tags, that is going to be displayed in the browser. Fine. Okay. So now the very next question should come to us. how to create our very first web page, right? So this is what a basic HTML template. As I said, it is, just having the tags. You just have to remember three things if you want to study HTML. Tags. That's it. Okay, so you can see here, anything written inside the angular bracket, that is what known as a tag. So HTML, whenever we are creating any tag, there should be a closing tag for the same tag, right? So if I'm opening my HTML tag, I have to close this. How to close this? / and the same name. Okay, now the next thing is HTML is not case sensitive. Okay, so I can write here in a small letter, I can close with the capital letter, I can write here with the combination of a smaller capital, or anything you can write. Okay, but it's not case sensitive. But the good practice is we should always write all the tags in a small letters. Why? Because if you go for the advanced languages like ReactJS and all, ReactJS, they will be having, you can create your own tags. See here, all the tags are already created. Okay, in ReactJS you can create your own tag. So to differentiate between both the tags, it is a user defined, it is an inbuilt tag. In case of ReactJS, the user defined tags, they should start with the capital letter. Okay, so make sure you always write the inbuilt tags in small letters. Okay, so HTML is a way to tell it's a HTML page. Again, HTML tag is going to have two more further tags. One is head, another one is body, right? Inside head, title is written. Inside body, these tags are written. This is what nothing but known as a heading, right? H1, we'll be having multiple headings like H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. Till H6 we have the different headings. The output we'll see very soon. How does it differ? P stands for paragraph, right? So this is how we have written a very basic HTML page. Okay, so let us do that. So the prerequisite for this course is going to be, there is no prerequisite actually, first of all, as this is a very basic language to create the web page. But the software which you need, again, there is no software needed. If you just have the notepad, that is also more than enough. Okay, you can write your HTML code in the notepad, but I won't recommend writing in this because we have many more editors available in the market, which is completely free of cost, open source. You can anytime you can download. But let me create the very first page using notepad. Okay, so I'll just write the same code whatever was written there. So HTML, and let us write the header section and body. And this is going to be our very first hello world page, right? So I'll just write here hello world. No other tags I have used other than HTML head and body. So make sure whenever you are opening, make sure you close it. It's not compulsory, but again, it's a good practice. All the text should be in small letters, and whenever you are opening them, you have to close them. It's a good practice if you do this. I'll save this file. As of now, I'll just save this file in my desktop. Okay, and let us have a look how I'm going to save it. So this is our first file. So let me just write first.html. The extension of the file should be .html. That's how it will recognize it is a HTML page. Okay, so this is what my first.html, and you can see we are getting the output. Are we getting the tags here? Are we getting the tags here? No. But the tags, whatever they are having the meaning, that is going to be rendered in the browser. Okay, now one more thing. Can I haven't used any other tags, right? So let me just use a tag called paragraph. Paragraph will refresh our page. Can you see any difference? No difference, right? Okay, let me increase the font size of the same. I'll use another tag known as we saw, right, headings H1 to H6. So I'll close this. Whenever you are opening them, make sure you close them also. You can see the font size got increased, right? So this is what the heading tag does. It increases the font size. And as I said, from H1 to H6, we have the different headings. So now let me use the H6 and now see the difference. You can see the font size got decreased, right? So H1, the meaning of H1 is the highest font size. H6 meaning is the lowest font size. And if I don't use any of those headings, it will show in a normal font size. Got it? Okay. So let me show it again. Yeah, very simple. So we have just written a hello world page using Notepad. But actually I should not be doing this. As I already said, we are having multiple editors. So you can download a editor known as the Visual Studio. I already have it actually. This is what the Visual Studio Code. Just download it. As I said, it's open source. Okay, you can download Visual Studio Code, and as I already have it, based upon the OS, you can download the corresponding one. So once you download it, you will be getting this kind of a screen. Now the next, I'm going to write all my HTML code here only. I won't be writing in the notepad, right? Because now once I start writing, you will see that difference clearly. Okay, so what I'll do, we have to create a new file and all, right? So already I have created a folder in my C drive. Let me show you the folder structure. In the C drive, I have already created a folder called UI. Inside that, I have a folder called HTML, and I'll make sure all my HTML files should go inside this HTML folder. Fine. So I'll do the same. Already I'm inside the HTML folder. I'll create a now new file. Fine. So whatever code was there, I'll just copy paste from here. Save this file in the HTML folder. Same, I'll say suppose with the same name, but anyways the folder location is different, so it doesn't matter. And the file type should be all files. Okay, now you can see the difference. I believe automatically the font color is changed, right? So I can easily differentiate. These are my HTML tags, and this is what the content of the same. Got it? So now I'll execute the same page, and we are getting the same output, right? Only the way we are not using Notepad. This time I'm using Visual Studio Code. There are many other editors also. You can use any one of them. Got it? So this in this session we just covered, the basics of a web world. What is a web designer? What is a web programmer? Website, the architecture, and here we just learned how to create a hello world page using HTML. Next, I'm going to talk about the different kind of tags available in HTML. So you can see here the main categories of elements and attributes. So as I already told you, there are infinite of elements or tags present in HTML. So no one can remember all those tags or element. So what they have done actually, all the elements are divided into two main categories. One is block level elements, another one is inline elements. Now what is the difference between both? The one what we already saw P and H1 to H6, right? So they are known as the block level elements, whereas the inline elements are IMG, which is used to create the image or display the image in a web page. Anchor tag, which is nothing but used to create the hyperlink. A span input element, which is nothing for the form tags. For the forms, we use this input element. Now the major difference between both is block and inline. Block will be occupying the entire width of the browser, whereas the inline elements is going to occupy whatever space is needed, only that space. Okay, so let me explain this with the example, the difference between block and inline elements. So I'll be continuing in this editor only, and earlier we did with this P, right? Now again I'm going to create another, say suppose H1, and I'll say here this is my paragraph or this is my heading. Got it? So what do you say? Should I get hello world and this is my heading in a same line, or they should come in one after another? So let us see the output. You can see here they are coming one after another because they both are the block level element. And so block level element, as I already told, it is going to occupy the entire width of the browser. Okay, so the one thing which I missed out, the browser, you can use here any of the browser. You have, the liberty. You can use Chrome, Mozilla, IE, all these. But only thing is the HTML5 features or the advanced HTML features, they are completely supported by the Chrome. So in that case, I'll recommend you to go with Chrome. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just copy this URL and type copy paste in Chrome. Okay, we are getting the same output. Let me do Control Shift I. This is what known as a developer tools. Okay, so how I did this, how I got the right screen. Control Shift I, that's the shortcut, or you can do right click, and here we have the inspect, which is nothing but known as the developer tools. Okay, so you can see the same elements. You can see this code what I have written there. You can find out here also. This is P element. This is heading. This is entire body. This is head and HTML tag. Got it? Now just have a look on P. Okay, so check out the highlighting part. When I select this P, you can see the entire width of the browser is getting highlighted. When I select H1, again the entire width of the browser is getting highlighted. The reason, they are the block level element. Remember, they said one more element, that is a span element, right? Which is nothing but the inline element. So let me just show you how this is inline. So after this, I'm going to create, suppose, okay, I'll create one text box. So as per the PPT, they were telling the span and the input element both are the inline elements. So let us, just ask for the proof. And you can see here, this is span and this is, as they are the inline elements, they are going to immediately start one after another. They won't take you to the next line. Now if I highlight this, you can see highlight part is only, this is span. If I select this, you can see only the text box is selected. Are we clear? So the major difference between the block level and the inline element is, the block level elements occupy the entire width of the browser, whereas the span is going to occupy whatever space is needed to display that content. Okay, so as I said, all the HTML elements are divided into two categories. Either they are block level or the inline elements. So that's how we can design our page. Okay, so next is, we discussed about this. Now I'll be discussing very soon about how to create IMG, how to create table, form, input, all those things I'll be discussing with you very soon. Okay, so now one more thing, div and span. Span is the inline element, div is a block level element. Okay, but see, each element is going to have some or the other meaning, but only div and span, these two elements are there which don't do anything other than making a element a block or inline. So what do I mean? I'll just show from here. So suppose this span was the inline element, right? Now I'll just surround this span element with div element. As I said, div makes the content as block level. Okay, so I'll just do this. We'll see the output. Does the output get changed? Yes, because now we made the span element as a div element or the block level element. So div and span, they are very useful. We use them a lot. Div is used to convert your content into the block level, whereas the span can be used to convert your block into a inline element. Okay, other than that, they don't do anything else. Yeah, so this is what the elements. We just discussed one thing, elements. Now there is one more thing known as an attribute, right? So we'll discuss now the attribute. Attributes are something which give the additional information of the element. Element we already saw. When we are talking about the additional information, that is what known as the attributes. The example can be name, width, height, alt, title, ID, class. Again, they are the inbuilt attributes. Each attribute is going to have some or the other meaning. Fine. So anyways, we discussed div currently, right? So let me just take this example here. Div, how to write the attribute? Space, you have to write the attribute name equal to the value of the attribute. Make sure always the attribute value should be in double quotes. Again, it's not hard and fast rule, but it's a good practice if you write the attribute value in double quotes. So as it's already mentioned, attributes are something which give the additional information of the element. Now there are two inbuilt attributes. One is ID, another one is class. It is exactly same as, you can think you are in a class of your college, right? And each student is going to have their own unique ID. So multiple students can belong to a same class, but each student is going to have its own roll number or the ID. Okay, so see here, this is what one of my HTML code snippet. You can see all the div elements are having the same class name, CLS1, 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 but their IDs are different or the unique, right? So if my roll number is 101, my next person roll number cannot be 101, right? In the classroom. Same here, ID should be unique. But again, it's not hard and fast rule. You can have the elements with the same ID. Okay, but it's not a good practice. You should have, we are having the same IDs for the multiple elements. So make sure whenever you are using ID concept, all the elements of the same web page should be having the unique IDs. Now, can multiple elements have the same class name? Yes, they can have. Can they have the different class name? Yes, they can have the different class name also. Okay, now I'll be showing you very soon how you are going to use these class names, right? So I've just written, see, this is what my user defined value, right? See, the class attribute name is inbuilt. ID name is inbuilt, but the value is, the attribute value is my user defined. So how you are going to use these values? So I'll be showing you that very soon, what is, how you are going to use the ID value and the class value. Clear? So ID and class, very important in your web page designing. ID meaning is uniqueness, class meaning is multiple elements can have the same class name. One more thing about ID and class. So as this class nomenclature you are going to do, make sure this nomenclature, the very first letter should be alphabet. Okay. And it's hard and fast rule. Okay. It's nothing, you have the other option. The very first the letter should be alphabet. It cannot be number, it cannot be space, it cannot be any special character. It has to be alphabet. Okay, so now you can see this div element is going to have multiple attributes. So the thing is, a single element can have the multiple attributes also. Yeah, so what I'll do, I'll also create ID and class, and we'll see, do we get any difference? ID equal to, this is my own user defined value, so I can write anything here. So we'll see, I mean, do we get any difference in the output? There is no change, because the thing is, see, I have told you have this ID, you have this class name, but where are they defined? Do they have any meaning? No, because they are the user defined. So I have to tell the meaning of this ID one, I have to tell the meaning of this CLS one. So that I'll be showing you when we start with CSS. Okay, so the next thing is, what I'll do, there is one more element they are discussing here, the IMG element. I'll use this IMG element also. Now what is IMG element? It is simply used to display the images in the web page. IMG, okay. It is going to have multiple attributes. One of the attribute is, you have to tell what you want to display. Where is your image, right? That is what SRC meaning is, source image. Where is your image? We have many other attributes, like we have width, again inbuilt attribute. Here you are going to tell what should be the width of my image, right? You can change it. Suppose the image size which you are trying to display in your web page, it's a bigger size. So you can change the width or height using the width and height attribute. Yeah. See, as I said, attribute value should be always in double quotes, but till now I haven't placed any value. So I'll be placing very soon. Then there is one more attribute which is very specific to IMG, which is alt. Alt meaning is alternative. If the image is not available in this source, display this alt, display this alternative. So I'll say here, the image is not displayed. Are we clear? And I'm closing the IMG element here only. Yeah, we'll see this output. I haven't given any source code. So it means if the image is not available or the path is given wrong, I should get this message. You can see here the image is not displayed, and this cross is there, means the image is not there, right? So alt meaning is, if image is not available, display this alternative message, and it is very specific only for IMG element. There is one more attribute which is common for all the elements. You can use this, that is title. Okay, title is nothing but, I'll simply say my image. Title is nothing but when you hover your mouse on that element, you should get the title. It's not, you can only use with IMG, I can use with anyone. So suppose with H1, I'll say title. I'll just write some title for this, my heading. It is a user defined messages. So when I hover on the image, you can see my image is coming. When I hover on H1, you can see my heading is coming. Okay, so this is what the title attribute does. Okay, now, but till now we are not displaying the image, right? So let me display some image here. So I'll just copy paste some, or you can download from net, anything. So what I'll do, I'll just copy paste. I have one folder here. I'll just place it there. Okay, so all my images are inside this images folder, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And I have to make sure I have to give the proper extension. So let me just check the properties. It is a .jpg file. Yeah. So I'll be giving the path of my image. Okay. So there can be multiple ways to give the path. So one way could be I can simply right click properties and copy paste the actual path, right? Absolute path actually. So I'll say here C drive UI slash images folder, right? It was in images folder, right? And then 1.jpg. Okay, let us check. We are getting. But the question is it a good practice to do in this way? See, if I'm doing in this way, suppose my project is running in client system and client does not have this location, right? Client does not have this JPG inside C drive UI images, right? So in that case, I'll be getting this alt message, which is not a good thing to display to the client. So this is what known as an absolute path. So you are telling your image location absolutely, right? There is one more way to tell the location, which is nothing but known as a relative path. Relative path is very simple. The meaning is very simple here. You are telling corresponding to my file where you can find your image, or relative to my file where you can find out the image. So if you see the the folder structure, to go to images, I have to come out from UI. I have to go to images folder and there my image. So I'll do the same. How to come out from the folder? So there's a way called dot dot. Dot dot stands for come out from the current directory. So come out from the current directory. Now I'm outside the UI folder. Go to images folder and there you can find out. We'll refresh. And we are getting the same output, right? Now, no matter you are running in the client system or someone else's system, you should get the same output. So we should make a habit always to use the relative path. Never ever use the absolute path. Okay, so when I'm going to share my code to the client, or when we are going to host our website onto AWS, right? In that case, I'll be hosting this UI folder altogether. HTML files, images, and next we are going to talk about CSS, JavaScript. So everything we are going to host together, and we'll make sure everywhere it is going to be relative path, no absolute path. I think it's clear. Okay. So IMG we saw SRC. Then there are two more attributes which I haven't used till now, width and height. So you can change the width and height of the image as per your design. So suppose here you can give some number. Suppose I'll say here 50% size of my image I want to display, and suppose 80% size of the height of the image. So you can see here 50%, 80% meaning is going to be, it is going to occupy that much space from the browser. Correct? If you see here, till now we were getting a very small image. Now I'm telling 50% of this space you can occupy as a width, and 80% space you can occupy as the height. Okay, so using width and height, you are going to tell the same. Are we clear? So this is how, I just covered the IMG element, and we discussed the different kind of attributes. Not all the attributes, the selected the attributes belong to IMG, the attributes like ID and class which can belong to any element. Fine. So this was all about IMG. Okay. Next, as I already told you, there are different types of elements, and all the elements are divided into two categories, block and inline elements. Right. So I'll just show you very fast all the elements present in HTML. Okay. So there is something known as a empty element. See, till now whenever we are opening any element, we'll make sure it is closing also, right? We use p, h1 to h6, span, div, right? But if you have observed this, when I use this input element, where is that? Yeah, when I use this input element, immediately I close this. So this is what known as the empty element. So there are some elements in HTML which do not need the explicit closing. There you close them immediately. Okay, so one of them is input. Then we have the BR. BR is nothing but line break. Then we have the nested elements. The nested element is as simple, element inside elements. Then we have the different kind of headings present, the paragraphs, list, tables, images, link, text formatting. So let me just talk about list here. There is something known as an ordered and unordered list. Okay, so now what is this list and all? Let me just show you with the example. OL stands for ordered, UL stands for unordered. Now if I just write OL, let us see the output. Do we get anything or not? Okay, first I'll remove the image because it is occupying so much of a space, or maybe I'll just remove the width and height so it won't occupy that much of a space. Okay, you can see when we used OL, nothing came up. Okay, now OL, UL, they are having nested elements. If you want to use them, you have to use these nested elements. LI stands for listing. You are listing what your ordered or unordered list should have. You see the output? Yeah, so we are getting in a format of listing, right? This is nothing but known as an ordered list. Now I can simply convert into unordered, just replace OL with UL, and you can see it is coming in a bullet symbol. Got it? So with OL, UL, okay. Now by default, UL or OL, if I'm using, OL displays in number formatting and UL displays in a bullet formatting. You can change this formatting also. For that, there is an attribute called type. I can tell if I don't want in bullet, I can say, I want in a square format. You can see now it is coming in square, right? It's no more bullet format. The circle is default one. You can change it to the other one, but whatever name you change, that should be supported with your browser. It's nothing you can write a pentagon, all those things. Whatever is supported in your browser, only that type you can change it. Similarly for OL, I can do this. Suppose I don't want numbers. I want, with the ABCD, I'll say capital A. If I want in capital letters. If I want a small letter, I'll say A, small a. If you want in the Roman numbers, you can simply say here I. The meaning is we are talking about the Roman numbers. Got it? So this is what the meaning of this ordered and unordered list. Next, I'll discuss about the anchor element. Okay, so anchor element is very simple. Let me just show from here. So anchor element, I'll say, please click here, click here. Okay, and anchor element, always you are going to use attribute called href equal to. The meaning is very simple. This anchor element is used to link multiple pages together, right? So href, if I say here, I want to, when I click on this, I want to move to another page, suppose google.com. Okay, so let me just show from here. See, we can open this google.com from here. Got it? So this is how your anchor element works. In the next, so here, what all the things we discussed? Let a quick recap. We discussed a few elements like img. We discussed anchor element. We discussed the different kind of attributes. We discussed the ordered and unordered list. Next, I'll show you how to create tables and forms. Okay, so the table, as we know, table is something which is going to have some data. We are going to display some data. So to display the table, we have altogether the tag name itself is a table. So what I'll do, I'll just remove the previous stuff so that we'll be having the clean browser, and I'll create a table which is going to have some rows and some columns, right? Generally table contains these two things. To represent it's a row, we use a element called tr. To represent it's a column of that row, we use a element called td. So a single tr can have multiple tds. Are we clear? A single row can have multiple columns, right? Now suppose I'm going to create a table of students data. Okay, so which is going to have few fields like name, say the department and the age. Let us have 3 columns, right? So I'll create a table which contains further 2 elements. One is tr, which is known as a table row. Another one is td, which is nothing but table data. So tr is just going to represent one row, but the data you are going to write inside the td element, right? So as I said, name, age and department. Okay, so now I'll create first one row which is having those headings, right? So I can say here th, either I can say td name, right? Let me first show you with td, then I'll show you introduce one more tag known as a th. Name, age, these are my headings of my table, and department, right? This is what are we are expecting. Okay, now my first row is going to have all the headings. Next row is going to have the actual data. So let us have the name as Sam, the age, okay, so I'll just put 20 years, and the department, I'll say computer science. Okay, let us have the output. Okay, so let me open this. So you can see we are getting the output like this, right? So I'll just open in Chrome because that is more effective. Yeah, so we are getting like this. So similarly, we can have n number of rows, right? I can keep on writing and we'll get multiple rows. We'll change the name also. Yeah, so that's how we create a table. But generally, table contains the border, right? So, and moreover, if you see, generally the headings also, they are in bold letters, right? So to get the bold letters, there are multiple ways. One way could be you can simply use the element known as th, which is nothing but table heading. Yeah? So if I do this, you see the name, it is going to be in bold letters. Okay. Other way could be, as I told already, as I said, I'll be discussing the text formatting here. Text formatting is same as you are going to use multiple elements which they are going to do some of the other stuff. Like if I use B stands for bold letters. So it is going to display the content in bold letters. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just put the age here inside B. Yeah, either we can use th or I can use the b element. So here in this case, as we are talking about table, let us continue with th because that also does the same, right? Why to write the multiple tags? So I'll simply use here th. Got it? Otherwise, b can be also used to make it bold letters. Now, similarly, like anyways, we are discussing about the text formatting. Let me talk about some more formatting elements. So like how we have b, similarly we have I element. What is that? It is nothing but it is used to make it italic. The output will come in a italic format. Make sure the nesting elements, as I said, see, you can see that it's an italic. Okay, so then we have U stands for underline, so it's mentioned here. Text formatting, the elements are I, U, B, strong, EM. I stands for italic, U stands for underline, B stands for bold, and then strong is similar to your bold letters. Either you can use B or the strong. Actually, this element was introduced in HTML5. Okay, which gives the special meaning, right? If I'm talking about a strong, it means actually it is a bold letter. EM is nothing but emphasizing. We are emphasizing on that element. Okay, so these are the elements, the basic elements of HTML. So I'll talk about more about HTML, more about table tag. So let me just go back to the same, and I'll not use this and these text formatting elements. Instead of that, I'll just go with the th. Yeah, I'll just replace with this th. because we have to put the border and all, right? This table does not look good. This is without the border. Okay, so let us see how to place the border. Got it? Now to place the border, we have an attribute altogether. The border, the attribute name itself is a border. Okay, so if I say here, say border, the value, as I said, all the attribute values, they should go inside the double quote, and it has to be some number. So if I say 2, and let us see the output here, we are getting the output like this, right? So which looks proper table, right? Now my TT, you can have a text or you can have a image, anything, right? So can I place the image here inside the TT? Yes, let us give a try. And as we know, img is a empty element, and make sure whenever you are giving the path, it should always be relative. So that's the beauty of this editor. If you are writing in this notepad, it is going to be you have to be very conscious while writing, right? Here it gives the auto suggestion. You can see here we are getting the image also. Okay, so see in this I told you about the basic tags, right? Table, tr, td, th, all these things. We have many more attributes also. We just discussed border. We have call span, we have row span, call span attribute, row span attribute. They are nothing but to club multiple columns or club multiple rows. So that is the assignment for you people. You have to find out how to use call span and row span. Okay, so that is, I'll clear again. Call span and row span, they are used to club multiple rows or multiple columns. Suppose I'll just show from here. Suppose a single student is belongs to multiple departments, right? So what I need to do, I have to place this vertical line here, right? Vertical line here. I'm not going to divide department column. I'm just going to divide the data into 2 columns. So one CS, another department, right? So you are going to place a vertical line. So you are going to have 2 TDs in this TR. Got it? Along with these 2 TDs, you should have 2 more TDs for this TR. But this TR can only have a single TD for department. Okay, so we have to club 2 columns together. So here you are going to use call span. Row span, as I said, it is going to club the rows. In the next video, I'll discuss about how to create the form, which is very important. The forms are something which allows you to accept the data from the user. So first let me show you one form, then I'll come to how to create using HTML. So this is what Yahoo website, and I'm going to create a new account for myself. So when you open this page, you can see here you are getting something wherein you have to tell what is your first name, surname, email ID, the password, the phone number. If I write something in other than numbers, it is going to display me in red color. This is what the drop down, right? This is the gender. So altogether, if I see in this page, we have the text box. These are the text boxes which does not have the complete border, just the underline is there. Text boxes, and then we have this drop down, right? This is also one of the drop down with the different countries. Okay, and then finally we have a button here, and these are few hyperlinks which takes me to the next page, which is nothing but using the anchor element they have done it. Right? Generally, any form whenever you fill, which it always contains few fields like the text boxes, radio button, check boxes, drop down, and buttons. So let me just show from here. List of elements contained inside a form in a normal form. Okay, generally in a normal form, which all the elements are always present, but again it's optional. Like in the Yahoo website, they haven't given any radio button checkbox. So now first thing should be text box, which is nothing but a single row. Then radio button, in which you can do a single selection. So generally radio button we create for gender and all. Checkbox, wherein you can do the multiple selection, right? Checkbox, we can use it for the technologies which you are aware of. Drop down for multiple selection, wherein you can create a drop down for which all the cities you lived in. text area and text box, the only difference between both is in both the cases you can write the things, right? In text box also you can write something, text area also you can write something, but only thing in text area we are going to have multiple rows, whereas in case of text box it is a single row option. Then we have a different kind of buttons like click button, submit button and reset button. Submit button, reset button, they both are related with your form, right? Whereas the click button is a normal button which can be used either inside a form or outside the form. Now all these elements, they should be inside the form element if you want them to behave as a form in which you are going to take the input from the user. Right, so now I'm going to create a registration form which is going to have all these basic elements. To let us create a student registration form here. So how to create text box, radio button, checkbox, drop down. So one by one I'll be showing you. In the same example, I'll create a form here. Okay, as I said, whenever you are creating a form, it should always have a form element. All the form elements should go inside the form element altogether, inside the form tag. Okay, so first thing is I'm going to ask the user, please enter your name, right? So I can say here name, and it has to be a text box. So I'll say here input. Remember, we have created a text box actually by just doing this. Let us see, do we get a text box or not? You can see we are getting a text box. Okay, just we have written input element and closed it as they are the empty elements. Okay, now age, it has to be a number, but it has to be a text box only, right? Or you can make it as a drop down also. Let us just do with the text box. Okay, now you can see age is coming immediately after this. So what you feel, which kind of element it is? So yeah, you got it correct. This is what the inline element, it is coming next line itself. So in the next altogether, not next line. So if I want to put a break in between, I'll use a BR, which is nothing but line break. Okay, now we can have some more. If you want some more text boxes, you can have it. Now I'll just jump to the radio button. The next is radio button. So I'll just ask the gender of a student. Okay, now how to create a radio button? See, for all the form elements, if you want to create, it is only with the input tag. With input tag, you are going to do everything. So how, on which basis? We'll be having an attribute called type here. Okay, now based upon the type value, you are going to get different form elements. So if I say here radio, I'll be getting a radio button. Okay, so we'll just check. I'm getting a radio button here, correct? Next is, okay, so as I'm asking gender, I have to give the option male. This is one and another one is female. Yeah, it's coming here. And the only thing is we have to place a BR so that it will come to the next line. Okay, this is what type radio to get the radio button. Now the question will come, why for text boxes I haven't given any type? So by default, the type value is always text. Okay, by default the type value is text. If I skip, then also there is no problem. If I write something wrong, like if I say, anything, if I write anything random, then also I'll be getting a text box. You can see the text box is coming. By default, type value is text. You can write either text or you can do something else. It doesn't matter, because browser will never show any error there, right? It will always consider it as a text box. But if you want to get other elements, you have to specify properly. If it is a radio button, you have to say radio. If it is a checkbox, let us create a checkbox now. I'll place the break. Checkbox for the technologies known, or say, okay, this page I am making for, actually this registration page I am making for an employee who is going to apply for a job here in this company. So this guy is searching for a job, and it's a checkbox, right? We are going to make a checkbox. So input type equal to checkbox. So this is what another keyword. So if I do this, I'll be getting a checkbox. Radio, text, checkbox. So different type values, different output. You can see one checkbox is coming. Okay, now how many checkboxes you need? You have to write those many checkboxes. So I have to give the value also, say HTML. I'll add multiple technologies. After this, I'll place a BR because we know all the input elements are the inline elements. You can see we are getting multiple, and you can do the multiple selections also in case of a checkbox. Yeah, so we have done three things: text box, radio button, checkbox, right? Next, let us discuss how to create a drop down. Okay, now don't say for drop down we have the input type is good drop down. No, we have altogether a different tag, that is a select and option. So I'm going to use the same. So these are the technologies known to the person, and next I'll say here city, say lived in. So as I told, the drop down, see, drop down can be used in two ways. From a drop down you can do a single selection as well as a multiple selection. So first I'll show you with the single selection. Okay, so the combination, the elements which you are going to use, select. Okay, so if I just use select, let us see the output. You can see we're just getting the drop down but no options coming. To get the option, we are going to use the element name. Yes, you got it, option. So I'll say here Bangalore. Next option, say suppose Delhi. I'll just put all the metros. Okay, so let me just put only these many and we'll see the output. You can see we are getting the options also now. Right? So it's very simple. I'm just explaining step by step how to get the text boxes. Text box, can I write something? See, but it's wrong. I should not be allowed to write anything other than numbers for each. Right? So I'll just talk about that. This is what known as the validation. Name, I should not be allowed to enter the numbers for the name. It should be only alphabets. Okay, so we did text boxes, we did radio button, checkbox, drop down. Next is going to be the buttons, right? So I have to submit this data, right? So as I said, there are three kind of buttons. How to get the button? The type value is going to be button. Okay, so if I say simply this input type equal to button, let us see the output. I'm getting a button with no value. Generally in a button, if you see here, we get the value, right? Continue, cancel, reset, all those, right? But here I'm not getting a value. So in that case, how to get a value? There is another attribute known as a value. So again, value attribute is common for, I can use with input element, right? So anywhere I can use this value attribute. So value, suppose I say here, click me. Can see the button is coming, but see, even though I'm doing something, I'm clicking, nothing is happening because I have to tell explicitly if it is a normal button, what should happen if the user is clicking, right? Which I haven't done it. Okay, so this is a normal button. Now I'll create a submit button. Not placing the value, please make a note, I'm not placing a value, giving a value, but by default the value is coming as submit because the type is submit. I'm getting a submit as a value. But don't think like, this output will be common for all the browser. The same page I'm running with Mozilla. And here I'm getting the value is submit query. So different browser give the different value for the submit button. Okay, so what if you want a same value? Use the value attribute. I'll say here submit form. Now I'll refresh. Okay, M got. Sorry, bad luck. Submit form here, and let us check in the Mozilla also. Here also we are getting the submit form. Okay, so make sure if you want the same name in the different browser, use the value attribute. First let me place the line break. Yeah. Okay, so this is what the submit button. Now, but what submit button is doing, that also let us check. Okay, so let me write something randomly, HTML as a name, age suppose 20. I'll select its mail, Bangalore, and click on submit form. Just have a look in the URL. Okay, first.html, it's written like this. When I click on submit form, you can see here it's coming as question mark. So the meaning is very simple. The form data got submitted. But the thing is, whom it got submitted. Generally, when I create my account here, I write my details here, right? Suppose I write my details here, right? And when I click on continue, so here the continue is the name of a submit button. So if I click on continue, the data gets saved into the server, Yahoo server, right? But here in our case, do we have any connectivity with the server? No. So how the data will be saved? No, it won't be saved. So what is happening? It is refreshing my current page. Okay, that's the reason you can see here question mark. Like the data is getting submitted, but there is no server connectivity. It is coming back to the same page. Are we clear? Okay. So that's how the submit button, and when I click on click me button, the button type value, we are not getting anything because you have to tell the functionality explicitly. Whereas the submit button functionality is already defined inside the browser. Okay, now there is one more button called as reset button. So input, and if I refresh this page, reset is coming. By default the value is reset. Okay, we'll check in the other browser also. Do I get the same? It's coming same, but maybe other browser they show in different way, reset form or something else. So why to take a chance? So you can give the always the value. Okay, so now what reset does, let us see here. I'll just write something and click on reset. It resets the form. Whatever data the user has entered, it is going to erase that or reset that. Okay, so that is what reset does. I hope it's clear the difference between button, input type equal to button, the input type equal to submit, and the input type equal to reset. Okay, so we discussed only one element, that is input, with the different type values, and we got the different elements. Only thing, for the drop down, the element is select and option. But again in HTML5, we have the replacement for this select and option also. Okay, there they use the input element itself to get the drop down. I will discuss that during HTML5 features. Yeah, one more thing. Yeah, we discussed the attributes type and the value. Okay, but one thing I'll show you from here. See, as I said, radio button, there should be a single selection, right? I'll select this, I'll select this. Both are getting selected, which is violating the radio button fundamentals. But for checkbox, can I select multiple checkbox? Yes. Can I have a single checkbox? Yes. Can I select multiple drop down? As of now, no. I can select a single drop down, but you can select the multiple drop downs also. But the main problem is this radio button. I should not be allowed to have a multiple selection for the radio button. Got it? So we have to somehow do something so that that problem gets resolved. Okay, before that, one more thing. Text area I haven't discussed, right? So text area, let me just write, then I'll come back to the radio button problem. So we have a drop down. After this text area, to take the address from the user. Just text area I'll just place and place the BR if it is not a block label. So you can see here we are getting a space with the multiple rows. The difference between text box and text area, you are getting the multiple rows the moment I keep on writing, and you can see the automatically this vertical scroll is also coming. Right? You can increase or decrease the size of the width and height of your text area by using calls and rows attribute for the text area. So I'll use this calls. Calls meaning is columns. How many columns should be present in your text area? If I say 10 here, rows, by default how many rows should be displayed to the user? So if I say 20 here, and I'll place here some address. You can see I increase the rows, right? So you can see the 20 rows by default get displayed and the calls is 10. Okay, so I'll decrease the rows now. Are we clear? Okay, so by default 10 rows will be displayed. By default 10 columns will be displayed to the user once you load the page. Okay, now coming back to the same radio button issue, you can select the multiple radio buttons together. Now there is one more attribute name as name itself. I'll just use that and show you the output. Name, I'll just tell you the meaning of this very soon. I'm just giving the same name attribute value for both the radio buttons. You can have multiple n number of radio buttons, right? Okay, so now if I say male or female, yes, it's working fine. So now what happened all of a sudden? We just use the name attribute, which is going to have the same value for all the radio buttons, right? In that case, you can have the single selection for the radio button. But why didn't I use with other form elements? Can I use here also? Let me see. Can I use here also? I'll give the same name value. Okay, there is no issue. But when I click on submit form, okay, now just have a look here. This is important one. When the data gets submitted, as of now, no server connectivity, nothing is there, but just have a look on this URL. You can see here question mark, gender equal to on. Till now, this gender or these keywords were not coming, but now all of a sudden they started coming. Why? Because whenever you use the name attribute, for whichever field you use the name attribute, only that attribute value is going to be displayed or is going to be served to the server. Okay, so simple meaning is whenever you want your data to go to the server, for that element you have to use this name attribute. Otherwise your data won't be submitted. Okay, how can I make sure? So suppose I am entering, first let me just go back. Yeah, suppose I'm entering name, some values I'm entering and click on submit form. Though I have given name and age, but name and age are not coming here in the URL. Whereas only those fields are coming wherever we have given the name attribute. So looks like name attribute is very important. So what I'll do, I'll just have the name attribute for the person name. I'll say here uname, username, and for the age. User age, username. So name attribute, let us have a look. Okay, so this time again I'm entering some name, some random name, some random values, and click on submit form. Now you can see the uname, whatever I have entered, it's coming. Whatever age I have entered, that is also coming. Gender, that is also coming, right? So it's coming. But see, is that clear? So the name attribute is important. For those field, whichever field you feel, right, it should go to the next level, or it should be that data should be saved to the server, or the data should be sent to the server. Okay, there all in all those places you use the name attribute. Yeah, that's clear. Now, why gender, even though I have selected male or female, why is it coming as on? So now one more important attribute, that is a value, right? Did we use value attribute till now? Yes, we used value with the buttons, different kind of buttons. So now value attribute is very important in case of radio button checkbox dropdown, where you are not writing anything, where you are hitting something. Okay, so what I'll do here, I'll say the value attribute. So this is suppose M, this value equal to F. Meaning is very simple. I'll just explain. The meaning is very simple here. User is going to see this value. Which value? In the display, user will be seeing male, female. But when I select male or female, the value which goes to the server is either M or F. It does not go as male or female. Similarly, here if I say value equal to, suppose I'll say here, same HTML, the value should go HTML, value equal to say CSS, okay, and suppose I'll say here JavaScript, which is a full name display to the user, but when the user select this, we are sending to the server a shortcut, short form JS. Okay, now let us execute our program again, refreshing, write some name, say UI, age 20, female, HTML, CSS, and suppose I'll select JavaScript also, click on submit form. Uname is coming, age is coming, gender is coming F, no more on. Tech equal to HTML, CSS, and JS. Yeah. So whatever data values are defined for each tag, that is going to be displayed or sent to the server. That's how we need it, right? So we use the name attribute, we learned how to use the value attribute also. So after this name and value, let us check out for the rate for the drop down also. But there's one thing here, you can see the technologies, the name of the technology, as I mentioned in the HTML page or in the code, the name was tech, right? So tech, all the tech values are coming as HTML, CSS, whatever the user has selected, we are getting that. Either you can do in this way, or you can have the different name values. If you want to do in this way also, you can do this. So if I refresh my page again, you can see if I select only CSS and JavaScript, submit form, you can see tech2 is equal to CSS and tech3 equal to JS. I hope that's clear. Now this is all the text boxes and radio button checkbox is clear. Let us check how to fetch the drop down value also, or how to send the drop down value to the browser. Solution is, answer is always name and value attribute, right? So when I use the name attribute, only that value will go. If I use the value attribute, only that will go, otherwise the value will be displayed as on. Let us check out. So name equal to, here I'll say as city. Okay, as it's a single selection as of now, so I'm selecting suppose Delhi, right? Submit form, you can see city equal to Delhi. Okay, but whereas the uname and UH, they are not coming anything. The reason is already I haven't typed any value for the name and age. Okay, so city is coming as Delhi. Name. Okay, what if you don't want display as Delhi? You can have your own value. I can decide like, I want the different, I don't want to send the big values. I can simply send the shortcut. Say BGR. Yeah, some DLH, right? So if I do in this way, this value will go instead of this. We'll refresh and cross verify again. It is selected as Bangalore. You can see the value is going as BGR here. Instead of Bangalore, that is what going at the backend. Clear? Now, as I said, okay, so name attribute we used as well as the value. As I said, in the drop down, you can do the multiple selection, but as of now, we are not able to do. Now I'm going to use another attribute so that multiple values can be selected from the drop down. Okay, so this value, the attribute name is multiple. You can see this attribute does not have the value. Generally, whenever we mention the attribute, it always has the value. Okay, so these attributes are known as the self-contained value. So even though I can write like this, or I can say multiple equal to multiple, right? The value is also same as attribute name. So instead of this, I'll simply write multiple. So in that case, I can select the multiple options, and you can see here it's coming. But how to select the multiple option? You have to hold the control key and then select. Okay, I selected two options from here. Okay, for Kolkata, I think I haven't given the value. You can see here, city value is coming as BGR, DLH and Kolkata. Are we clear how to get the multiple values selected from the drop down? Okay. So we saw one more attribute named as multiple, and this attribute is known as a self-contained value. Okay, so no need to say multiple equal to multiple or multiple equal to on. You can simply leave that as it is. Like this is one of the attribute which does the same. Similarly, we have few more attributes which do not need the value. Like for the radio button, what if you want radio button to be selected by default, right? So you can see, you can use an attribute called checked. Checked is again a self-contained attribute. Either you can say checked equal to checked, or you can simply leave checked. Similarly, for checkboxes also, what if I want CSS to be selected by default? I'll say checked. Okay. So checked I use for radio button, checked I use for the checkbox also. You can see by default these values are checked. Now for the drop down, you will say, use the check. No, for that the attribute name is selected. So I'll use selected. You see by default Kolkata is selected. Okay, but then further user can change it. Similarly, CSS, even though by default is selected or checked, but user can change it. Okay, so we saw, three attributes which does not have the value, or no need to mention the value. One is multiple to get the multiple drop downs. Another one is checked to get the by default checked value for radio button or checkbox. And third is selected to get the a particular option to be selected by default. Are we clear? Okay, now let us go back to our PPT. The next slide. Okay, so quick revision what we discussed till now. Text box, how to create, input type equal to text. Name, if I don't mention name, it won't go to the server. Value is the default one. Say suppose if I say value equal to something here, say I'll say here John, same example. Refresh, the default value is John. If I click on submit, that value will go. Okay, so this is the default value which you are sending. Yeah. Okay, now radio button, input type equal to radio, name is gender, value equal to M, right? So value, we understood the difference, the usage of name and value attribute, which is very important you to know. Checkbox, that is clear, input type equal to checkbox, name and value. Text area, rows and calls. For drop down, name and value. This value goes to the database, and if I don't mention name and if I don't use the name attribute, the value won't be submitted to the server. And these are the different kind of buttons. Okay, now here we used one of the attribute checked, which makes sure one of the checkbox is selected by default, selected for one of the option of drop down. And one more attribute we use, multiple. Multiple allows to select multiple values from the drop down. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll discuss the other attributes also. The very first one is size. Size is nothing but changes the width of the text boxes. Now, if you see here, by default, the text size is this much only. Yeah, if I want to increase or decrease, you can have an attribute size. So if I say size equal to 20, so I think that is, just a minute, let me go to its previous size. Yeah, okay, I'll just increase the size. You can see the width of the text box got increased. Increase or decrease based upon what size value you are giving. So size attribute, it works with the text boxes. Okay, now the next attribute is max length, min length. Before that, let me just talk about the placeholder, display the placeholder value. So this you must have observed in the website, placeholder, which shows, what to be entered in that text box. So I'll say, please enter username. So if I want that to be displayed, I have to remove the value attribute, otherwise that is going to be displayed by default. So placeholder, another attribute. You can see, please enter your username, and the moment the user starts writing his name, that will go off. Yeah. So this is what placeholder. Check selected we already discussed. Now the max length and the min length. Max length is nothing but the maximum number of characters entered in the text box. So these are most of the attributes actually we have for the text boxes. So I'll say here max length. Okay, so suppose I'll say max length is 4. So the meaning is maximum 4 characters the user can enter, not more than 4 characters. So we'll cross verify. So I'm trying to enter more than 4 and it is not allowing me to enter. Okay. Now another one is min length. Min length, suppose I say minimum 2 characters to be present in the name. Okay. So what I'll do to check this, first I'll make sure I'm entering only minimum 2 characters. So 4 or 3. Submit. It's submitting. It's working very well. Now what if I say only 1 character? Okay. Click on submit form. And you can see here we are getting the pop-up error message. Please lengthen this text to 2 characters or more. You are currently using 1 character. Yeah, all because of I use the min length attribute. So minimum length of the text should be 2, and wherein I'm just passing 1 character, it is showing me the error. But this error is not, the appealed one. I mean, see, if I see this kind of error in the UI design, it won't be that much appealing. So the error should be always in the red color, and it should not come as a pop-up. They should be always next to the element where the error is coming. So in this case, I should get my own error message first of all. If I again click on submit form, you can see this error message is coming. What if I want my own error message, right? So I want next to that text box in the red color, not as a pop-up, right? So that is you can do using JavaScript. So once we learn JavaScript, there will see how to add the the content on the fly. Okay, so this one thing we saw min length, max length, but not user defined error message. It is coming as inbuilt error message. Okay, now next is multiple, we already covered. Then we have read only disabled. Read only disabled, the meaning is very simple. The data is, you cannot write anything. They are just going to be read only. You cannot write anything in those text boxes. Okay, action, method and target. Okay, so now I'll just show you how the read only and disabled works. So what I'll do, I'll simply say here, suppose in the age, I'll say read only. This is the attribute which does not need the value. It means I cannot enter anything here. See, in the age, I'm not allowed to enter anything because it's a read only. Similarly, for disabled, if I say disabled, I'm not allowed to enter anything. Again, I'm not allowed to enter, right? But then what is the difference? So that is your next assignment. You have to find out how read only and disabled behave differently. So solution is already written here. In case of read only, data is going to be processed. In case of disabled, data is not going to be processed. Process meaning is simple. The data is going to be submitted to the server. Okay, in case of read only, that data, whatever data is already written in the text box, that data will go to the server. In case of a disabled, the data won't go to the server. So please cross verify this. Did I say correct or not? Okay, next is action. Now, the form element. See, we discussed multiple elements, but the form element, which is very important, it contains one attribute called action. So it tells, us, ask you if the form gets submitted, what action you want to be taken. Okay, so that you can do it using this. So suppose I want, when the user clicks on submit button, I want to move to the next page. Okay, your next page could be, welcome page, right? As of now, I'm just taking him to the google.com. If the user clicks on,
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of the render method in React? And your options are, it is used to define the initial state of a component, or it is responsible for rendering the component's output to the DOM, or it handles the component's lifecycle events, or finally, it is used to define the component's props. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers executive postgraduate certification in software development in collaboration with iHub Divya Samparka IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you'll learn a multitude of tools used in the industry such as Git, React, Express, Node.js, MongoDB, and more from the esteemed IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software development.
On submit button, I'm taking him to the google.com. Generally, it has to be welcome if user has entered his details properly. Okay, as minimum 2 characters, submit form, and you can see it is coming to google.com. Till now, the same page was going to be refreshed. Now, as we have given the action, it is taking us to google.com. Yeah, okay. What is the next attribute? The method. The method specify the HTTP method to be used when submitting the form data, and the last is target specifies if the submitted result will open in a new browser tab or in a current window. Okay, so what is a method? Method is again, see, now we are talking about all the attributes of the form element. So one is action, another one is the method. So method is always, either get, these are the HTTP methods, get or post. By default, the form method is get. Okay, so we'll see, does it make any difference if I say here get? We'll see that. I'll just enter, make sure 2 characters are there, and click on submit form. And there's no change. You can see the data. Earlier also we were able to see the data here. Now I'll just change it to post. Simple meaning is how the data should be submitted to the server. Okay, which method you want, get or post. Again, I'll add some data and click on submit form. And this time you can see here the data is not visible in the browser URL. Moreover, in the google.com, that is a problem, not with our coding. The google.com does not take any post request. Okay, so what to avoid this, what you can do, instead of sending to google.com, you can send to some your other HTML page, say welcome.html. You can transfer the request to the welcome.html. So instead of saying google.com, I can send the action to the welcome.html. So method post, the meaning is the data whatever user is entering, that won't be displayed in the browser. That is the difference between get and post. Okay, so post is more secured. So whenever you are asking the user to log in, give his credentials, username, password, we need to make sure the method is always post. By default, the method is get, which is not secured one, because whatever you enter, that will be displayed in the browser, right? Suppose here, like instead of age, I'll just make it password. Okay, I'm asking please enter your password, right? So first let me remove method as instead of post, let us have get only. By default method is get, no need to mention explicitly. Okay, so I'll enter some name and password, suppose I'll enter, okay, it's read only. Let me remove this, disabled. Okay, so I'll just enter some password, say HTML is my password, and I'll enter some name also. Click on submit form. Now, do I want my password to be displayed in the browser URL? No, the answer is obviously no. So how to avoid this? In that case, I have to make the method as post. I hope that makes sense. Okay, next is target, which is the assignment for you. You have to find out how the target attribute works. The simple answer is, when I click on submit button, you want to open in the same tab or a new window. Okay, as of now, when I click on submit button, the same tab gets changed. Now, do you want to open in a new tab or in the same tab or new window? That is what the target attribute does. You have to find out the different values for the target attribute. So this was all about the form elements and the form attributes. Next, we'll discuss about the HTML5 forms new features. We have already learned how to create a basic form using HTML. Now it's time to upgrade ourselves to HTML5 form elements. We have already learned how to create text box, radio button, checkboxes, drop down, and the buttons. Buttons can be submit, reset, as well as a normal button. Now let us find out some other type values. So as we know, any text box, any form elements has to be created by using input element. And the type value, whenever we change, we get the different kind of form element. So we have already seen type equal to text, type equal to radio, type equal to checkbox to get the different form elements. Now we have different kind of types which give a different kind of element altogether. So the very first HTML5 form input type is, if I say type equal to color, you'll be getting a color palette from where you can select a color. If you say input type is equal to date, you will get a field that should contain a date. You will be getting a option wherein you can select the date from the calendar. Then we have date time hyphen local, in which you can get the date as well as the time. Now at just time, you can get only the time. So let us give a try with these input types. This is our same sample HTML page which we have created earlier. So I'll just add few more fields. So first let us ask the user your favorite color. And I'm going to say input type equal to color. And let us close it. And place a BR to break the line. Yeah, let us see the output. You can see the color option is coming, and from here this is a color palette. You can select any color. Are we clear? Okay. So this is what the color type and the other options as we saw. What if we are asking the user, please enter your date of birth. So I'll say input type equal to date. So these options actually they are added in HTML5. You can see we are getting this color calendar option. From here you can select the date. Okay, and next, as we saw, there is an option for time also. So birth time, let me just ask. So input type equal to time. Okay, so we are getting here the time. Are we clear? And what if you want a combination of both? Then there is a option called date time hyphen local. So I'll say job applied, say details something. I want to show you the type which gives you both the option. You can see this is coming as both the calendar and the time. Yeah. So these different types we have already seen. Let us move to the next line. Okay. Similarly, we have input type equal to week, which allows the user to select a week and year. And then we have a month, like how we have a calendar, a date. Similarly, we have week and month. Okay. Now three more. Email is important one, number and range. Okay. So now what is email? So we know, right, email validation, like, there should not be any spaces in the email ID. There should be exactly one at the rate, right? And what else? There should be some after at the rate, there should be dot, right? So that kind of validation, if I'm using this input type equal to email, okay, so that kind of validation is already available with this HTML form input type. So I'll show you with the example. So we'll ask him, please enter your email ID. Okay, let us have a look. So email ID, suppose I'm giving, some random details with a space and all those things. As of now, no validations we have mentioned explicitly. Let us see what happens when I click on the submit button. And I get an error. Please include an @ in the email address. at the rate is missing in this. Okay, so let me, so you must have seen this. This is something similar kind of pop-up message what we received when I said here a min length and max length, right? In the min length also we were getting this, that kind of error message, but that error message only comes when you click on the submit button. Similarly here also, if I click on this, nothing will happen, but when I click on the submit form, then only I get this error message. Got it? So input type equal to email, if I'm using, already this email keyword is having the implicit validations. So in that it is compulsory you have to have the at the rate and no spaces and all, right? That validation is already written inside. But when this HTML5 was not there, earlier we used to do the validation by ourselves by using JavaScript. Okay, so anyways, very soon we are going to learn JavaScript also. So there we do the same. We put the validation exactly one at the rate, no spaces. After at the rate there should be at least one dot, right? So those kind of validations are we have to write. Okay, but in this case, the only thing is we are getting the error message, but again it's a pop-up. The error message should always come next to the text box or maybe below the text box in a red color, so that we can get to know, yeah, this is error. So I'll show you an example. In the previous lecture also I have used the same, here also I'm using the same. So suppose sign in, I'm going to create a new account here. So suppose the mobile number I'm giving wrong, right? You can see this red color and this underline is coming. Let me do the continue, and what it says, this is required, these fields are required, email ID is required, this is required, but for this actually it is not showing any validation. It should show like this number should be there. Okay, let me just write for the email ID some random thing I'm writing here. Say at the rate also, let me say here, that's it. Okay, I will do the continue again. Okay, now you can see the proper error message is coming. You can only use letters, numbers, full stops and underscores in your username. So we'll remove the error one by one. Yeah, okay. See, you can see the error here. It's coming. So it does not come as a pop-up what we are getting. It shows the proper error message over here. So something similar, if you want to implement, you should not use input type equal to email, because that internally validation is there and will always show you the pop-up. So in that case, if you want to display the proper error message with the red font color like how they have done it, in that case you should not use input type equal to email. You should continue with input type equal to text. Are we clear? So you should use these form input types, HTML5 form input types wisely. Wherever you feel like it is not possible without this, then only you should use it. Okay, so this is what for the email. I'll never recommend to use this. I'll say, use the text box, and then further you write the validation, JavaScript validation, so that it can only take the valid email ID. If it is invalid, you will be getting the proper error message with the red font color. Okay, so this is fine, and there was one more input type which is nothing but for the number. Okay, suppose I'm asking user your phone number. So input type equal to number. This is again HTML5 form type, which allows you to enter only the integers. You can see if I try to write this alphabets, it won't allow me, right? It won't allow me to write any alphabet. I'm trying to type, but it is not allowing me. But if I enter the numbers, it allows me very clearly. Okay, so this is input type equal to number. But again, this should be used whenever, not for the phone number, you should use input type equal to number. You should use this thing like, for the smaller numbers, like, if you have to put the age, percentage, for those things, you should use input type equal to number. Got it? And can we write the negative value? Yes, negative values are again acceptable. Okay, but can I write the decimal? Yes. that is also acceptable. So any number you can enter, but only thing is, okay, please enter a valid value. The two nearest valid values are -18 and -17. So what I'll do, I'll just click on submit form. Let me see. So you cannot enter the decimal values, right? You can only enter the integer. This is acceptable, whereas the previous thing was not acceptable. Okay, so decimal values are not allowed, only this thing. So again, the number, you need to think wisely where all you have to use it. So don't use, like in case of phone number, I will never recommend go with input type equal to number. Better go with type equal to text, but then again you have to write the validation, right? User should not enter anything other than numbers, and the first digit should not be 0, like those validation, the length of the input should be 10, exactly 10. So that kind of a pattern we are supposed to write to do the validation part. Okay, anyways, that we are going to learn very soon. Yeah, so we have seen email, we have seen number, and the last one is the range. Range is what defines a control for entering a number whose exact value is not important. Default range is 0 to 100. However, you can set restrictions on what numbers are accepted with the min, max, and step attribute. So few more new attributes you have seen here: min, max, and step. Again, these three belong to HTML5 input types, the new attribute. Okay, so this is assignment for you. You have to find out how to use range. Okay, now again the one what we saw, step, min, and max, it's defined here. And before that, let me just show you the other input types. This multiple, hope you remember, we have used this multiple attribute where for the drop down to select the multiple values from the drop down. So that was using the drop down, but now this multiple can be used somewhere else also. What is that somewhere else also? Let me just show you with this. What if I'm asking the user, please upload your form, please upload your resume, right? So I'll just ask, upload your resume. So I'll say here input type equal to file. So this is the existing HTML form element. If I simply say type equal to file, you will be getting an option to upload the file. You can see here, upload your resume, you get this option, choose file. If you select any file from here, then that thing will come, whatever you have selected. Okay, then when you click on submit, you have to write a code so that this file has to be uploaded on the server, right? Using this input type equal to file, we are just giving the option to select the file, but then after clicking on submit, you have to write the code so that the file should be uploaded on the server. Are we clear? Okay, now the thing is, can we select the multiple files from here? If I suppose I want to upload multiple files from here, can I do? Let me just select control. I'm just pressing control key. It's not happening, right? I'm pressing control or shift. I cannot select multiple options, right? So for that reason, we have the multiple attribute which you can use here. So if I say multiple, in that case, you can see here now it's coming as choose files. No more, it's choose file, right? And now when I say open, it is showing me which all the files you can upload on the server. So this is what the multiple attribute, this is how the multiple attribute works. Yeah. Okay, so next is, we are talking about the list attribute. Okay, so this is what, as I said already, like to create a drop down. How did we create? We always use select or option element, but now using this list, you can create a drop down also. I'll be showing you very soon how to use this list to create a drop down. It's again a part of HTML5. Okay, now the next is height and width attribute. Have we used height and width attribute? Yes, we have used for the non-form elements, like we have used with div, we have used with paragraph, all those things. But they are talking about height and width, you can use it with the input element also. So input type equal to image, there you can use this height and width attribute. Next is step, min and max. Right, so this is what related with the previous line which we have discussed. I asked you have to find out. So please check out how this is, how is the combination of a step, min, max, and the next is the type is range. Okay, so before I move to the pattern, so one thing which is pending here is the list, right? Okay, now let us, I'm going to convert my drop down from a basic drop down. I'm going to create a drop down using this type is list. Okay, so here we had, right? cities lived in. I'm going to replace this drop down created by using select. We are going to replace it with data list and list keyword, right? So I'm going to introduce one more element of HTML5, which is nothing but data list. Okay, so what it does, we want to do replacement for this, right? So I'll say cities. Yeah, so I've just used a data list element and I've just given the id anyways we know very well. Till now I haven't used the list keyword, right? So now with the input element I'm going to use the same list equal to cities. Okay, one sec. This data list has to be after taking the input. Okay, so let me tell you what I'm trying to do here. Yeah, and I'll just copy this options from here to here and remove this part. So no more select element, we are using the input element. Okay, so now what is the meaning? Remember the input element, it always gives you a text box, right? So this input is going to give me the text box, but this is somehow related with this data list. How? Because both of them are having the same value for list and id. So input list equal to cities, data list id equal to cities, right? So the meaning is in this input text box, if I'm entering anything, it is going to do the matching. So let me just show you from here. Okay, so now where it is, cities, right? So we have given input list equal to cities, and you can see in the drop down all those options are also coming, right? And see here option value equal to, I have given BGR, that is coming DLH Kolkata Chennai, right? So if I write anything which is matching with this, okay, you can write anything here. In case of a select element, you cannot enter anything. This allows you to enter something. Okay, so if I say T, so anything matching with T, Kolkata is having T as a alphabet, so it is showing me. So this way of creating the drop down is known as a predefined options. We are giving the predefined options, you can select from there. Suppose generally this thing you must have seen in the website. So when it asks you which country you lived in, right? So when the moment we say I, immediately all the alphabets, all the words which starts with I, that come up, right? The something similar is happening here. When I say D, all the words which starts with D, they are coming here. Okay, so this is what we use a lot in from HTML5. Okay, so how to do, I'll just again tell. We are going to use input element for the same, and new attribute altogether, list attribute, whose value should be the same what is the value for data list ID. So that's how this input and data list are interconnected to each other. Okay, so this is what the list attribute of your HTML5. Next, I'll discuss about the pattern. See, we have discussed about the, all the input HTML form, 5 form input types. Next is going to be the pattern matching. Okay, so this is for that they have used a attribute called as pattern. Okay, so what is a pattern? Pattern is something, a regular expression. Using pattern attribute, you can specify a regular expression that the input value is checked against before submitting the form. Now remember, for the name or for the phone number, right, or for the email ID, right? So for all those things there should be a pattern, right? The user has to give the proper value. For the name, it can only have the alphabets. Similarly, for the phone number, it should be exactly 10 digits number. Okay, so you are going to write a pattern for the same pattern value. Okay, now on which basis you are going to write the pattern value, so that let us understand. That is what the known as a regular expression. And first let us talk about the regular expression. Okay, so now how to write a regular expression? It is common for any language. It's not only for HTML5. You can use this regular expression for any programming language. Anything you write inside the square bracket, the meaning is only that part can be entered in that field. So in our case, it's a text boxes. So if I say square bracket 0 to 9, it means any numbers can be, any number between 0 to 9 can be entered. Similarly, if I say A-Z, it means any characters between A to Z. Got it? If I say 0 to 9 A hyphen Z, it means it's a combination of numbers and the characters, but it's a lowercase. Now, what if you want the capital, the uppercase letter also? In that case, you have to say in this way. Okay, it's not compulsory you always have to say A to Z. You can come to some range also. Suppose I want the letters between A to D, so I'll say A hyphen D. What if I want only A, B or C? So I'll say either A hyphen C, or there are only 3 alphabets, so you can say A, B, C also. Are we clear? So in this case, the meaning is very simple. You can enter anything between 0 to 9 and the special characters also, like star and dollar. Yeah. Okay, now we just learned, in the previous slide, we just learned here what to enter. Now the occurrences, how many times that should come. So as we know, the phone numbers, it should be exactly 10 digit, or the name, it should be more than 2 alphabets. Okay, so that occurrences, we are just telling here what should be entered, but how many times that should be entered, that we are going to discuss in the next slide. So this is what it is known as a quantifiers, how many times it should come. So there are multiple quantifiers like plus. Plus indicates anything you can enter between 0 to 9 at least once. So anything 1 or more than 1. So I can enter the number as 1, I can enter the number as 1, 2, I can enter the number as 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, any number. Okay, any number whose length is 1 or more than 1. If I say star matches any string that contains 0 or more occurrences. So the meaning is I can enter nothing, or I can enter a number with n number of occurrences. If I say question mark, it means 0 occurrence or 1 occurrence. 3, we are telling the exact how many times the number should come, right? So only 3 numbers I can enter. If I say 3 comma, the meaning is minimum length is 3, max length can be anything. If I say 3 comma 6, minimum length is 3, maximum length is 6. If I say only comma 6, it means minimum length can be anything, but maximum length can be should be 6. Okay, so let us implement this pattern in our program. I hope it's clear how to write a regular expression. This regular expression we are going to write using the pattern attribute. So let me just do the same with the name. Okay. So I'll just remove the max length, min length, because anyways that validation we are taking care using the pattern attribute. Pattern, and I'll say here the name. It can only take the alphabets, capital or small, A to Z, and then you have to tell how many times it should come. So if I say plus, it means you have to enter alphabet at least once. Okay. So let us see this. Okay, so I'm not entering anything. Let me see what comes here. Just a sec. Okay, I'll just remove this size thing. Anyways, we were using earlier, and just write proper things. And I hope form is closed also. Yeah, it's closed, and submit button is inside this. Okay. So if I enter anything with length 1 or more than 1, it is acceptable. Yeah, but if I don't enter anything inside this name, let me refresh. Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll remove this placeholder value also. It should not happen actually. I hope I have written correct. Square bracket, there is no space. So it is telling at least one character I have to enter. So are we doing correct? Yeah, A to Z plus enter name can only have alphabets. Okay, what I'll do, instead of plus, I'll just say 4. Okay, so exactly 4 alphabets are acceptable. So I'll not say 4 here, I'll simply say 2 character and click on submit form. And now it says please match the requested format. Yeah, so if I say more than 4, then also it should say me please match the requested format. Okay, now if I say anything, capital letter or a combination of this, because I have given, the small capital both. So this is acceptable because I have given exactly the correct value with the 4 length. Okay, what if I give the numbers? Because I know we have given only A to Z. What if I give the name as number and suppose only exactly 4 length? Let us see, it is giving us the error. Please match the requested format. Okay, now what if I give the alphanumeric of size 4? It says please match the requested format. Okay, now what if I give this starting some alphabets, then ending with like this? Okay, please match the requested format. What if I say like this, end is this? So you can do the proper testing here, and you can check here. It's showing the error message. It is not accepting the data given by the user. Are we clear? Now one more thing here is, are we getting the proper error message? Do I want to see the pop-up message? No. We always want to see the proper error message next to the text box or below to the text box in a red color. Okay, so that kind of thing we can do using the JavaScript, right? Because you have to write something in your browser. So JavaScript, it is something, you are going to modify your page. Using HTML, you can simply display the data. But using JavaScript, you can modify the page on the fly. Okay, dynamically you can change the content of the page. So that we'll see during this when we start with JavaScript. Okay, now I'll just find out what if I say here 4 comma this. So it means minimum length is 4, maximum length can be anything. Are we clear? So minimum length is 4, maximum length can be anything. So I'm again giving the wrong input. It should not accept. Yeah, it is not accepting. Okay, now I'll give minimum 4 and maximum can be anything, right? So I can give n number of characters here, and it is acceptable. Okay, now what if I don't enter anything? Then click on submit button. This should not acceptable actually. Okay, now let me just try one more thing. I'll just tell you the meaning of this also. Okay, I'm not entering anything and click on submit. Okay, so this pattern attribute, it's not working in a case when we are not giving any value, right? So what I'll do, if you want that to happen also, what if you want a user should enter some value? Okay, so there is another attribute known as the required. So required attribute, it is again HTML5 attribute which makes sure the user has entered something. Wrong or right, that we are taking care using the pattern, but using required, I'll make sure the user has entered something. Okay, so now again I'm not entering anything for the name and clicking on the submit button, and we are getting this pop-up. But again, I don't want a pop-up like this. In that case, what you can do, again we can write the JavaScript validation here next to the text box to tell I need a validation. Okay, please, this field is required. Fine. So that we'll see once we start learning JavaScript. Similarly, this I have written for the name of a person. Similarly, the password, right? Password, I'll just write a pattern for the password also. We know the password pattern should be, it can have anything. It can be minimum 8 length, and it can be a combination of capital, small, special character, right? 0 to 9 special characters. So let me just take only few special characters, and minimum length should be 8 and maximum can be anything. Yeah, so we can write a pattern like this. Yeah, let us give a try. So what I'll do, okay, first what I'll do, I'll just remove the required from here. Otherwise, we'll keep on getting the error. Please fill this required. Okay, so I'm just entering the value, but not with the 8 length. So it's not 8, it's 6 length. And I'll say submit form. And we are getting the please match the requested format. But again, as I said, we should get a proper error message. So in that case, once we learn JavaScript, then at that time you can write the proper error message. Are we clear? So that's how we write a pattern here. It can be alphanumeric between 0 to 9, right? Now the assignment for you people is going to be, you have to write a pattern for the phone number. Okay, one more thing, the pattern attribute does not work with the type as number or type as email, right? It will only work with the type as text. The reason is, type equal to number or type equal to email, internally validation is written, internally the pattern is written, so you cannot override the existing pattern. Are we clear? So in that case, if you want to write a pattern for anything, you have to make sure you convert that into a text value. Okay, so I'll show you with the example. Say here pattern I'm writing for the number, and I'll say here 0 to 9, and say length is exactly 4. So for the phone number, I'm giving more than 4. It is accepting because your pattern cannot override the existing pattern. So in that case, if you want that to happen, you have to convert into a normal text box. Yeah, so you have to say, now if I say more than 4 digit, I'm getting the please match the requested format. Are we clear? So you have to keep in mind this pattern attribute only work if you are using type as text. It won't work with any other type value. So with this, I have finished the form HTML5 form input types, the different types value, how to do the validation using the pattern attribute. We learned here how to use the data list, yeah, to get the drop down, how this list attribute work, right? So this is what the takeaway from this session we learned here, how to work with HTML5 form. The assignment for this session is going to be, you have to write a pattern for the phone number. So I have to make sure the first digit cannot be 0, or if I'm talking about the India, right? So the first 2 digit should be between 7 to 9. So you have to write a pattern so that first digit should be between 7 to 9 and the entire length should be exactly 10.
So let's begin by talking about what are data structures. Data structures are significant concepts in computer science that aid in developing efficient programs in any language. In general, a data structure is a way of organizing and storing data in a computer program so that it can be accessed and used efficiently. Python is a high-level, interpreted, interactive, and object-oriented scripting language that allows us to explore data structures basics in a more straightforward manner than other programming languages. Using appropriate data structures can help make your code more efficient, especially when dealing with large amounts of data. Now let's look at what are algorithms. An algorithm is a step-by-step technique that outlines a collection of instructions that must be followed in a specific order to get the desired result. Algorithms are often developed independently of underlying languages, meaning an algorithm can be implemented in multiple programming languages. From the data structure point of view, the following are some important categories of algorithms. Starting with search, an algorithm to search an item in a data structure. Sort is an algorithm to sort items in a certain order. Insert is an algorithm to insert an item in a data structure. Update is an algorithm to update an existing item in a data structure. And finally, delete is an algorithm to delete an existing item from a data structure. Now we'll see why are data structures and algorithms important. Data structures and algorithms are important for several reasons. First, they allow programmers to write efficient and scalable code that can handle large amounts of data. Second, they provide a common language and set of tools for solving problems in computer science and related fields. Finally, understanding data structures and algorithms is essential for working with and contributing to open source software projects and passing technical interviews. Now let's talk about time and space complexity. In computer science, there is always more than one way to solve a problem using multiple algorithms. As a result, it is critical to apply a method to compare the answers in order to determine which one is optimal. The method must be independent of the system and its setup on which the algorithm is running. The number of inputs has a direct correlation and can differentiate between two algorithms without ambiguity. There are two such methods used, that are time complexity and space complexity. Let us talk about time complexity. An algorithm's time complexity estimates the amount of time it takes to run as a function of the length of the input. It should be noted that the time to execute is determined by the length of the input rather than the actual execution time of the machine on which the algorithm is operating. Now let's talk about space complexity. When utilizing a computer to solve a problem, memory is required to store temporary data or the ultimate solution while the program runs. The amount of memory required by the algorithm to solve a particular problem is referred to as the algorithm's space complexity. The space complexity of an algorithm estimates the amount of space required to perform an algorithm as a function of the input length. Now we look at different types of data structures. Data structures are fundamentally divided into two types, that are linear and non-linear. Talking about linear data structures, first is array. An array is a data structure that stores a collection of elements of the same data type in contiguous memory locations. The elements of an array are accessed using an index which represents the position of the element in the array. Arrays are a fundamental data structure in computer science and are used in a wide variety of applications. They are particularly useful for storing and manipulating large amounts of data efficiently, as accessing an element in an array can be done in constant time. In Python, arrays can be implemented using the built-in array module in the standard library or using the more powerful NumPy library. So let's look into implementation of arrays using the array module. The array module in Python provides a simple implementation of arrays that can be used to store homogeneous data. Here is an example of how to create an array of integers using the array module. In this example, we import the array module from the standard library and create an array of integers using the array function. The first argument to array specifies the type of elements in the array, in this case I for integers, and the second argument is a list of the initial values for the array. We can then access the elements of the array using indexing, just like with a list. For example, ARR of index 0 would give us the first element of the array, which is 1. The array module supports several different data types, including signed and unsigned integers, floating point numbers, and characters. Now let's look at implementation of arrays using NumPy. NumPy is a powerful Python library that provides support for multidimensional arrays and a wide range of mathematical operations on them. Here's an example of how to create a NumPy array in Python. Now let's move on to stack. Stack is a linear data structure in computer science that stores a collection of elements and provides two main operations, push and pop. The push operation adds an element to the top of the stack, and the pop operation removes the top element from the stack. Stack follows the last in first out principle, which means that the last element to be added to the stack will be the first one to be removed. Stacks are used in a wide variety of applications such as expression evaluation, backtracking algorithms, and function call management. Now we'll look at the implementation of stack. In Python, stacks can be implemented using an array or a linked list. Here's an example of how to implement a stack using an array. In this implementation, we define a stack class that uses a Python list as the underlying data structure. The push method adds an element to the top of the stack using the append method of the list. The pop method removes the top element from the stack using the pop method of the list. The peek method returns the top element of the stack without removing it, and the empty method checks if the stack is empty. To use the stack, we first create an instance of the stack class. We can then push elements onto the stack using the push method. We can remove elements from the stack using the pop method. We can then check the top element of the stack using the peek method. And we can check if the stack is empty using the isEmpty method. Now let's move on to queues. Queue is a data structure that stores a collection of elements in a specific order. The main characteristic of a queue is that it follows the first in first out principle, where the first element added to the queue is the first one to be removed. A common analogy for a queue is a line of people waiting for a service, such as a ticket counter or a ride at an amusement park. The first person to join the line is the first to be served, and the last person to join the line has to wait for everyone else to be served first. There are two types of queues. A linear queue is a basic queue that follows the first in first out principle, where elements are added to the end of the queue and removed from the front of the queue. Whereas in a circular queue that uses a circular buffer to implement the queue. This allows for efficient use of memory and faster execution, but requires careful handling of edge cases. So let us now look at the implementation of queue using the queue module. In Python, a queue can be implemented using the queue module, which provides the queue class that implements a synchronized queue. The queue class can be used to implement both FIFO and LIFO queues depending on the argument passed to its constructor. Here is an example of implementing a FIFO queue using the queue class. In this example, we create an instance of the queue class and add 3 elements to it using the put method. Then, we remove the elements from the queue using the get method, which returns the first element that is added to the queue. Alternatively, we can implement a queue using an array in Python. Here's an example of implementing a FIFO queue using an array. In this implementation, we define a queue class that uses an array to store the elements. The enqueue method adds an element to the end of the queue using append method, and the dequeue method removes an element from the beginning of the queue using the pop method. The isEmpty method checks if the queue is empty, and the size method returns the number of elements in the queue. Now let's move on to linked list. A linked list is a data structure that stores a collection of elements in a linear order. Unlike an array, which stores the elements in a contiguous block of memory, a linked list stores each element in a separate object called node. Each node contains both the element and a reference to the next node in the list. The main advantage of a linked list over an array is that it allows for efficient insertion and removal of elements at any position in the list, since we only need to update the references of the nodes before and after the inserted or removed element. However, accessing an element at a specific position in a linked list requires traversing the list from the beginning, which takes big O and time complexity on average, where n is the number of elements in the list. Now let's look at the type of linked lists. Starting with singly linked list, a linked list where each node contains a reference to the next node but not to the previous node. Then there is doubly linked list, a linked list where each node contains a reference to the next node and the previous node. And finally, circular linked list, a linked list where the last node contains a reference to the first node, creating a circular structure. Now let's look at the implementation of queue. In Python, we can implement a linked list using a node class that contains the element and a reference to the next node. Here is an example of implementing a singly linked list. In this implementation, we define a node class that contains the element and a reference to the next node. We also define a linked list class that contains a reference to the head first node. The isEmpty method checks if the list is empty, and the add first and add last methods add a new node containing the element to the beginning or the end of the list respectively. The insert after method inserts a new node containing the element after a specified node in the list, and the remove method removes the first node containing the element from the list. Finally, the print list method traverses the list from the head and prints the elements. Moving on to the next data structure, that is trees. A tree is a hierarchical data structure that consists of nodes connected by edges. Each node in the tree represents a value or element, and the edges represent the relationship between the nodes. The topmost node in the tree is called the root, and every other node is a descendant of the root. Nodes that have the same parent are called siblings, and no nodes with children are called leaves. Let us look at the type of trees. Moving on to binary search tree, where a binary tree where the left child of a node contains a value smaller than the parent and the right child contains a value larger than the parent. This allows for efficient searching and sorting of elements. Next is AVL tree, a self-balancing binary search tree where the heights of the left and right subtrees at any node differ by at most 1. This ensures efficient searching and insertion of elements. Finally, red-black tree, another self-balancing binary search tree that maintains a balance between height and node count. This ensures efficient searching and insertion of elements while also providing a guarantee that the height of the tree will not exceed big O of log n complexity. Now let's look at the implementation of trees. In Python, we can implement a tree using a node class that contains the element and references to its children. Here is an example of implementing a binary tree. In this implementation, we define a node class that contains the element and references to its left and right children. We also define a binary tree class that contains a reference to the root node. The isEmpty method checks if the tree is empty, and the insert method inserts a new node containing the element at the first available position in the tree. The search method searches for a node containing the element in the tree using a breadth first search. Finally, the print tree method traverses the tree in a breadth first order and prints the elements. Let's move on to the next data structure, that is graphs. A graph is a data structure used to represent a set of objects called vertices or nodes and the connections that are called edges between them. Graphs are a flexible and powerful tool used to model and solve a wide range of problems from network routing to social network analysis. Graphs can be either directed or undirected. In a directed graph, the edges have a direction and represent a one-way relationship between the vertices. In an undirected graph, the edges have no direction and represent a two-way relationship between the vertices. Graphs can also be weighted or unweighted. A weighted graph is one in which the edges have a weight or cost associated with them. An unweighted graph is one in which all edges have the same weight. Graphs can be implemented in several ways. One common way is to use an adjacency matrix in which two-dimensional arrays that represent the connections between the vertices. The value in cell ij of the matrix represents the weight of the edge from the vertex I to vertex j. If there are no edge between the two vertices, the value is often set to infinity or a large number. Another way to implement a graph is to use an adjacency list, which is a list that contains all vertices in the graph and the edges that connect them. Each vertex in the list has a corresponding linked list that contains vertices to which it's connected to, along with the weight of the edge. Now let's move on to implementation of graph using adjacency list. Here is an example of how to implement an undirected, unweighted graph using an adjacency list in Python. In this implementation, the addVertex method adds a vertex to the graph and the addEdge method adds an edge between the two vertices. The printGraph method simply prints out the graph in a readable format. Here is an example of how to use this implementation to create and print a graph. As you can see, the output is displayed on the screen. Moving on to hash tables. In data structures, a hash table is a data structure that stores key-value pairs in an array-like structure where the keys are hashed to unique indices in the array using a hash function. Hash tables are used to implement associative arrays or mappings of key-value pairs, where lookup, insertion, and deletion operations can be performed efficiently in big O of 1 time complexity on average. In Python, hash tables can be implemented using dictionaries, which are built-in data structures in Python that store key-value pairs. Python dictionaries use a hash function to hash the keys to unique indices in the hash table and handle collisions using a technique called open addressing with linear probing. Now let's look at the implementation of hash tables using dictionaries. In this implementation, the hash table class is defined with two methods, insert and get. The insert method takes a key value pair as an input and stores it in the hash table using key as the index. The get method takes a key as input and returns the value associated with that key in the hash table. Now let's move on to types of algorithms. Starting with sorting algorithms. Sorting is a fundamental operation in computer science that involves arranging elements in a collection in a particular order. There are several sorting algorithms that have been developed over the years, each with its own advantages and disadvantages depending on the specific use case. Let us look at bubble sort. It compares adjacent elements in a list and swaps them if they are in the wrong order, repeatedly iterates through the list until no swaps are necessary. Its time complexity is big O of n square and its space complexity is big O of 1. Moving on to selection sort, it finds the smallest elements in a list and swaps it with the first element and repeats this process for the remaining elements in the list. The time complexity of selection sort is big O of n square and the space complexity is big O of 1. Moving on to insertion sort, it builds a sorted list by iterating through an unsorted list and inserting each element into its proper position. The time complexity is big O of n square and the space complexity is 1. Moving on to merge sort divides a list into two halves, recursively sorts each half and then merges the two halves together. The time complexity is big O of n log n and the space complexity is big O of n. Moving on to quicksort picks a pivot element in a list and partitions the list into two halves around the pivot such that all elements to the left of the pivot are smaller and all elements to the right are larger. It recursively sorts the two halves of the list. The time complexity for quicksort is big O of n log n and the space complexity is big O of log n on average and big O of n on worst case. Moving on to heap sort, it builds a heap data structure from the list and repeatedly extracts the minimum element from the heap, which is placed at the end of the list. The time complexity for heap sort is big O of n log n and the space complexity is big O of 1. Next on the list is counting sort. It counts the number of occurrences of each element in a list and uses this information to sort the list. It only works for non-negative integers or values within a certain range. The time complexity for counting sort is big O of n plus k, where k is the range of values in the list. and the space complexity is big O of k. The final algorithm on the list is Redux sort. Sorts elements in a list by considering their individual digits or bits from the least significant to the most significant. It requires a stable sorting algorithm as a subroutine. The time complexity of Redux sort is big O of d into n plus k, where d is the number of digits or bits in the elements and k is the range of values in the list. And the space complexity is big O of n plus k. Now let's move on to searching algorithms. Searching is a common operation in computer science and is used to find the location or value of a particular item in a collection of data. Searching algorithms are used to perform these operations efficiently and effectively. There are several searching algorithms that are commonly used in computer science, starting with linear search. Linear search is a simple search algorithm that works by sequentially checking each element of the collection until a match is found or the end of the collection is reached. It has a time complexity of big O of n, where n is the number of elements in the collection. Linear search is typically used on small collections or unsorted collections. Next is binary search. Binary search is a more efficient search algorithm that works by dividing the collection in half and comparing the target value to the middle element. If the middle element is equal to the target value, the search is successful. Otherwise, the search continues on the left or right half of the collection depending on where the target value is greater or less than the middle element. Binary search has a time complexity of big O of log n, where n is the number of elements in the collection. Binary search is typically used on sorted collections. Next is interpolation search. Interpolation search is a variant of binary search that works best on collections that are uniformly distributed. Instead of dividing the collection in half, interpolation search uses a linear interpolation to estimate the position of the target value. The estimated position is then used to determine which half of the collection to search next. Interpolation search has an average time complexity of big O of log n, but can have a worst time complexity of big O of n. Moving on to jump search. Jump search is a search algorithm that works by jumping ahead a fixed number of elements and then checking if the target value is less than or equal to the current element. If the target value is less than or equal to the current element, linear search is used to find the target value within the current block. Otherwise, the process is repeated with a new block. Jump search has a time complexity of big O of root n, where n is the number of elements in the collection. Next is exponential search. Exponential search is a search algorithm that works by first finding a range that contains the target value and then performing a binary search within that range. Exponential search begins by checking the first element of the collection and then doubling the position of the search until either the target value is found or the end of the collection is reached. Exponential search has a time complexity of big O of log n, where n is the number of elements in the collection. Last is hashing. Hashing is a technique used to map a large and potentially infinite set of inputs to a smaller set of outputs. In the context of searching, hashing can be used to quickly find the location of a target value within a collection. Hashing works by taking the target value and mapping it to a specific index in a hash table. The value at the mapped index is then checked to see if it matches the target value. Hashing has a time complexity of big O of 1 on average, but can have a worst case time complexity of big O of n. Now let's move on to graph algorithms. Graph algorithms are algorithms used to solve problems on graphs, which are mathematical structures consisting of vertices and nodes and edges connecting them. These algorithms are widely used in applications such as social networks, transportation systems, computer networks, and more. Here are some popular graph algorithms, starting with depth-first search. DFS is a traversal algorithm that starts at a specified vertex and explores as far as possible along each branch before backtracking. It is implemented using a stack and can be used to check if a graph is connected, find strongly connected components, or detect cycles. Second is breadth-first search. BFS is another traversal algorithm that starts at a specified vertex and explores all the neighboring vertices before moving to the next level. It is implemented using a queue and can be used to find the shortest path between two vertices. Third is Dijkstra algorithm. Dijkstra algorithm is used to find the shortest path between two vertices in a weighted graph. It works by maintaining a priority queue of vertices and their distances from the source vertex and repeatedly selecting the vertex with the minimum distance and updating the distances of its neighbors. Next is Bellman-Ford algorithm. Bellman-Ford algorithm is also used to find the shortest path between two vertices in a weighted graph, but it can handle negative edge weights. It works by relaxing the edges in the graph repeatedly until the distances converge. Next on the list is Kruskal's algorithm. Kruskal's algorithm is used to find the minimum spanning tree of a weighted undirected graph. It works by sorting the edges by weight and adding them to the tree one by one, making sure not to create any cycles. Finally, Prim's algorithm. Prim's algorithm is also used to find the minimum spanning tree of a weighted undirected graph. It works by starting with an arbitrary vertex and adding the closest edge to the tree one by one, making sure not to create any cycles. Let's talk about dynamic programming. Dynamic programming is a technique used in computer science to solve problems by breaking them down into smaller, more manageable subproblems. The idea behind dynamic programming is to avoid redundant work by storing the solutions to previously solved subproblems in a table and using those solutions to solve larger problems. Dynamic programming is especially useful for problems where the solution can be recursively defined in terms of smaller subproblems. Some examples of problems that can be solved using dynamic programming includes the knapsack problem, the longest common subsequence problem, and the Fibonacci sequence. To implement dynamic programming, we need to follow a few basic steps. First, define the problem in terms of subproblems. In order to use dynamic programming, we need to be able to break the problem down into smaller subproblems. For example, if we are trying to find the longest common subsequence between two strings, we could break down the problem into finding the largest common subsequence between each prefix of the two strings. Next is defining the base case. The base case is the simplest version of the problem that we can solve directly. For example, the base case for Fibonacci sequence is that f of 0 equals 0 and f of 1 equals 1. Next is defining the recurrence relation. The recurrence relation is the formula we use to calculate the solution to a subproblem in terms of the solutions to a smaller subproblem. For example, the recurrence relation for the Fibonacci sequence is f of n equals f of n minus 1 plus f of n minus 2. Another technique in dynamic programming is memoization. Memoization involves storing the solutions to subproblems in a dictionary or some other data structure. When we need to solve a new subproblem, we first check if we have already solved it. If we have, we return the stored solution. If not, we calculate the solution and store it for future use. The next important topic in dynamic programming is tabulation. Tabulation involves creating a table to store the solutions to subproblems. We start by solving the base case and filling in the table with the solutions to smaller subproblems. We then use the table to solve larger subproblems until we reach the solution to the original problem. In conclusions, data structures and algorithms are an essential topic for any programmer to learn and understand. They provide the foundation for efficient and effective programming, enabling us to solve complex problems and create optimized solutions. By understanding the principles of data structures and algorithms, we can write code that is not only functional but also scalable, maintainable, and easy to understand. We can also optimize our programs to ensure that they run as efficiently as possible, minimizing computational resources and improving performance. Moreover, data structures and algorithms play a crucial role in computer science, powering many of the applications and systems that we use every day. From search engines to social media platforms, from video games to financial modeling tools, these concepts underlie some of the most important developments in technology and innovation. Overall, learning about data structures and algorithms is a key component of becoming a successful programmer. It opens up new opportunities for solving problems and creates a deeper understanding of the underlying principles that power the world of computing.
Recurring, whenever you try to code something, these few concepts will always should always come to your mind because they are very important and they form the basics of coding. Okay, so let's continue. So the first topic that we're going to see is stacks. Okay, so first of all, let's just forget about computer science. We'll talk about a normal stack. Okay, so it's an English word, and what it actually means is, so stack is basically putting one thing on top of the other, right? So when we create a stack, it's simply let's create a stack of blocks. Okay, so these are our blocks, and if we put one on top of the other, this is called a stack, right? So let's say that these are books. Okay, this is book number 1, book number 2, book number 3, and book number 4. and this is the table that we are putting the books on. All right. So let's say we add a book number 5 to this particular stack. So where will it go? It will go on the top, right? So whenever we add a new element, it will go on the top. Is it clear to everyone that the latest element will go on the top of the stack because the structure that we are following, that whenever we add a new element to it, it will go on the top. Very good. So this forms the basic of a stack. Whenever there is a new element, it goes on the top. So now we want to take a book out. Let's say we want to take out book number 2, right? Let's say we want to take this book out. So how will we do it? Which will be the first book that you can pick? You can't straight away pick this one, right? Because the stack, all the books on top will fall down. So you can't just take away this one. So first element that will come out will be book number 5. So let's say we keep it on the side. Then we take out book number 1. And then now finally we can take out book number 2. If we have this stack, book number 5 is on the top, then we have book number 1, 2, 3, 4. If you want to take out book number 2, firstly we'll have to take out book number 5, then book number 1, and then book number 2. So our structure is such that we are keeping the books on top of one on top of the other, right? So if we have this particular structure and we want to take out book number 2, right? We're trying to take this book out, book number 2. So if we take out book number 2 straight away, book number 1 and book number 5 will fall down. So first book that we take out is book number 5, right? Then we take out book number 1, and now we can finally take out book number 2. Okay, so the new element that we have will go on the top, and if we want to take out any element, we have to start from the top. Okay, so this is the structure of a stack. We haven't done anything in computer science yet. This is a normal stack of books that we create at home. All right. So now one very interesting concept here is the last element that goes into the stack, or the last book that you have kept, will be on the top, and this will also be the first element that comes out of the stack. So the last element that goes in will be the first element that comes out. So if we write it like this, LIFO. So what does it mean? It means last in, first out. Last in, first out. So the last element that went in was the first element that came out. That a stack is a LIFO structure. It follows the LIFO approach. LIFO, last in, first out. So the thing that we have seen till now is a stack, and we have seen that the last element that goes in is the first element that comes out. So let us now see how we can code such a thing in computer science. Okay. So in computer science, we have, let's say, a memory. So these are some of the elements that are already in the stack. So there are basically 3 functionalities that we'll use. Let's say these are the elements, 5, 4, 3. Let's say we have some random elements here, 12, 13, and whatever. So if you want to look at the top number, whatever is at the top of the stack, we just want to know what is at the top. This is called peak functionality. Peak. What does it tell you? Top element. It doesn't remove the element, it just tells you the top element. So let's say this is our stack and we have a pointer at the top. We have a number, we have a pointer that has the address of the top of the pointer of the stack. This is all the information that we have. So through this pointer, we can see the number that is stored here. The next functionality that we can have is pop. So as the name suggests, it removes the top element. Okay, it removes the top element from the stack. So if we call pop, what it does is it will remove this particular element, and our pointer A will now point to 12, because now 12 will become the top of the stack. So the third functionality that we have is the push functionality. What it does is it adds an element to the top, adds a new element. Okay, so here if we push 15, what will happen is if we have this stack now, so if we push 15, 15 will come at the top of the stack, and our top of the stack pointer, that is A, will now move to 15. So we have these 3 functionalities in a stack. So this is what this is the theory for stack. So we have a lot of functionalities where we use stacks. So where do we use stacks? Let's see. So in your computer, you must be opening a lot of different things at the same time, right? Let's say you open the VLC media player or window media player, right? You also open, let's say, Google Chrome or maybe Edge or Internet Explorer, whatever you're using. You can also open, let's say, a game you are playing a game, a video game, and you also open a calculator. So what happens is you have a single, let's say you have a single processor inside your computer. So the computer now has to juggle all these different applications. So the computer or the a single processor only processes one of the application at a time. It doesn't process all the applications together, but it does so fast that you feel like all of them are working together. So basically, it gives, let's say, 1 millisecond to the first application, then to the second, then to the third, then to the fourth one, and you don't realize because it is so fast that you can't perceive it. Right? It cannot be perceived with the human eye. The pause that is there, you can't see it because the clock cycle of a computer is so fast that it is doing the switching so fast, thousands of times within 1 second. So you are just not able to see it, but computer is only processing one application at a time. So for this functionality, many computers employ a stack. So whenever you open something, it creates a new element in this stack. Let's say this is our stack. So the first thing computer processes is the VLC player, let's say. Okay, it processes this and then removes it from the stack and adds it to a second stack. Okay, this is stack 1, this is stack 2. This gets removed from this one and gets added to second one. Then the top of the stack moves to Chrome. It executes Chrome and moves it to the other stack. Then it executes your game and moves it to the other stack. Then it executes the calculator and moves it to the other stack. Okay. Then it does the same for the second stack. Now it executes the calculator, moves it to the first stack. Then it executes game, moves it to the first stack, and so on for Chrome and VLC as well. So this is how it cycles through all the different processes that are open. Okay, so this is one use case for stacks. So now we'll see how we can code it in Java. So any programming language has a number of APIs or inbuilt libraries inside it. Okay, to make our lives easier. So we'll use one such library to code this particular stack. Let us see how we can do that. Okay. So now we will try to code this. So I'm telling you we will use a library for this. Let us see how we can use that. Okay. So the first thing you need to do before you use a inbuilt library is import it into your own program. So you have to write a few lines so that you can import them. So stacks are inside the util package itself. Okay. So if you have imported java.util.star, that means you have imported everything that is inside the util package. If you want to import only the stack, you can write it like import java.util.stack. S capital. Okay. So you can use this line to import stacks into your program. And now you can use stacks. Let us see how we can do that. With this line, we have imported everything that is inside the util library. So we don't need to add the second line. So you straight away write stack. Be very careful and look at the syntax very carefully. Okay. So this is the type of stack that you want. What stack do you want? It can be an integer stack, string stack. You can create any stack that you want. Let's create a stack of all the animals. Okay. So new stack. So this is how we create our stack. So stack has been created. Right now it is empty. Okay, so now the first thing that we need to do is populate this particular stack. So we'll put elements into it. Let's try to put some elements. So this is the name of the stack. Then we use the keyword push. So we saw three functionalities: push, pop, and peek. So we'll try to use all of them one by one. So let us try to add dog into our stack. So we have added dog. Let us now try to add horse into it. Now we will add, let's say, cat. So we have three animals in our stack. Is it clear to everyone? We have a dog, we have a horse, and we have a cat. Let us now print it. Okay. So it's very simple to print out your stack. So let's say we just write stack plus the name of the stack, animals. So this is how you print your stack. Let us try to run it and see what happens. So here you can see at the bottom, we have a stack with 3 animals in it: the dog, the horse, and the cat. Okay. So now we can also search an element inside the stack. Let's try to search an element. Let's delete the peek function. Now we'll try to search a particular element. So int position equal to animals dot search. So for this, we'll use the search function. So which animal should we search for? Let's say we search for horse. Now we simply print it out. Okay, so we are printing the position. Let's just write a message so that it is more clear. Okay, so we are printing the position of the horse. So what would be the answer? Okay, let's try to run this. So position of horse is 2. This is not an array, it is a stack. Here indices start from 1 only, not from 0. Okay, so at index 1 we have cat. Or let's try to find out the index of cat. Let's run this. We have to type cat here as well so that it makes sense. Okay, so position of cat is 1. So cat is on the top, then we have the horse, and at the end we have the dog. Right? This is what we saw in the diagram as well. We put one animal on top of the other. Okay, so we have another function to check if the stack is empty or not. Okay, these are all the functions that you will frequently use while you are coding. Okay, so make sure you understand each of them. It is not very difficult. So sometimes we need to check if the stack is empty or not. So let's take a boolean. Let's name it result. So basically the empty function will return a boolean, either true or false. That will tell us if the stack is empty or not. So let's print it. Is the stack empty? So this is our question, if the stack is empty or not. Now we'll print the result. So here you can see that it is false. Why? Because we have these 3 elements inside our stack. So it is not empty. So this empty function will tell us that it is not empty. So it will return false. Okay, so this was for stack. Now we'll move on to a new concept called queues. So let us first see what a queue is. So let us try to understand what a queue is now. So queue is very similar to a stack. So let's see how a queue works. Okay, so it's a standard queue. Let's see what it means in English. So student 1, let's say, is the first one to stand inside our queue. Okay, to stand in the line. After this, we have student 2. So where will student 2 stand? The student will stand after student 1. So the students 2 will stand here. Then comes student 3. This student will stand after student 2. Then we have, let's say, student 4. Okay. So they are waiting for the bus to come. Let's say the bus has arrived. So who will be the first one to enter the bus? Student 1, 2, 3, or 4. If this is how they are standing in a line and the bus has arrived, who will be the first one to enter the bus? So S1 will get inside the bus. Then S2 will also get inside the bus. Then S3 and S4 and so on. Right? So in this, what is happening? The first student who was standing in the line was the first one to come out of the line and get inside the bus. So this is first in, first out. The first person to come will be the first person to go out. In stack, it was opposite. First person to come in will be the last person to go out. So last person to come in will be the first person to go out in stacks. So that was a LIFO approach. Like we just saw, I'll just show you again. So with stacks, we have the LIFO, but with queues, we have the FIFO. So FIFO means first in and first out as well. So let's take another example. So let's say there's an ice cream stall or a ticket stall, right? Tickets, and it is closed right now. It's not functional. Okay. So there's a huge line outside. Person 1 is the first one to come. Then person 2 comes, person 3 comes, and there's a very long line after that. Okay. Now suddenly the person responsible for the ticket counter comes back and the ticket counter is now open. So who will be the first person to be able to buy the ticket? P1, P2, P3, or like so on. P1 will be the first person to be able to buy this ticket because he's standing in the front of the queue. So if you remember, he was also the first person to come into the line. So first person to come in is also the first person to go out. Now we'll see how to code the queue. So first of all, we'll cover the one functionality that is left in a stack. That was pop. All right. So animals dot pop. Then again, let's call it three times. Okay. Let's call it thrice. So you can see it has now become true. Why? We entered three animals into the stack and we have removed all of them one by one. So now it is now empty, right? Let's play around with these concepts a little bit so that we can get a better understanding of these. So let's pop an element. Let's push another element in. Animals dot push. So we'll go ahead with the tiger. We'll put tiger in. One more animal. Okay, fox. Cool. So we have put the fox and the tiger inside our stack. Here let us try to output system dot out dot print. Let's print animals dot peak. Okay, so now you will have to guess the output of these functions, like of this particular code. Okay, so we are printing only thrice. So there will be three outputs that I can tell you for sure. All right, so let's try to run this and see if we have completely understood or not. So it's fox, tiger, and horse. Okay, I forgot to put a ln here. Let's try to print it again. So it's a fox, tiger, and horse. Let us try to understand how this happened. Okay, so that is important. Only the answers are not important. So initially we had the dog inside our stack. Then we put the horse on top of the dog. Then we put the cat on top of the horse. Okay. Then we removed one element. So the top element was cat. So cat got removed. Then we put tiger and fox. So now our stack would look something like, at the top we'll have fox. Then we'll have the tiger. Then we'll have the horse. And at the end we'll have the dog. So we'll just add a space here so that it's more clear. Okay, let's print this. So 86420 and 43210. The stack is 86420 and the queue is 43210. So we'll be very careful while we solve such questions, okay? Because there are a lot of steps involved, and if anything goes wrong, like at any particular step, you can't get to the right answer anyway, right? So right now we have covered two concepts, stacks and queues. Now we'll move on to the third concept for the day. This will be the final concept, okay? So first of all, let's try to understand what a linked list is. So linked list is very similar to what its name suggests. I'll just share my screen and try to explain to you what a linked list is. So we'll start right from the very basics, okay? So a linked list is a list that is linked together, okay? So basically, we have these small blocks. These blocks basically contain two things. Firstly, the value that we have to store, that we want to store, let's say it contains a 5. The second part contains address of the next block. Basically, this block contains address of this block. In the next block as well, we have something similar, the value and the address to the next block. Again, we have something similar, and the last link has a null pointer at the very end. Null simply means pointing to nothing. So what was happening in an array? We were allocating the memory that we need all at once, right? Statically, all at once. This means statically. So let's say at the beginning of the code, we don't know how big of an array do we want. We can't make it very small, because what if we make an array of size 10, but we want an array of size 15? So we take a large array. Let's say we take an array of size 100, but the values that we want to store are only, let's say, 20. So how much space is wasted? 80 blocks are unfilled. This is for an array that we have to declare the size of the array right at the beginning. So in case we don't know what the size should be, we have to declare a very large array, and that can result in space wastage. So if we declare an array of size, let's take a very small example, of size, let's say 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we store only two values, 1 and 2. So these spaces that are left, they get wasted, right? So this is our array. Now we'll move on to linked list. So the first thing that you should understand about any new data structure is, why do we want that? So this is exactly the reason. This wastage is the reason why we want the linked list. In linked list, we allocate memory one by one. Here we were going for all at once approach for the array. For the linked list, we are going for one by one approach, or the dynamic memory allocation. So we start with a single element. Okay, we start with a single element and we store our value there. Whenever we need more space, like we have to store another number, we'll create one more element and we'll link these two together and put the second number there. Let's say we need we need more space, we need to store one more element. That's cool, we can do that as well. Okay, and we'll make this point to this one. The last one will point to again null. Okay, null just means nothing, pointing to nothing. So in this, we don't have to allocate all the memory right in the beginning. We are allocating it one by one. So we are not wasting any memory. We needed space for 3 values and we created space for 3 values only. So this is called dynamic memory allocation. We are allocating the memory when we require the memory. We're not allocating all of it at once. So there will be no wastage in linked list. Arrays may cause wastage. Linked list, no wastage. So this much is clear to us, that array can cause wastage, but in linked list we are causing no wastage. We are allocating the memory when we need the memory. In arrays, we are allocating the memory right in the beginning. In linked list, we have to traverse it linearly. One more concept, one very important concept, linear traversal. We have linear traversal in the linked list. Now we'll try to understand this part while we have random access in arrays. Now we'll try to very carefully understand what I've said, because only these 2 points are important. Wastage, no wastage, we have understood. Now linear access and random access. First we'll go for the array. So this is how arrays are stored, right? In the memory. Here we have a number. Let's say its address is 0. Here we have another number, its address is 1. Here we have another number, its address is 2. 20 is at 3. Now let us say we want to access this particular element. We want to access 15. How can we do it? We have stored the starting address of the array. So 0 is the starting address. We want to access something at index 2. We'll add that to 0. At address 2, we will find our element. We don't really have to access 5, then go to 10, then go to 15. We can straight away do this calculation and go to 2. This much is clear to all of you? Random access, is it clear? Right? If we want to go to the 1000th element, for 2 element it may seem very useless. If you want to go to the 1000th element, we don't have to traverse 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, moving forward, and then go to thousands. We can simply do 0 plus 1 0 0 0 get to 1 0 0 0. 1000th element. Okay, at this address we can straight away go and access the element, whatever value is there. Okay, now it should be very clear what is random access. It is saving our time. If we want to access the 1000th element, we are not traversing like one by one, 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. We're not going like that. We are straight away moving to the 1000th element. Now we'll go for linked list. Okay, so as we saw in the linked list, now I'll create a linked list. So this has random access. Arrays have random access. Now we'll go for the linked list. Let me draw one linked list. Okay, so the first element is at address 0. Second element is at address 10. Third element is at address 21. First element will give you the address of the second element. Okay, so we can come here. Second element will give you the address of the third element. So we can come here. Now if we want to access the third element, okay, so can we do this? 0 plus 2, this is the 0th element, first element and second element. Okay, we want to access the second element. Can we do this? Is this the address of the second element? Yes or no? No. Okay, so we can't simply calculate the address of the element now. We have to go one by one. First we get here, we get address 10. So we jump to address 10. Then we get this 21 address, then we jump to address 21. And this is how we get to our second element. Imagine there are 1000 elements. Now we have to go linearly. Firstly to address 0, then to the next address, then to the next address, and we have to do this 1000 times. Is it time taking? Yes. So even for the CPU or the computer, it is more time taking. So I'll just quickly summarize what we have done about arrays and linked list. Okay, very important. Try to understand this. Arrays may waste space, but there is an advantage also. Otherwise, we would never use arrays, right? If there is something that has all the disadvantages only, we will not use that concept. But arrays is being used, so there should be an advantage also. Advantage is random access. Okay, so this is a disadvantage, this is an advantage. Now linked list. One, no space wastage. Why is there a space wastage? Static memory allocation. Right in the beginning we have to say how much space we need. Why no space wastage? Dynamic memory allocation. Right. Second point is now there is an advantage, but there is also a disadvantage. Disadvantage is linear access. ROM and RAM are hardware concepts, right? In those we do use linear access and random access. We are only talking about the software concepts for now. Okay, they are being implemented in hardware as well, but right now we're talking about the software aspect of it. Okay, so linear access. So no space wastage is advantage. Linear access is disadvantage. So now we know why we have to create a linked list, right? Or why we have to create an array. So this is the most important thing, because even linked list, we are just going to import one library and our linked list will be created. No issues in that. Now, one question I have, okay, we'll see some very interesting questions here on the board itself. Okay, so we won't involve code for now. Firstly, we'll do the theory. Okay, just theoretically, if this is our linked list, this is how it looks. I've already explained what this structure is. This is null. How do we find the midpoint of a linked list? Now it is very easy to find the midpoint of an array. I'll just explain to you. While declaring an array, we give the size as well, right? So for this array, we give size 4. So there won't be a midpoint because size is 4. Let's say size is 5. Let's say this is the array. While creating the array, we give the size 5. So we automatically know that the midpoint would be 5 upon 2. This is equal to 2, right? Floor function. You all know what a floor function is. What is floor? So 5 upon 2 basically is equal to 2.5. So the greatest integer before 2.5. Greatest integer less than or equal to 2.5. That is 2. So this is the floor function. Greatest integer before or equal to the particular number inside the floor function. So this is the midpoint. How do we calculate the address of the midpoint? Starting address plus 2, 2, we have found the midpoint. Now size of the linked list is not given in the beginning. We can create new elements whenever we want. How do we find the midpoint of this linked list? Let's create a integer variable count. Start it to 0, right? We get here count equals 1. Move to the next element, count equals 2. Move to the next element, count equals 3. Move to the next element, count equals 4. Move to the next element, count equals 5. Next element is null, so we don't count it. Now we know that there are 5 elements. So we have counted how many elements are there. Now we can use the floor function. 5 upon 2 floor, that is 2. Now again start from here and move 2 spaces forward. Because this is 2, we move 2 spaces forward. We move forward once, we start from here, we move forward once, we get here, we move forward again, we get here. This is the mid element. Now, what if I tell you that there is a very interesting way of doing it? So we have a race track. This is our race track. This is the ending line. This is the starting line. So this is basically the start and this is basically the end. Now there are two people standing here, person 1 and person 2. One thing very important, if we are here, we can't go back. There is no pointer to the previous element. We only have a pointer to the next element. We can't go back in a linked list. So coming back to what I was saying, this is the start point, this is the end point. There is person 1, there is person 2. Person 1 is running at, let's say, 20 kilometers per hour. Now I know this is not a realistic speed, but let's say this person is running at 20 kilometers per hour and person 2 may be running at 10 kilometers per hour. So one very interesting question I'm going to ask you, when person 1 reaches the end, where will person 2 reach? Half of the track. Person 2 will be exactly at midpoint. Okay, so we'll use something like we'll use this exact concept. Okay, so what we'll do is I'll again make a small linked list and I'll explain what we have just done, right? So this will be like, I find it very interesting. We have used a completely real world problem solving technique and put it into code. This is our linked list. We'll put two iterators. Two iterators. One iterator will move two steps forward and one iterator will move one step forward. This is called fast and this person is called slow. Fast will move two steps forward, 1 and 2. Slow will move one step forward. Fast will again move two steps forward. Slow will move one step forward. Now fast cannot go any further because this is null. So wherever slow is, that is our answer. Okay, fast, I just mean that fast pointer is going two steps forward and slow pointer is going one step forward. So we're just calling this guy fast. Okay, so if fast moves one space and then gets the address from here and moves another space. Slow gets the address from here and moves one space only. So addresses will have to be contiguously followed. You can't take a two jump. I mean, fast can't directly reach here. It will move one space forward, get the new address, then move the second space. So this is how you find the midpoint in a linked list. Now, another very interesting concept I would like to introduce in the linked list. And because we have made some error, this has resulted in a loop. I'll just show you how. This guy is pointing here, 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 and this guy is pointing here. Let's take imaginary values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's take addresses 0, 10, 20, 16, 18. This guy is pointing to 10, this is pointing to 20, this guy is pointing to 16, this guy is pointing to 18, and this guy again is pointing to 20. Now we have the pointer here. Now we have to find out, okay, listen very carefully what we have to find out. We have to find out whether or not there is a loop in the linked list. If we try to iterate to the end, what will happen? Our pointer will go here, 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 move back to this place, move forward, move back to this place, move forward, and we will never find the null pointer. So now we have to find out if there is a loop or not. How do we find it? We do not know the size of the linked list. So we can't say that we go 10 spaces forward. If we do not find a null, then there is a loop. The linked list might be of 15 size, right? There may be 15 elements. So now tell me, how do we find a loop in this particular linked list? We'll use a similar concept from the real world and try to solve this. So let's say we have a park, okay, that has a loop. We have a circular path. Yeah, this is how the racing tracks are, right? They're circular normally. So we have this circular path. This is the starting point. and then we have a straight path. Okay, and this is the starting point. So there are two people standing at the beginning, person 1, person 2, person 1, person 2. Now person 2 is moving at 20 kilometers per hour. Again, person 1 is moving at 10 kilometers per hour. Same is going on here. Person 2 is moving at 20 and person 1 is moving at 10 kilometers per hour. So if it is a straight line, will they ever meet each other? If let's say it is a very long straight line, will they ever meet each other? No, right? If it is a circular park, will they meet each other? Yes. Okay. So we'll use this concept now. We'll use this very small, simple concept. We'll take two pointers. We'll name this fast. Sorry. We'll name this fast. We'll name this slow. Fast will move 2 steps. Slow will move 1 step. So fast goes here and here, slow goes here, fast goes here and here, slow goes here, fast will go here, and slow will come here. They will both meet here. This is the point where slow and fast will meet. If they ever meet, we have a cycle. If they do not meet and fast reaches null pointer, then there is no cycle. If fast reaches null pointer, no cycle. If fast reaches slow pointer, there is a cycle. If I write this statement, like for fast pointer, we have two options. Null, it reaches null or the end, no cycle. Second, it reaches the slow pointer, then there is a cycle. So we have understood how to find a cycle in a linked list, okay, with the help of racing tracks. Now one final question. We'll do intersection of two linked lists. Okay, then we'll see a little bit of code and that's it. So we have two linked lists. So one pointer is starting here, the other pointer is here. Let's take some values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. This is at address 0, 10, 16, 21, 22, 30. So this is pointing to 10, this is pointing to 16, this is pointing to 21, this is pointing to null, this is pointing to 30, and this guy is pointing to 16. We have to find, okay, this guy is pointing to 16 and this guy is also pointing to 16. We have to find out if there is an intersection in the two linked lists. Here there is an intersection. Let's add one more element here. This guy has value 7 pointing to 0. Its address is 35. Now tell me how to find this intersection. We have to traverse till the last element and check what the last element is. If last element is same, there is an intersection. If last element is different, there is no intersection. Like we have to give the value 3, that they intersect at value 3 or address 16. We have to give this answer. How do we do this? So we'll take a pointer and we'll traverse the above linked list and we'll count how many elements are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we'll traverse this linked list and we'll count how many elements are there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. What is the difference? 1. They are different in size by 1. So 5 minus 4 equal to 1. So move forward one space in the longer linked list. This one is the longer linked list. We move one space forward. Okay. And now there are two pointers. One is moved one space forward because it was one size larger than the second array. Now they will move one by one. This will move one forward. This will move one forward. They do not intersect. This will move one forward. This will move one forward. When they intersect, this is the intersection point. If they reach null without intersection, there is no intersection point. Okay, so the point of divergence is impossible in a linked list because any particular element will only have one address in it. In this particular element is pointing to two elements. This and this. This is not possible. Each element will have one value and one address. So there cannot be a conversion. All right. So now we'll see a little bit of code and we are done. So now we'll create a linked list. So it is very similar to when we were creating the stacks and the queues. Linked list. Let's create a linked list of strings. Okay, let's name it LL. To add into linked list, we just put add. Simple. Let's put A, or let's put names here. Okay, we are making a linked list of students' names. Let's add Murshidul, then let's add Surya Pratap, then we'll add Saurabh, then we'll add Akshay, then let's add Mona Lisa. So this is a linked list of all the students in the class. So now to print this linked list, we just simply use print statement. Simple, print. So you can see we have a linked list of all the students in the class. Now we'll try to delete a few elements. So there is nothing much in the linked list. We can add elements, you can delete elements. So whenever we are adding elements, you can see that we are adding at the back. So Murshidul is the first person in the linked list. Surya Pratap is the second person in the linked list, and so on. So new elements are added at the back. So let us try to add something right in the front. So I'll add myself at the front. For this, we have the command add first. Add first. So now I am added at the beginning. So now let us try to remove a few elements. Remove. So you can remove by value or remove by index. So I'll just remove myself. Okay, because I'm not a student, I'll have to remove myself. Let's remove a random student. Let's just remove whoever is at index 3. Okay, let's run this. Okay, so you look at this linked list here. This is our answer. So firstly, we removed me, that is Pranjal, from the list. So you see it starts with Murshidul. Then we remove the element at index 3. So who was at index 3? So after removing me, we have Murshidul, Surya Pratap, Saurabh, and at index 3, it was Akshay. After removing Pranjal, Murshidul was at index 0, Surya Pratap 1, Saurabh 2, and Akshay was at 3. So Akshay got removed, and this is the remaining linked list. Now we can also remove the first or the last element if we like. So we simply have to type these few simple commands and we'll be done. Remove first will remove the first element. Remove last will remove the last element. Okay, so again we just print the linked list and see the result. So the first two results we have already studied. So from this linked list, the second linked list, we have removed the first and the last student, that is Murshidul and Mona Lisa, and we are left with Surya Pratap and Saurabh.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following modules is commonly used for handling file operations in Node.js? And your options are HTTP, FS, path, or URL. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers executive postgraduate certification in software development in collaboration with iHub Divya Samparka IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you'll learn a multitude of tools used in the industry such as Git, React, Express, Node.js, MongoDB, and more from the esteemed IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software development.
So what is searching? So in searching, we basically try to find some number. So we'll start right from the basic, okay? Let's say we have an array and the array is not sorted. It has random numbers in it, okay? And we have to search for an element, let's say 5. So we just take a pointer to the first number in the array. We check if it is equal to 5 or not, okay? So it's not equal to 5. We move forward. Then we check if 2 is equal to 5 or not. It is not equal to 5. We move forward. So we have found 5. These are the indices of the array. We have to return 2 because 5 is on index 2. So this is our answer. So now let's see a larger array and just look at the concept once again. Let's say we have 23, 46, 2, minus 8, 10. Okay. And let's say I want to find if 12 is there or not. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll put a pointer to the first element. This is not equal to 12. I'll move the pointer forward. It is not equal to 12. I'll keep moving forward until I find 12 or I reach the end of the array. 2 is not equal to 12. 8 is not equal to 12. 10 is not equal to 12 and we have reached the end of the array. If we haven't found the answer, we just return -1. -1 signifies that we haven't found the number that was being searched for. Okay, there's 0, 1, 2 index, 3 index, and 4 index. So we return a -1 here. This is the most basic type of searching. If the array is not sorted, it will work. Okay, so there are two things that after discussing the next algorithm, we'll discuss two things, two parameters. The next type of searching is called the binary search. Let us have a look at that. And then we'll compare these two algorithms in terms of time complexity and in terms of in how many cases we can run this particular algorithm. The next thing is binary search. So let's see what a binary search is. So when we have to find a particular, let's say, word in the dictionary. Now I know most of you wouldn't have used a dictionary recently because we simply Google the meaning of the words if we want to. But if imagine you're using a dictionary, how do you find a particular word? Let's say the dictionary doesn't have an index. How do we find a particular word then? So dictionary is arranged in an ascending order, right? So if we have, let's say, 3 words in the dictionary: cat, like dog, cat, and let's say rat. Okay, these are the 3 words that we have in our dictionary. Okay, so in what order would they be placed? They will be placed alphabetically. So firstly, we'll compare the first letters. So C is the smallest letter, so cat goes first. D is the second smallest letter, R is the largest. So this is how the dictionary would be arranged. So if the dictionary is of 1,000 pages, so what we can do is we can open a random page in between, let's say page number 500. We have to find, let's say, dog. So on page 500, let's say we have words starting with P. So we have to go backward or we have to go forward. On page 500, we have words which start with P letter. We have to go forward or backward. So you will see that our dog would be in the range 0 to 500 now. So earlier we had the range 0 to 1000. Then we checked page number 500 and found letter P as the starting letter. So our range suddenly became 0 to 500. We have eliminated 500 pages through one search. 500 pages have been eliminated. That is 501 to 1000. Is this clear? That we have eliminated 500 pages and now our search space has been reduced to half of what it was. So next, let's say we go to page number 250 and find that we have words starting with F. So is dog in 0 to 250 or 250 to 500? So because we have we have words starting with letter F, we go backwards. So again, we have reduced our search area to half, right? We have eliminated 250 pages this time. Now we go to page 125. Okay, so here, let's say we have words starting with letter C, right? We have words starting with letter C. So where do we search now? What is our remaining search space? So we have these page numbers with us because 0 to 125 will contain letters A, B, and C, right? So we don't want that. So again, our search space is broken down into half. If we continue like this, if we keep on going like this, do you think we'll find dog? Keep eliminating half the range every time. And we know for sure that dog would exist in the dictionary. We'll be able to find it, right? So this type of search is called binary search. Okay, so let's take an example that we were taking earlier and try to see if binary search can be applied there or not. So let's take this as example 1, 2, 5, 3 and -2. We'll take the example 1, 2, 5, 3 and -2. So 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Okay. So we need to find 3, let's say. So what is the first index that we'll look at? So basically, we'll put a pointer here and we'll put a pointer here. So we'll just see why it can't be applied. Okay. So we'll put a pointer at the beginning of the range and the end of the range. Okay. Of the range that we are considering. So then we'll add index beginning and index end. So that is basically 0 plus 4 divided by 2. This gives us 2. So we'll search here. This is equal to 5, right? So this is our midpoint. This is the beginning, this is the end, and this is the midpoint. At the midpoint, we have 5, but the array is not sorted. We don't know where 3 will lie. 3 can lie here and 3 can lie here as well. So we can't divide the range into 2 if it is an unsorted array. In the dictionary, words were sorted. So what we found on a particular page was sufficient to tell us whether to search in the next half or the previous half. So we'll see an example where this will work. We'll take a sorted array. Okay. So let's try to find -5. We will try to find -5 here. Let's see if we are able to do that with this particular approach or not. We'll put the beginning pointer here, end pointer at 40. Then we'll find the midpoint. Midpoint is beginning plus end upon 2, right? So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this is the midpoint. So midpoint has 0. So we compare the number that is to be searched for, let's call it k, and the number at midpoint. Let's name the array ARR. If the number at midpoint is less than k, if it is less than k, we make end equal to mid minus 1, right? So now if the number to be searched is less than 0, we will now search only in this particular range. So we'll search in this particular range now, right? So let's move forward. So now we'll again find a new mid. Okay, so mid will change because beginning and ending have changed. We'll use this formula once again, and our mid will become 0 plus 1 by 2, right? So 0 plus 1 by 2 is equal to 0 itself, right? We're dealing with integers, so this will be equal to 0 itself. We'll find a new mid and we'll put the mid pointer there. Now again, we'll try to search for -5. Now if array of m is greater than k, sorry, last time our array was greater, right? So we had a 0 there, and 0 is greater than -5. So this was the case. So we make the end equal to m minus 1. Now if our array index m, so the element as index m is less than k. If it is less than k, then what do we do? We make the beginning equal to mid plus 1. So if our element on this particular index m is smaller than the number that we are searching for, we take the beginning and transfer it to m plus 1. We make it equal to m plus 1. Then we calculate the new mid. So now we'll again use this particular formula, and our new mid will be 1 plus 1 by 2. This will be 2 by 2 or 1. Now the third and final condition that we have to create, array of m equal to k. Just return index m, right? So we have successfully found out our number that was to be searched. If the array m is greater than k, we make the end lesser. If the array of m is less than k, we make the beginning greater. And if we finally find the element at index k, we return the value m, the index m. We'll take another example. So we'll take an example 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay, so we have these numbers with us. And let's say we have to find this number 10. We are searching for 10. The algorithm that we are using is, this is the beginning, this is the end. Basically, beginning is equal to 0, end is equal to length of the array minus 1, right? So there are just 3 rules that we have to follow. Rule number 1, if array of m is less than k, right? So what do we do? If the value at midpoint is less than k, so the number would be in the next half, second half. So in this case, we'll make beginning equal to m plus 1. So we'll just apply these rules in this example and see. Okay, don't worry. You don't have to memorize anything. It will become very obvious. If array of m is greater than k, if the element at index m is greater than the number to be searched for, then we make end equal to m minus 1. Okay, mid minus 1. Third case, if array of m is equal to k, we return the midpoint. So let's apply these rules. Okay, so firstly, we'll calculate a midpoint. We have beginning, mid, and end. Beginning is equal to 0. Let's write the indices. Beginning equal to 0, end equal to 4. What would be the value of m here? So the value of m would be 2. So we'll search here. So is 15 less than k, or 15 is greater than k, or 15 is equal to k? Less than, greater than, or equal to. All right, so this is case number 2. Why? Because 15 is greater than 10. So we make end equal to m minus 1. So we take this m, we take this e, and make it equal to m minus 1. So end now becomes 1. Beginning is 0. What is the new mid? What would be the value of mid now? So mid becomes 0. So we take the mid and put it at 0. Now which case is it? 1, 2, or 3? 5 is less than 10, greater than 10, or equal to 10. Third case is 5 equal to 10. Yes, it is the first case because 5 is less than 10. So 5 is less than 10. So it is the first case. So what do we do in the first case? We make beginning equal to m plus 1. So we delete this beginning part and make it equal to m plus 1, right? So beginning becomes 0, end becomes 0. What is the value of mid now? What would be the value of mid? So 1 plus 1 upon 2 is equal to 1. So it is 1. Now mid also becomes 1. So now which case is it? 1, 2 or 3. So it is the third case and we return the value of m. So we return 1. So is 10 at index 1? We were correct, right? We were correct. So we have found out the index where 10 was. So there are two things that we have to compare, okay? So the first thing we did was called as linear search, okay? We were linearly going from the left end to the right end, one by one, and checking if the number is equal to the number that has to be searched for. As simple as that, the most basic type of search. Second thing we did was binary search. The first point that we have to look at is, can be applied on any array. Here, binary search can only be applied to sorted arrays. Okay. Second, time complexity is O of n. We are traversing the whole array. So time complexity becomes O of n, right? Second, what is the time complexity of the binary search? So this is called a log n time complexity. Why is it a log n time complexity? Log base 2. Basically, we are every time discarding half the numbers. So in how much time we can discard all the numbers? In the first case, we are discarding half. Again, half of what is left, right? So if we say, let's say we have 8 numbers. In the first go, we discard 4 numbers. In the second go, we discard 2 numbers. In the last, we discard 1 number, right? So it is like a power of 2. So if it is 2 to the power 3, we're discarding all the numbers in 3 goes. If it is 2 to the power 10, we're discarding all the numbers in 10 go, right? So if it is 1024, next time we'll have 512 numbers, then we have 256 numbers, then 128 numbers, 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, 2, and 1. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. In 10 times, we can discard all the elements in the array. So this is called the binary search. So we have understood the concept of linear search. We have understood the concept of binary search. Now we will try to code it once, okay? So that we are very certain that we have completely understood it. So I'll just share the other screen now. So the first thing that we'll code is the linear search, okay? Simple. So let's take an array. Okay, we are taking an array. Let's put some random numbers into it. Okay, let's also put some negative numbers into it. All right. Okay, let's search for 7. So we'll just loop through the array once. Okay, so while looping through the array, we check if ARR of I is equal to the number that we want to search. If it is equal, we'll simply print out that index and we'll return. So return basically closes the code. So when we have found the index, we'll just print that and return. Okay. If we come out of this for loop, we just print cannot, or we just print -1. Let's say -1 is code for not being able to find a particular number. So when we haven't found any number, it will print -1. If we have actually found the particular number, we will print that index and close the code. So let us run this. So 7 is at index 5. So index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so the question is just find one of the indices where that particular number is. Okay, we are considering arrays with all different numbers right now. So that won't be a problem. So now let us take a number that is not in the array, 0. Okay, let's rerun this code. So we can see it has printed -1 because the 0 is not in the array that we have considered. So this is the code for linear search. So the next thing that we'll do is called the binary search. Yeah, we'll see the code for binary search now. Let's try to create a code for that. So we'll delete this code. Now we'll make code for binary search. Okay, so first of all, we'll take an array. Now the array has to be sorted. Otherwise, we can't take it. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Okay, let's take a few negative numbers as well. 6, 4, -2. From this array, which number should we search for? Let's search for 4. So now what we'll do is we'll take 3 integers like we took in the algorithm. One will be called the beginning. It will start from 0. E will start from length -1 and mid. Okay. This is what we were doing in the while we were running it on the whiteboard as well, right? We were taking these three integers. Now, for how long do we actually run this particular loop? We use a while loop here. Now we run it till beginning is less than end. Okay. While beginning is less than end, we have a range. If beginning is greater than end, we don't have a range, right? If we are talking about a range, beginning needs to be less than end. Only then we'll have a range to consider. If beginning is greater than end, then we don't have a range to consider. Now we'll calculate the midpoint like we were doing. We'll use the same formula here. Begin plus end upon. Okay, so we have calculated the value of m. Now what do we do with this m? We create the three test cases that we like, three possibilities we considered, right? So the first possibility was array. Sorry, what is the name of our array? ARR, small. Okay. Array of midpoint is less than k. Array of midpoint is greater than k. Right. So when it is less than k, what do we do? When array m is less than array of m is less than k, what do we do? If our starting number is -6, ending is 14, midpoint is on 4, and we have to search for -2. Sorry, we have to search for 10. What do? We make the beginning equal to m plus 1. The previous half is discarded. If the current element that we are looking at is greater than the number that we have to search, so the next part, the latter part is discarded. So E becomes m minus 1. So now we'll make the E equal to m minus 1. Now, if it is not less than k, if it is not greater than k, else will mean that it is equal to k. So we'll return the value of m. Okay, so basically this is a void function. So we'll print the value of m and return. If we come out of this loop, that means that we were not able to find that particular number, and we'll print a -1. All right. If b is equal to e, what happens is midpoint is also equal to like b or e. Then if it is not equal, then either b becomes e plus 1 or e becomes b minus 1 and the code closes. So like we saw in the example as well, if b actually becomes equal to e, then midpoint is also equal to them. Then if the number is there, then that point is returned. So let's just run this. So 4 is at index 5. This is index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, let's search some other number. Let's search for 10. We have 10 here. We have 10 at index 8. Let's search for a number that is not there. Let's search for -100. So we have got -1. That means -100 is not in the array. Okay, so this is the binary search, right? Let us now see a few use cases where we use binary search. Okay, so let's say we have a sorted array with repeating numbers. Okay, so let's say our array looks something like this: 2, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So how do we find the first occurrence of a particular number? Let's say we have to find the first occurrence of a particular number. If we are giving 4, we want to find this index: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we want to return 2 specifically. We don't want to return 3 or 4. We have to return 2. How do we do that? It is very similar to binary search. I mean, just 1 or 2 changes here and there, and we'll get there. How do we do this? So we can use a binary search to find any of the 4s. Then we can do a linear search backwards to find the first occurrence of 0 plus 8 by 2. We'll get this 4. And after we have received, like we have got this 4, we'll do a linear search backwards. So 3, we come to 2, we get a 4, and then we come to 1. This is not a 4. So we know that this was the last 4. So we return 2. So the problem is the time complexity for this approach is also O of n. Why? Let's say we have an array with all 2s, right? So in this case, let's say this is the midpoint. After that, we'll have to go for n by 2 elements backwards, right? So the time complexity is O of n. So it would be better if we do a simple linear search instead, right? It would be simpler to code. Search here, is it a 4? No. Go here, is it a 4? No. This is a 4. So obviously this is the first 4. So return index 2, right? A normal linear search and this binary plus linear search has the same time complexity, have the same worst case time complexity. So we'll do something very similar to that. So let's take an example: 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6. Okay. Let's search for 3. So let's write the indices 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So let's give the values of beginning, mid, and end. Beginning is 0, end is 10. What is the value of mid? 5. Very good. Okay. So this is our mid. Now mid is basically array of mid is basically greater than k. What do we do in this case? We make e equal to m minus 1. So e now becomes 4. Beginning stays at 0. Mid becomes, what is the value of mid now? Updated value 2. This is mid. Okay. So now array of mid is basically equal to 2, and that is less than k. In this case, we make b equal to m plus 1. So b equal to m plus 1, what is the new value of b? 3. So b becomes 3, e becomes 4. What is the value of mid now? 3 plus 4 by 2 is also equal to 3. Okay. So mid becomes 3. Now we see that it is equal to our value k. But now we don't return m straight away. What we do is we check if array of m minus 1 is also equal to k, we make e equal to m minus 1. Else, we return m. So basically, in this case, we couldn't actually apply this thing. So let's take a very small but other example, right? Where we can actually apply this algorithm. Like 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Beginning, end, and we are searching for 2 here, okay? So 0 plus 5 by 2 is actually 2. So this array of k, array of m is equal to k. So we check if array of m minus 1 is equal to k or not. So this is also equal to 2, right? So we make end equal to m minus 1. So end comes here. Okay, end comes here. That end is now equal to 1. Now we again calculate m. Now m is equal to 0, right? 0 plus 1 by 2. Now m is again equal to k, because m minus 1 does not exist anymore because m is equal to 0. So you can't do a m minus 1. So now we return 0. When m was equal to k, array of m was equal to k, we did not return it simply. We again check the previous index. All right. So let's try to code this algorithm now. Okay, so we have to find the first index in an array with repeating numbers. Let us take the array first. So let's take an array 2, 2, 2, 4, 4, 4, 6, 6, 6, 6, 8, 8. We'll go for 6. Now we'll take the 3 integers. Beginning, end, beginning equal to 0, end equal to array dot length minus 1, and mid. How long do we run this loop? While beginning is less than ending. Now we calculate our mid, b plus e by 2. Okay, this is how we work. Sorry, this is comma. This is how we were calculating our mid, right? So this is same as binary search. Now again, we'll create the 3 cases, right? Because that much is also same. We'll just change a few things in the else. Nothing very difficult. Okay. Now array of m is less than k. What do we do in this case? So b is equal to m plus 1. Okay. Now if array of m is greater than k, what do we do in this case? E equal to m minus 1. Now in else, we have already seen the pseudocode. Now if m is equal to 0, if m is the starting, if m minus 1 doesn't exist, we simply print m and return. Otherwise, if array of m minus 1 is also equal to k, what do we do in this case? E equal to m minus 1. Or else, if it is not, m minus 1 is not equal to k, then we simply print m and return. If we have come out of this particular while loop, where does it end? It ends here. We print minus 1. Now let us try to run this particular code. So the answer is 6. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the first 6 is by chance at index 6. Let's try to search for 4. Okay. So 4 is at index 3. 0 index, 1 index, 2 index, and 3 index. Let's try to search for 7 because 7 is not there. Minus 1, so 7 is not there. Okay, so these are the only 2 types of searching that we have. Okay, there's a linear search, there's a binary search. Linear search can be applied to any array, whether sorted or unsorted, but it takes a little more time, that is O of n. Binary search has a limitation that it can only be applied to sorted arrays, but it is giving you a better time complexity of O of log base to n. All right, and we also saw why we are doing this log base to n, because every time we are removing half the numbers. So now the next thing that we have to learn is, so basically searching is done, searching is over. Next thing that we have to learn is called sorting. Let us first see the concept of sorting. Okay, so the next thing that we want to look at is sorting. Let's take an array. Let's put numbers into it randomly. So how will you sort it? Forget about computer science for now. How will you sort it? So the most basic approach that comes to our mind if we are actually sorting these things is we create another space, like an empty space. Okay, we take the smallest number. We check which is the smallest number. We remove that number from here, add it here. We again check what is the smallest number. We take it out of here, put it here. Again, we do the same thing. We keep doing it repeatedly. 6, 8, and 10. This is how we'll do it if we don't have a computer. Take the smallest number, put it here. Second smallest number, put it here, and so on. So the problem is, how much time did it take? So basically, there are n numbers. And to find the smallest number, we have to traverse the whole array. So to find the minimum number, we take O of n time, right? And we have to do this n time because once we traverse the array, we are only able to place one number in the correct position. So n into n will become O of n square. So this is very high time complexity. Another problem, space. We have created another array. So space complexity is also O of n. The size of the array is n. So space complexity is also O of n. So time and space complexities are high in this. Let us study one algorithm. Have you heard about buoyancy? So basically, okay, so I'll explain that with an example. We have a bucket of water. Okay, it is completely filled with water. All right, let's make the water in blue color. We have very pure water. It's completely blue. Okay, let's say there are two bubbles. We make two bubbles. One is a big bubble, other is a small bubble. Which bubble will reach the top first? This is big bubble, this is small bubble. Which will reach the top first, B or S? S will reach the top first, okay? So buoyancy basically means that the upward force generated is directly proportional to the volume of water displaced. Upward thrust is directly proportional to water displaced. So which bubble is displacing more water? B, right? B is displacing more water. So there would be more upward thrust for this bubble. So this will reach the surface before S. B will reach the surface before S. Okay. So now I've also taught you buoyancy, right? This is also a physics class now. So this is called as bubble sort. Why is it called a bubble sort? I'll show you. If we have water in a beaker and there are different sizes of bubbles. Let's take 4 bubbles. Size is 4, 3, 2, and 1. So after some time, when bubble number 4 reaches the top, okay, when bubble number 4 reaches the top, so each bubble will create a different thrust because their sizes are different. When bubble number 4 reaches the top, bubble number 3 would be somewhere here, 2 would be somewhere here, and 1 would be somewhere here. If we take this snapshot, if we take a picture of this thing, is it sorted? Did it get automatically sorted? Yes. Is it interesting to see how we can apply these general concepts into coding? Now we'll just code it like this. Somebody saw these bubbles and thought, I'll just make a very good code. Very difficult to create such codes, but now we have a huge dictionary of these codes, so we can simply understand these codes instead of actually creating these. Yeah, so sometimes I also think, how can you connect these two things? But somehow somebody somewhere was able to do it. So what we'll do is, let's take an unsorted array. 4, 2, 3, 1, 5, 0. Okay. So now what we'll do is, we'll take 2 pointers. So now if 4 is greater than 2, 4 and 2 will be swapped. If this is pointer A, this is pointer B. If number at pointer A is greater than number at pointer B, swap their values. Otherwise, do nothing. So if A is greater than B, swap the value. So this becomes 2, this becomes 4. So basically, bubble number A was larger than bubble number 2. So it has come to the top. Next, we move A and B by one number. Basically, we move them one place forward. So I'll again take the pencil. A, B. Now again, if A is greater than B, A comes forward, B go like we swap A and B. So is 4 greater than 3? So we again swap. This becomes 4, this becomes 3. Now we move A and B one step forward. This becomes A, this becomes B. Now 4 is greater than 1, right? So we'll again swap. This becomes 4, this becomes 1. Now we again move A and B forward. Is 4 greater than 5? No. So we don't do anything. We just move A and B forward. We do not swap. So this becomes A, this becomes B. Is 5 greater than 0? Yes. Okay. So now these get swapped. So after one iteration, the last number, the largest bubble, is at the correct position. I'll repeat this sentence. After one iteration, the largest bubble comes at the top. The largest bubble has reached the surface. The rest of the array is not yet sorted, but the largest bubble has reached the surface. So one bubble we have taken to the top. So after the first iteration, the array has become something like this: 2, 3, 1, 4, 0, and 5. Now we will again do the same thing. And the second largest bubble will reach the top. I'll just show you. This is A, this is B. Do we swap? We don't swap. A, B. Swap, yes or no? Yes, we swap. 1, 3. A and B, do we swap? No, we don't swap. No swapping. A and B, do we swap? Yes, we will have to swap. So I'll swap these. We'll end this here. Why? Because the last number is already in the correct position. So we'll just end it here. We won't move forward. Okay, we'll simply end it here. So now you can see that the second last bubble is also in the correct position. So we have to do these iterations n times because every time one bubble gets at the correct place. And the time complexity for one iteration is n. The time complexity for this approach comes out to be O of n squared. So now one type of question that we solve with this is, let's say we have a very large array, 2, 6, 3, 1, -8, 10, 100. If we have to find the, listen to it very carefully. If we have to find the fifth largest element in this array, fifth largest element, how can we do that? Very important question. So this is the most optimized way of finding the nth largest number. Okay. So if we want to find the fifth largest number, we run this algorithm 5 times, and from the back, we take the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth element, whatever will be here after 5 iterations, that will be the fifth largest element. So this is what your bubble sort is basically for. So we have seen two types of searching and we have seen one type of sorting.
So let's take a look at what is Redux first. So Redux is a state management library which allows us to manage global state of our application in a predictable manner. For those of you who are not aware what state management is, when you're building a front-end application or an application that is purely user interface and doesn't regard itself with how the data is stored on the server side, if you're building it with JavaScript or any other technology which you might choose, the state management aspect of a front-end application is all the data that that application stores, how that data is being displayed on the user interface, and when the data is updated. So for instance, if you have a shopping list application or you get a new notification or some item in your cart becomes unavailable for some reason, these are the kinds of notifications. And when you get those notifications, when the data in your application updates, how do you wish for it to be displayed, where do you wish for it to be displayed, and how that data is updated. Because if that data is being displayed in multiple places, that updated data needs to be displayed on those multiple places as well. So this is what state management is. It's basically managing the data of your application and keeping it synchronized with other parts of your application. As you can guess, it's a really complicated topic, which is why we have Redux, which is one of the libraries that allow us to do this. Redux is in JavaScript only, but it's not the only library that can allow you to do state management. There are other libraries available as well, other libraries that integrate with React as well. So how do you use Redux, or why should you use Redux? It's what we'll take a look at next. Also, we'll be taking a look at global state. In case you're familiar with React, you know that in React, there's a concept called global state, and then there's a concept called local state. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but basically local state is data that your components need to know, and global state is data that many components need to share with each other. And when the data is updated, those components need to be updated as well. So that kind of data is what Redux can manage. And if your application grows up to be large, then you need to use Redux for that operation only. So why should you use Redux? As we have discussed, that there are many other concepts available for us. There are many other libraries available for us. And so why would you want to use it? Let's take a look at that. Redux offers several benefits for managing state, such as centralized. So in Redux, there's just one place where you store the entire global state. There are state management applications in which they slice off particular bits of state in in small pieces. That's doable, but that increases the complexity of state management. It has been observed that using a centralized place to store all of your state is a better way because it allows you to better understand where to look for a particular piece of data. If you have 7 different places where you can look at to get access to a particular data, to check whether or not a particular data is available, it's going to be a little difficult. Also, the strategy that you implement in order to define which state is going to live in what piece of state management is going to be really difficult for other people to follow as well, unless all of them have come to a similar conclusion. So it's very centralized. It's very useful in that manner. Then it's predictable. So one of the major aspects of Redux is that it has been designed in a way that any update to state is predictable. You can even create a log of all the updates that have been made and can rebuild the original state from which your application started just by going through the logs in reverse order. So for instance, if you log that the state was just a count of 0, then we were given the option to update the state with 1, so we did that. Then we updated with 1 again, so we did that. We got 2, then we got 3, and now we are at 3. Now if you want to undo those changes, what we can do is just go through these steps in reverse order. So instead of updating it with 2, updating it with 1, adding 1, we just decrement 1, then we decrement 1 again, and then we decrement 1 again, and then we go to 0. So it's very predictable. We can understand what caused the state to update and how that update took place, what operations were performed. It comes easy. So Redux is really easy to use compared to other state management libraries which we have discussed, can have very complicated concepts. Redux is fairly simple. It's basically a state management library that allows you to manage your state in a way that is very predictable, easy to use, and centralized. So you can get started with Redux fairly easily. You don't need to know a lot of concepts. Tooling is another aspect of Redux that's quite good. Tooling basically means that there are a lot of extensions, browser extensions, other libraries available that allow you to integrate Redux with other libraries such as Angular, and you can use it with Vue, you can use it with React, which we'll take a look at. There are Chrome extensions that allow you to check whether or not a particular web application is using Redux, and if it is in development mode and it is using Redux, then you can just look at the state and figure out what are the updates that took place. There's a lot you can do using Redux. And then comes library agnostic. Since Redux is just a plain JavaScript library, you can use it with any library you want. Or if you don't want to use it with other libraries such as React or Angular, but just with plain JavaScript code, which we'll take a look at in a moment, this is what you do. So Redux is basically just a JavaScript package. You just include it in your web page and then just start using it. So you don't have to be tied down to a particular front-end framework or a particular set of libraries. Instead, they will all be that will all be taken care of by integration libraries, or you can integrate Redux with those packages yourself. The important aspect here is to understand how to use Redux properly. Mention would be to understand that you don't need to use Redux for all the applications. Redux is quite a good library. It's very useful, but just make sure that you use it only when it's necessary. Many applications are built where Redux is used even though it might not have been needed. So if you're trying to try things out and understand how to use it, then Redux, you can use Redux in any application. But if you're building something for production, then introducing Redux is just a complicated way of doing things. You can do it quite easily using other ways as well. So try considering other ways, and if it's still not easy for you to use, then use Redux. Now let's take a look at some of the principles of Redux. It's okay if you don't understand all of them right away. Just understand that these principles are what have guided the design decisions that React takes. First one is the single source of truth. As we have discussed, that Redux is centralized. In Redux, there's a concept of a store. Don't worry, we'll cover that concept in just a moment. But basically, it's the one place where the entire state of your application lives. Any update will go through this store, and when you want to check whether or not a particular a particular state property has a particular value, you can just look into the store. There is no other place that maintains the current state of the store. You just need to take a look at the store and figure out, okay, what's the current value of this state variable, and you get that value. If there were multiple sources of information, then it could be really complicated to understand which one has the most updated value. You would have to look at all the values, figure out when they were updated, and then use them. It becomes really complicated. So this is why Redux has a single store, and it's called the single source of truth. No other part of your application is managing state other than Redux, which makes your application very easy to reason about. Then state is read-only. So in Redux, we cannot mutate or modify the state directly. The only way to do so is by emitting what's called an action, and we'll take a look at that. Just in case you are unaware of what an action is and how to use it, don't worry, we'll just show you what that means in a moment. But basically, you just emit an action. It's like raising an event, letting people know that we want something to be done with the current state of the store. And after dispatching an action, Redux will do its thing and then create new state out of it. And we'll take a look at how that happens in a moment as well. But you can't directly reach into state, update some data, and then go out. That way, if you were allowed to do that, then anyone could just change the state to anything, even turn it into null, which might be an illegal operation in your case. So state is read only. So this is why sometimes when you're trying to update state, you have to go through these complicated concepts of actions and reducers and all of that, which we'll take a look at in a moment. But do note that it is done in order to manage complexity. Finally, changes are made with pure functions. So a pure function is basically a function that when given the same input will always produce the same output. In other words, there are no side effects. It's not that when you give it some parameter, sometimes it will do some things and the other times it will do the other things. It's not affected by any outside constraints. For instance, if you had some code that will, when given a number, if it's morning, it will print hello with that many number of times. And if it's evening, that will print good night with that many number of times. Now that's not a pure function, because that's going to do something that's really, really complicated. So if you're using pure functions, then make sure that your code is going to behave the same way no matter what the situation is. It's not affected by outside constraints. So when we're trying to change our Redux store's current state, we use reducers. Reducers are pure functions that take the current state and an action and return the next state. So as we already discussed, that changes are not made directly. The changes are made using pure functions and they are taken care of by Redux. So a pure function, as we have discussed, is just a function that takes the same input and will always return the same output without any side effects. So these were the reasons why Redux works the way it works. Now let's take a look at some of the concepts of Redux. So There's some important Redux terms and concepts that we need to be familiar with before we can continue. So these terms are actions. First term is action. So an action is nothing more than just a plain JavaScript object that has a property named type. Type describes what do we want to do, or more importantly, what kind of an update we want to make to a state. Type is essentially, it could be anything, but most probably it's a string that has some name. So for instance, if you have a JavaScript object with the type property set to increment, and in your application that means you want to increment some number from whatever its current value is to the next value, which is if it's 1, it should be 2, if it's 7, it should be 8. So if it's in the store, then you don't directly do that. You create a action and you dispatch it. So that's what an action is. It can optionally contain a payload. Payload basically is another JavaScript object that contains some data which can be used to update our application, which could be used to modify the behavior of updating our state. So if we pass in a payload with the value of 1 or 2 or 3, and if we want to increment the current value of our state by that, we can do that. Then comes action creators. For smaller applications, you can create actions quite simply, but sometimes actions can be a little complicated to create, mainly because they could be really different, really large in their size. You could have 4 payload properties or 5 payload properties, and they could have different names, and depending on the values of those payload properties, you could have different values. So instead of doing it again and again whenever you want to dispatch an action, you can create a function called action creator, which basically will take in some parameters if needed and will return an action creator or action object. So this is to centralize the creation of large actions. For smaller applications, it's not really necessary, but you should know what that means. Then comes reducers. Reducers are by far one of the most important concepts in Redux. Reducers are functions that take in the current state and return the updated state. These state updates are done using by passing the current state and an action. And when these two things are passed, our reducer will take a look at the action, figure out if it recognizes that action, and if it does, then it executes an operation on the current state, creates a new state without mutating or changing the current state, because that's really necessary for Redux to work, and then it returns the new state that it had mutated from the current state. Again, if it looks a little complicated, don't worry, we have a demo right after this which will demystify this for you. Then comes store. So a store is a JavaScript object that contains the entire state of your application. It is the place that contains the global state of your application. So store is the object where everything is stored. All the actions and reducers update the data inside store. Then comes dispatch. Dispatch is a function that is used to dispatch an action or emit an action. Dispatch is basically a method on store that allows us to send actions to be executed by reducers. Dispatching an action is how we update the state. That's the only way you can do it. There are no other ways to update the state or to make changes to the current state. And then comes selector. So selectors are used to extract small pieces of state from the entire global state. This is done when the global state is quite complicated. Again, you don't have to do this all the times. The things that you need to understand is actions, reducers, stores, and dispatch. Action creators and selectors are topics that you can use if you feel they are necessary and your code is a little difficult to work with. Without those, then you can use those, but they're not really necessary part of Redux. With that, now we come to the hands-on aspect. So let's take a look at that. This is what it looks like, and it loads, as you can see, but it has no value. So this is what it looks like, and this is going to be the output. Now, as you can see, the output is quite dull. It's not showing anything, it's not doing anything, mainly because we just firstly want we just firstly want to understand how Redux works. So for that, what we have is we have some text editor, Visual Studio Code, in which I have opened up the code. This is what it looks like, and this is what the code does. So let me just remove it and do it once more for you so that you understand how this is working side by side. So first thing we have done is we have the basic HTML structure, and the only other thing we have a reference to the Redux.js package. As I've already told you that it's a JavaScript package, could be used anywhere. Now, what we want to do is we want to manage the state of a counter application. A counter application is just going to have a number which can either be incremented by 1 or decremented by 1 with each operation. To do this, first I need to create a reducer. So it would be called count reducer. And if you remember, reducer's job is to take in state and action and return a new state. So the current state that it will pass, if no state is passed, then we will get 0 by default, but you don't need to do it all the time. And then there's an action. Now, all I have to do is perform some operation based on the value of action.type property. Now, when situations like these occur, we use switch cases. You can use if else as well, but switch cases are generally preferred terms. So I am going to be performing some action based on action.type. The case for that action.type is going to be, in this case, increment. And what I want to do is I want to return the current state plus 1. As you can see, I'm not returning plus state because I don't want to mutate the current state. This will be managed by Redux. That's why. Then there's decrement, in which we remove one value from the state and save this. Finally, if for instance user dispatches an action that has no type value or has an invalid type value, then we have to use a default case in which we just return the current state. This is when user, instead of dispatching an increment action, they increments something random, and we don't want our state to get corrupted because of that. So we can just do it this way. So that is done. That's the reducer. If you want to check how this works, you can do that as well. If you go back to the code, if I refresh this, and if I type in count reducer, you can do it that way as well. And we'll take a look at that in a moment. Firstly, let's use count reducer in our aspect. So that's the function count reducer. You can just copy paste it because it will work just fine. Now if I call count reducer, I can pass in a state and action with the type set to increment, and as you can see, it increments it by 1. If I were pass in 2, this will give me 3. And if I were to, instead of dispatching increment, dispatch decrement, I'll get 1. So as you can see, this is quite easy to understand. It's not that complicated. It's not that difficult to understand either. So with that, now let's take a look at something else. Now let's take a look at how we can use Redux here. So after getting Redux, we have the count reducer here as well. This is working fine. Finally, we have to create a store and then dispatch actions. To create a store, all we have to do is use the const store is equals to redux.create store, and we pass in reducers. If you have multiple reducers, you can use the combined reducers function that comes with Redux, but I only have one reducer, so it will work just fine. Now, what I want is I want to dispatch an action. That's quite easy. Store.dispatch. And inside this dispatch function, all I'm going to do is I'm going to dispatch an action of type. And since we have already described the type to be increment. That's how this will work. So we'll increment it 3 times and then we'll decrement it 3 times. So that's basically it. Now, if I run this, you will see that there is no output here, and understandably so, because we are just creating store.getState. So this is the current value of state. The reason why we're not getting any output is whenever we're updating the state, we're not logging it to the console. Now to do that, we could just do it this way. I can just copy and paste console.log store.get state after each of the increment and decrement operations. I'll do it for all the increment operations. It works. But since we want to do it every time an action gets dispatched, instead of doing it this way, what I can do is I can subscribe to the store. And store subscription basically means I am asking the store to execute some function whenever an action is dispatched and the state gets updated. So store.subscribe, and I want to pass in a function that needs to be executed. This is an anonymous function. In case you don't want to pass an anonymous function, you can simply just write function and do it this way. But I like using arrow functions, they work quite well. And all I have to do is type console.log store.getState. Save this, and now if I refresh this, so this is still taking some time because it was loading the Redux package, but now it's loaded. We have 1, 2, and 3. Then decrement actions happen, and we have 3. Instead of 3, we get 2, 1, and then 0. So that's how that starts. As you can see, we are using the store. This is a reducer which takes in a state and an action and returns a new state. And by default, we return the current state, because if I were to dispatch an action that is something that you shouldn't do, let's say decrement 0, 0, instead of throwing an exception, we'll get the current state, or we'll get the new state, which is just the current state, which is 0. Okay, and then we create the store with using that reducer. Then because the reducer has a default value of state to be 0, this is what's going to happen. Then we get the state, we start by dispatching a few actions, and we subscribe to the store so that we know what's going on when a new state is executed. Okay, so now let's take a look at what next we have to learn. So after this, what we can learn is React Redux. Now again, this isn't going to be a really deep dive into the concept, mainly because React Redux is quite a deep topic. Like, you can learn a lot of things, you can add a lot of different libraries to enhance its feature set, but we'll give you a basic introduction to what that is. So React Redux is a library which allows us to use React and Redux together by connecting the React components with Redux store. To use React Redux, you need to know React and you need to know Redux. Don't need to be an expert in either one of those, just know the basics of these. So in Redux, you need to know whatever we have taught you till now. In React, all you need to know is state, props, calling functions inside a component, how to build a component, and global and local state. That's basically it. That's the really lowest thing that you can learn to build any kind of application in React. So how to use React Redux? Well, to use React Redux, you need to understand these 3 functions. The first one is map state to props. This is a function that we have to create. It's an optional function, and why it's optional, I'll explain in a moment. But this function, when you create it, what it does is that it gets the state, the current state of our application, and allows us to return an object with properties that will be passed as props to a component. So that's how you connect your Redux stores data to your components. You just pass it down to the components and it will take care of that. The reason why we don't do it directly by just doing redux.getStore is because when the data is updated, we want the store to be able to know about this. So doing it this way, our data is just read only, and when we want to update the data, we need to dispatch some actions, which is what we do when we use map dispatch to props. In this, we just create another object that has a few functions that will dispatch actions for us. So think about it this way. When we have a dispatch action for increment and dispatch action for decrement, in our components, all we do is we pass in a function that says increment and decrement. And when the user clicks on a particular button or some event occurs, those functions will be called automatically. And Redux will know about this because this is done through Redux and it will all work. Now, how does Redux know about these functions? These are the functions that we are creating. Well, this is where connect function comes into play. The connect function is a function that takes as an argument map state to props and map dispatch to props. This is why I said that these are optional, because these are the parameters of a connect function. Now you can choose to ignore one of those or either of those, or maybe both of those, because when you call that function, it returns a new function. That function, when you call that function with a component, that component is then connected to Redux, and when you render that component, that new component that you get after connecting it to Redux, when you render that component, it will have state and props passed to it, and it will work just fine. So it's a little complicated to describe this just like this, so I'll try doing it with code. But before that, make sure that you understand that these are the three functions that you absolutely need to understand in order to use React with Redux. React Redux is actually a package that is created by the Redux team so that it integrates well with React, and React is one of the most popular places where it is used. It uses Flux-like architecture. In case you don't know what Flux is, it's a method of managing state that was developed at Facebook, the company that created React. So now let's have a hands-on on React Redux. Now, instead of creating an application on your own system, what I will do is I will just use codesandbox.io. This is something that I would recommend you do as well in case you wish to write code for React instead of implementing it on your own system, because sometimes React, when you create a React application using create React app, you get around 200 to 300 megabytes of data on the system, and this might something be that you don't want to do. So in this case, all you can do is go to codesandbox.io, click on the create a sandbox function or a button. It's free, so you don't have to pay anything. You don't even have to sign in to create an account. It will in a moment show some templates, and we want to use the React template. You can, for instance, not use React and use Vue, static, React, vanilla, TypeScript, Next.js, or other kinds of application, which is Node.js as well. But I just want to create a React application, so I'll just click on this, and it will create it for me. It will be created inside the cloud, so I don't have to worry about whether or not it's going to be working fine or how it's going to affect my machine, because it's not going to affect my machine. Now, the first thing I have to do is I have to install some dependencies. Dependencies are basically packages that you need to have installed on your application so that they can be referenced in your application. As you can see, it's still loading, so it will take some time, but once it's done, it'll start installing the dependencies. In our case, it's React, React DOM, and React scripts. This is by default what the code sandbox default application template looks like. You can change it if you wish to, but this is what we have thus far. Now I want to add a few dependencies. I can, if I'm using not using code sandbox and I'm using default React, I can just open up my command prompt inside the application folder and type npm I for install and React Redux, and you also need to install Redux, so you can do it this way. and this will be needed in production as well. So you need these libraries. Now I don't need it. So let me just firstly increment the size so that you can see. Hopefully this is visible to you guys. And now I just want to add a dependency. So I click on the add dependency box here and I type in Redux. As I type in, it'll show me the available packages with the name. It'll take a moment because it debounces all the requests that I send. And finally I get Redux. So Redux is here. Then React Redux is here. I want to use Redux first. So I click here. It will install. As you can see, this box shows that dependencies are being installed. When this spinning box stops spinning, we'll know that we have our dependency installed. So let's wait for a few moments. And after that, we'll install the React Redux package. Let's take a look at what the console shows us here. Yeah, so because we typed the React Redux thing there, so that's why it was showing us that. No need to worry. And now we want to install React Redux. This will also happen in a few moments. So it'll take a little bit of time to install, but it'll show us these things in a moment. So this is React Redux. I click here. It'll install this in a moment as well. As you can see, that box has gone. So we have installed everything successfully. Now let's take a look at the code that we can write. We have app.js. We have index.js. Now here in index, we need to do one thing that's really important. And that is we want to render it within a provider. But before that, we also need to do another thing is I will create a new, I want to create a new file called redux.js. Press enter, and another file named counter.jsx. So this will be the component, and this is where I write all my Redux code. So this is what I'm planning to do. Firstly, I have to write the Redux store. To do that, all I have to do is write the same code that I had done earlier. So first thing I have to do is I have to import some data. I use the import function, and inside it I have to import a function called create store from, you can use React Redux, but in this case we only want to use Redux. So all I have to do is import the create store function here, and that's done. Now I need to create the count reducer function that takes in some state. That state by default is going to be 0, and we are going to take in some action. Now that that is done, I want to write a switch statement inside it. This is exactly the same code that we have written in the last demo. And increment will return state plus 1. In decrement will return state minus 1, and by default we are going to return the state. So this is done, but there is problem here because we have not created the store. So we'll create the store in a moment. Let's just create our increment and decrement action creators as well. So all we have to do is export const increment, which is going to be a function that is going to return an object with the type property set to increment, which is this. Let me just copy paste it to make sure that it's working. Similarly, we want to create decrement as well. These are action creators. Just to give you an example of what it looks like, what an action creator is. After this, when we have created the action creator, what we want to do now is we want to just export our store, and that can be done export, and you can use store is equals to, now we can use the create store function. All we have to do is pass in the count reducer, and Now we're done. So as you can see, our code is quite simple because the problem we're trying to solve is quite simple. This is what it looks like, and this is what we get. Now I want to go back to my index.js application, and here I want to render a provider component. This will be automatically imported for me, and I want to wrap this around this. This will take a store argument which I need to import. So I'll just import store from /redux and then use store here. Don't forget the semicolon. This will start transpiling, and we have gotten what we wanted. Now let me just save this. This is done. Now comes the part of building our component. This is going to be a really easy one. We want to create a counter component which will do in counter.jsx. So I have already created the file. All I have to do is I have to import specific concepts and use those. So the first thing I have to do is I have to import React, because this is going to be a React component. Now after doing that, I want to import the connect function, which is, as I have already told you, and the connect function should be here. It's important from React Redux. Finally, I want to import the actions that I have created, // and we want to import from Redux. So we have increment and decrement. That's all done. Finally, what we want to do is we want to create a counter function that will return our JavaScript code. Now let's understand what we want. We want two buttons that will increment and decrement when clicked, and a label that will display something that we want to display. So we will return, as we always do in a React component, we will return a div, or you can return a react.fragment. It doesn't really matter. We'll create a button, and I'll close that button here. It should have a plus, next button should have a minus, and finally I want a span. Span will show us the count. Count will be the current state, and when I click this button, what I want to do is I want to call a function that's called on increment. Similarly, when this button is clicked, I want to call another function that is called on decrement. Now, where do you get these functions? You get it from the props. This is where the React connected components come into play. On increment, on decrement, and the count. Now all of this is done. Now comes the entire aspect of us creating map state to props. This is a function which will return an object. That object will map the state, so we get the state, and all we want from state is we want to create a property named count, which will be equal to the state. So this is what we have right now. Similarly, after map state to props, we want to have map dispatch to props as well. That will do the same thing that we have decided to do. So with map state to props and now map dispatch to props, what this will do is this will pass in a dispatch function to the function. So dispatch, and now to dispatch on increment is going to be a function that is going to dispatch our increment action. Similarly, on decrement is going to be an action that's going to dispatch our decrement action. So now we have everything ready. Now all we need to do is connect these things. And this is where our function will come into play. We need to export it by connecting these things. To connect it, what we need to do is we need to pass in map state to props as it is being displayed. So map state to props. That's the first function. You want to pass in something else, you can do that as well. We want to pass in map dispatch to props as well, which is done. And this will return a new function, which when called with a component will connect it and return the final component. So this is done. Everything is connected. It's not displaying on the screen as of yet because we have not done it here. So import counter from ./counter, and we want to use counter, and it's being displayed. Now if I add, remove, everything's working just fine. So that's basically how this works.
Let us understand what exactly Node.js is. Node.js is a cross-platform open-source JavaScript runtime environment and library for running web applications outside of the client's browser. It is used by developers to create server-side web applications, and it's ideal for data-intensive applications due to its asynchronous, event-driven model. So why exactly do we use Node.js? Because Node.js is built on Google Chrome's V8 engine, its execution time and speed are extremely fast. Second, because the Node package manager contains over 50,000 bundles, developers can import any of the packages at any time based on the functionality they require, saving a significant amount of time. Third being, Node.js does not need to wait for an API to return data. It is ideal for developing real-time and data-intensive web applications. Finally, Node.js reduces the loading time for an audio or video file because there is better code synchronization between the client and server for having the same code base. Now let us look at some of the features of Node.js. First being asynchronous in nature and event-driven. All Node.js APIs are completely non-blocking in nature. It employs an event-driven mechanism to receive and track all responses to previous API requests. Second, single-threaded architecture. Node.js uses a single-threaded architecture with event looping, which makes Node.js more scalable. Third, code execution time is quick. The hub provides a wrapper for the JavaScript, which speeds up the runtime motor and as a result, speeds up the preposition process of the requests inside Node.js. Finally, cross-platform compatibility. Node.js can be used in a variety of systems including Windows, Unix, Linux, macOS, and other mobile devices. So why exactly should you learn Node.js? Learning Node.js can be beneficial for several reasons. It allows you to build web applications using JavaScript, which is a popular and widely used programming language. Node.js is also known for its high performance, scalability, and ability to handle large volumes of data and requests. It has a vast ecosystem of open source libraries and packages that can speed up development time. Additionally, Node.js is increasingly in demand among employers, making it a valuable skill for developers to have.
So having that explained, let us go create a folder. This is called as day 6 of this workshop. Call this is express more. In this example, we'll go create a new folder. Call this is express step 2 templates. Okay, so here in this example, step 2 templates. Okay, so we'll deal with some templates. Now, the first question that you may ask is, Vijay, what are templates and why do you really need them? Okay, so we'll build a simple example to illustrate that aspect. See, as of now, in the previous example, we were able to send some content. We also sent some file, correct? We use the send file. So let us utilize these two techniques to create the next step. So in this project, I will point my terminal in this folder, that is express step 2 templates, cd day 6, all right, and then cd express step 2 templates. And then I will initialize a new node project. We spoke about npm space init, and then you follow along. You can also say npm
space init space -y. That is npm space init space -y. Now -y simply means that you are saying yes for all the configuration, which means to say you're not required to enter all the details. Node.js will fill in all those default details for you. And if you want to make changes, you can do it. So this is what you do when you're in a hurry. You want to create a node project really quick. So I'll say npm space init space -y. Yeah, see, a package.json file got created with all the basic configurations. Of course, most of the vital informations are missing, but if you want to add at a later point in time, you can add. I'll put my name. Why we call it Express? Because the developers have created the name. Okay. Okay. Why did I call it Express? Because I'm using Express module here. This is the module that we are using. Remember, we used HTTP module, correct? That was the name of the module. Similarly, Express is the name of the module that we will be using. And the version that we are using is 4.18.2. So step 1, we'll go create an index.js file here, an index.js file. And inside this index.js file, we can set our configuration to run our project. In the package.json, you see there is no dependencies that were added because we created a default application. We did not assign any modules to be installed. Now what I'll do is I will say npm install Express. We have Express installed in our project. See, the dependencies now has Express installed, and now we'll go ahead and utilize it. So I have this index.js file. Step 1, we should import Express. Express is now imported. The step 2 is we will call the create application method of Express by calling Express function. So what happens here is that when you require it, it gives you a method called create application. So it creates an Express application. So the Express function is a top level function exported by the Express module. All right. So I'll go create a variable. I'll say let app equals Express. So an application is now created, which is referred as app. Okay, on this app, you can call methods app.listen. So listen takes 3 arguments, you know that, and all of which are optional. But as a good practice, let us pass all these configurations. So that way we know what is the port, what is the host. Instead of, leaving everything to be dynamically generated, we will assign some. So app.listen, I will say listen to port 1010, localhost. This should be a string. The first parameter, port, is a number. The second parameter is a string. Now, in this case, I can use const because application configuration is what we would be changing. We'll never change app. So we can use const. The third parameter is a callback function. This callback function can also be an arrow function, by all means, isn't it? Which takes a parameter, an array, an error. Since there is a single argument, you don't even need the first bracket. You can also do this. And then we'll get a console. Maybe here we can use a condition to check if error happens. Then we'll do a console log where we'll capture the error object and then display it here. Else, we'll console log port 1010. Okay. Moving forward, I'll show you how you can create an external configuration file that we will use. As of now, we'll just get started. We'll make things come to a point where it is working for us. All right. So now we have got this. Let us now serve this index file. So you all know what to do. I'll say node space dot. Now, when you say node space dot, it'll look for the default file. In the package.json, the main file is index.js. Even if I don't mention this configuration, the default file will be index.js. Okay, so now it says server is now live on localhost 1010. Let's open a browser. Go to localhost 1010. You get this message, cannot get /. Now we'll go create a configuration to handle that GET request, which is coming onto the default port. So I'll say app.get. So this get method will listen for a get request on which route /route. That is the default route for an application. And then we will have a callback function that will take, frankly, it will take 3 arguments. The first argument is the request. The second argument is the response. Then you also have something called as a next method, which means to say the next route should be called, which happens implicitly. So you don't even have to use it. So I'll say request, the response, and then we'll handle that. So as a response, I would want to send a message, hello from Express. Okay, so we have this message ready. And let us now relaunch our server. So when you start working with Node.js, you'll see that I'll be relaunching Node very often, because every small change requires you to relaunch. So it's a good idea that we will install a module that will restart Node.js every time. So there are a couple of them. One of the safest module that you can use to relaunch your Node server is NodeMon. NodeMon stands for Node Monitor. All right, so we'll install that. As of now, this application is running. Let us go give this a try. You get to see this message, hello from Express. Now I'm about to make some changes. All right, before I make changes, I will install npm install. So I'll say npm space install space nodemon space -g. Now why -g here? Why did I use -g here? So this is the command. Now the -g means global, but it behaves like a CLI. That is, it behaves like a module with a command line interface. Clear? But you would not be wrong if you say -g is global, because that's how it was created. But now they've changed the meaning of it, wherein globally earlier meant that you install in one project, you will be able to get it installed in all the projects. But now -g simply means it will give you command line interface that allows you to access this module everywhere, but it needs to be installed in every project that needs access. Take you a few seconds to complete. Even as a developer for Node, you will use certain modules. Those modules can be referred or added with a certain flag. So I'll say npm space install space nodemon space -d, uppercase D. This tells Node that I'm installing or I'm using nodemon for a development purpose. Press enter. See, nodemon is now installed and as a development dependency. You see the difference now? For development purpose, I've used nodemon. See, now if I share this packet.json file to anybody, they know that for development, I've used nodemon. Okay, so here in the node modules folder, see, you'll find nodemon has now been installed. But with earlier, -g, you didn't have to do something like this. It would be available. Okay, so now coming back to the context, guys. So we have this Express available, nodemon is available. Now, what is the purpose of nodemon? Nodemon will restart this every time you change these files. Basically, nodemon is running in a watch mode. We have seen that, right? In the file system, we created a file that would watch, isn't it? Nodemon. So let's go to the next step. Now coming to the context, guys. Now they know the server is running, or it is not. Okay, so okay, the server is running. I can show you that the hello from Express is working. Now I'll go make some change here. I'll add some exclamations. Okay, and because in my file, I've set this auto save on, so the file will be saved automatically. And when it is saved, your node is actually relaunched. See, when you refresh the browser, you get this log. You will also have a module to refresh the browser. Basically, it's a Chrome specific extension that you'll have to install, which will be updated when the server is updated. Okay, but as of now, I don't mind refreshing this, but you should see that everything is working fine. So I can create a file here. I'll call this as index.html, and this will have some basic configurations. I'll put some h1 content. Hello from Intellipaat is what I'll have. And in the index file, in the index.js file, I will remove this and I will send a file. I'll concatenate the directory name with /index.html. So this is the file that I would be serving. Now in the browser, I will be able to serve this index file. And now where the problem arises is this. Let us say in this index file, I want to change this company name to something. Okay, every time I cannot have this called as Intellipaat, right? So what I'll do is I'll go create a variable company equals Intellipaat as of now. And I want this index.html file to take a configuration from my server and then render the output. So how will I do? See, I need some place where this value gets sprinkled or gets assigned. This company name. Okay, company name is what I'll call. This company name should be assigned somewhere, isn't it? How will I do that? What I'll do is I will go create some reference. Usually, it is a curly brace reference. I'll call this as comp. Any name is fine. Okay, anything is fine. You can call this a potato if you want, and that would work. So you copy this string and you come to this index file, and from this file, okay, so we will read this content and do a replace. So I will select this string comp and replace that with company name. If I now go back, I see it's still not working. So what we'll have to do probably is use the file system to load this file and then send it. So we'll not use this send file technique because that's not working. Okay. We can read the file using the file system. Const fs equals require fs. The file system is now available. I can use fs dot read file sync. I'm doing a synchronous read, and / index.html, and I want to read it using UTF-8. You all know this, so I'm not spending time on this. I will get the value. I call this a temp file. And here, instead of sending a file, I will use send. And while I'm sending this temp file, I'll replace the content. Both would be the same, isn't it? But now I get an opportunity to use this replace command on this. See, now I get to see this Intellipaat. Now, tomorrow I can change the company. I can call this as my company. Now I get to see my company. So you'll have to look for this variable and then provide a collection. And then you'll also need a mechanism to iterate through that. Now, all of that doing with an HTML file would become difficult because the HTML file is meant for view only. It does not, get any logic. It doesn't, it cannot iterate through certain collections, right? So that's where, we will start using templates. We have an HTML file. This HTML file has a reference called curly brace comp curly brace. And I'm looking for that value in the string, and I'll replace with this variable name. Okay, replace is what? A string method, isn't it? So I can use this method to replace something. So if there are many things, like for example, country. So there is another property called country, and you want to change that. So I've got this value. How will I replace? You call the replace method once again, because this replace is a chainable method. So you can say, hey, look for this country and replace that text with app country, and that would work. Okay, so you can actually add as many variables as you want, but I'll show you a better way to do it, and that would, kind of help you to do something even more complex. Now, what I'll do is, instead of using, this way of reading a file, we can implement a template. Now, what will a template help us do is this. So I'll come here. in the package.json, I will install another module. There are frankly many templating engines that you can use. One of them is called Pug. Pug was earlier named as Jade. So if you find documents which are talking about Jade, they now have been renamed as Pug.js. Let's look for that as well. Jade. I think Jade is now not even available. Let's say Jade. Look for Jade. I don't find their template. I think they've removed it, but the old name for Pug was Jade. Let's go to pugjs.org and see if they have any mentions about it. Yeah, see, there is a reference for it, rename from Jade. Yeah. This project was formerly known as Jade. However, it was revealed to us that Jade is a registered trademark. As a result, we renamed. A rename was needed. After some discussion, they renamed themselves as Pug. Now coming back to the context, .NET guys will like EJS a lot, and that's my personal experience. That is all. Why? Because most of these syntaxes would look like the .NET syntax, but that is not so true. I guess even if they understand how Pug works, and they would probably start liking Pug. There is another alternate. You can use something called as handlebars. This is also another templating library. You can get the documentation right here. Okay, so once you understand one of the templates, then the rest of the templates become easy. So let us install both of these modules, EJS and Pug. So how will I do that? You first stop NodeMon from running. You'll then say npm install Pug, and EJS. So we'll install both of these modules. See, now EJS and Pug are installed. All right, so now we can go to the index file. Okay, so now we have, I will rename this. Sorry, I will file save as with a different name. All right, so I'll call this a step1.js file. So that way, index file is now free for me to change. I will remove all of this. I still have the same requirement. I will also remove the file system. These commands you already have in the previous exercise, so I will not need. So I have got my basic application ready. And now here I would want to create a folder called views. Now if you remember in Express, in the index file, libexpress, the application had some configuration. And I showed you one of the configurations. I don't know if you remember it, but let me open this once again. So you see there is a setting called views. This is resolving a path called views, correct? Now what that tells you is that the default location for all the templates is a folder by name views. That is what Express will look for. So I can now create a folder here, not here in the app Express project. Hold on. Here I will go create a new folder, call it views. There is a folder now called views. In this folder, I'll go create a new file. I call this as home.pug. I'll also create home.ejs. You will usually not use two different templates. You'll only use one. Okay, I want to show you both. So I'm using EJS and Pug. Okay, so here in the Pug, I want to create a template. So remember we installed emit that helps you do both now. Okay, so if I run this, you see you got this Pug template created to run and serve HTML files. Now if you see the doc type HTML is actually generating a file, a doc type like this. In fact, this gets translated to this. I mean, without this H1, of course. So we have a HTML tag, and in that I have an indent here. a tab indent, and that creates hierarchy. So which means inside this HTML tag, there would be the head tag. Inside the head tag, there will be meta, 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 and title tag. And you see the attributes are created, in round brackets, and the content can be created with curly braces, but you don't have to use it because the content is the default parameter that every tag will take. So you can simply provide a space and then assign the text. Similarly, inside this body tag, if I want to create a h1 tag, I will leave one tab space and say h1 space hello from pug. Hello from pug template. Okay, so this is what I will say. And in this index.js file now, I would now want to serve this home.pug here. So what I'll do is I'll say response dot, see, I had used send, correct? And the send file. But when you want to render a template, because see, this template allows you to pass in some variables as well. So you can say response dot render. The first parameter is the name of the template. It's a string. So by default, it is looking in this folder views, correct? So, I've shown you the configuration where in the application.js file in the Express, I showed you, right? That there was a configuration by name views. So it'll look for this folder, and in this folder, if it finds a template by name home.pug, it'll use it. I'll save it. Okay, now that I have made some changes, I'll ask Express to relaunch. So I'll say nodemon, or maybe in this case, I'll say npm space run space start. That'll run the nodemon, you know that. So if I run this example in the browser, okay, you get to see hello from pug template. Now, what is the advantage? What is so great about this? I can now use an h2 tag. I'll say company. Okay, so how will we send this comp is the question. You go to this index file, and you can pass in a configuration object and say comp equals company name. So a variable by name comp will be passed from this configuration, which has the value of the company name. You can pass it here. The comp will now work. So if I go back, relaunch, see, company name is my company. Why my company? Because that's what I called it here. And now if you want to add Bootstrap, if you want to add some CSS library, we can add it like this. So you can actually copy this link to the CSS. I can go to the home pug. See, we don't need all of this configuration. We'll simply say link and this href and the relation are two things that I would need. I don't need this integrity and everything. So I'll remove this for now. So these are two attributes the link tag will have. Now Bootstrap gets added. So if you work with Bootstrap, you know that you need to create a div with an ID of container. You can say div and ID container, and inside this I would add these two tags. And now with this, see, I get to see Bootstrap is added here. Sorry, this should be a class, not an ID, class. Yeah, see, now it's working. Easy, guys. No, I know I've been a little quick on this. So what I'll do is how can I get pug template after home dot? No, it is pug. So in the index file, we have not done much of configuration changes. If you think about, I have two variables. Out of them, I'm sending one variable here. Can I send another one? You can. And in the pug file, we had the configuration to use it. Now, frankly, you can also wrap all of this in an external template file and then refer that template here. Okay, I'll show that in the next step. Okay, what I'll do is I will put all of them into a notepad file. Oops, a notepad file. Okay, so this is the command, this is the text for home.pug, and this is the code for index.js file. And what else do you need? In case if you happen to get this requirement where you don't want to call it views, let us say I want to call this template. You want to call this templates. And now this example is not going to work now because you called it templates. And what was the preferred name? Views, correct? So if I run this example, it'll throw an error. It says failed to look up view home.pug in the views directory, because that's the default configuration. Now, if you want to change this, you can use, a code called middleware. Or maybe you can also call this configuration. So how do we set this up? I've already copied it on my clipboard. So you can call the set views. Okay, so this set actually is now done on the app. Why? Because that's the name of the application, isn't it? So you'll say set. And now you don't use resolve because this is not the syntax that would work. You'll now use something called as templates. That's the name of the folder. So if I go back, your program should work. If I want to now change this to, EJS, how will I do? Again, the same technique, EJS. Now in EJS, you would use angle bracket, percentage, equals to denote that you are referring to a variable. Okay, so I'll now write, there is no need for you to use indents here. You can treat as if this is plain HTML and then you can work. Welcome to, and I will sprinkle this placeholder here, and the name of the variable is, what are we trying to pass here? Comp. Now, if I run this example in the index file, instead of using pug, I will now use EJS. Go back, relaunch. Yeah, and maybe I'll also change this. Yeah, working. And we'll also make this change. Because this is a CDN link, I can use the link and this should work. Working. Now we'll wrap this into a div with a class. And that should take effect. So see, pug requires less number of text. Okay, so you less lines to create the same output. EJS would take more lines. So one reason why pug is a little popular, but EJS helps you get started really quick. You don't need, the learning curve with EJS is very less. Here in this file, instead of using pug, you'll now use Jade. You can't use two render methods because they override each other. So you can only use one. You can't render two templates. That's what I mean. Okay, so now we'll render EJS and that should work. This is the EJS file. So this is the configuration to start the EJS file. And this is the configuration to embed the variable. In the next example, I'll show you how you can, next example, I can show you some configurations, but I'll show the configurations later. I'll, probably rename this as routes. Okay, so step 3 is about routes. Now, why routes? What are routes? I'll go through them in detail. So we'll go create a new project. I'll close this. I'll cd to the day 6 folder. I'll cd to the step 3 routes.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which query operator is used to update specific fields in a MongoDB document? And your options are push, set, inc, or pop. And please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers executive postgraduate certification in software development in collaboration with iHub Divya Samparka IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you'll learn a multitude of tools used in the industry such as Git, React, Express, Node.js, MongoDB, and more from the esteemed IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software development.
And I would install a couple of these modules. So I'll say npm init-y, and new project got initialized, and say npm install express pug and EJS. All three will be installed. Yeah, let's install all three in one. Installed. In the packet.json file, you see the dependencies have been added. And I don't think I would want to make any more changes. I need to create a file by name index.js file. So I'll go create a file by name index.js here. And inside this index.js file, the configurations are pretty normal. We have seen this before. Const express equals require express. Let app equals express. App.listen. Port 2020. Localhost. You'll set up a callback function. If error, console log else. Okay, so now let us run this and see if this is working. Node space dot. Okay, I have nodemon, so I'll say nodemon. Nodemon is saying that the server is live on 2020. It says cannot get, but I'm ready. Okay, so you'll say npm init space -y. These are two commands that I gave. Npm install express, pug, and EJS. So now what I'll do is this. I will create a views folder. Inside this views folder, I'll create home.pug and home.ejs. Frankly, we need just one of them. So I'll create pug. And here I would want to use an h1 tag. And we will use a message. Or maybe I'll call this as title. Similar, here I will use a template, angle bracket, percentage equals percentage angle bracket close. Okay, so my template is ready. In the index file, when the user makes a request to the get on the /, this is nothing different from what we did in the previous step. So I would now want to handle a request that comes in, the response that goes out here. As a response, I would want to render this template, home.pug. I'll say heroes application. Now that I have made some changes, I relaunch, I get to see heroes application. I can change this to EJS and see if that is working as well. That's working as well, right? So in the pug, I'll create a space, an h1 tag, and say this is pug template. And here I will say this is EJS template. So this is EJS template. And if you change this to pug, we'll change to pug template. But this is working. What is different from what we did in the previous step is that you can also send a collection. Like for example, heroes. This is an array of values. I'll send a couple of them. Maybe I'll send about 3 heroes. And how do I deal with this in the pug folder, in the pug template? Let's go to the documentation. I mean, I know the syntax, but I want you to know where I get my resources. All right. You go to pug, pugjs.org, and you see that, you have the ability to iterate through these values. You can use many of these. So you can use attributes, comments, conditionals, loops as well. All right. So if I want to see how to run a conditional statement, so you see there is a condition here. If user, show this tag. If not, show something else. Okay. If the user is registered, show something. If not, show something else. So you can also run some, not cases, but interpolation. Iterations is what we would do now. Look for iterations, this one. So you see there is an iteration. You'll use a UL and you can use a each method. So in the each, you go create a variable in an array, and then you get the value for which you are iterating. So frankly, you can copy this code as it is. Yeah. So now I would want to iterate through this list. I'll call this as hero. I mean, if you want to create, like what we did earlier, you can also do something like this. Li, like so. In this array, we will replace this with heroes. What is heroes? I think I called this heroes, and that's what I'm passing here. Each hero in heroes. So basically, this is a shortcut for running a for loop. So for each is a method. For each is a method. You know about that, correct? So you can use the each method and create a variable by name hero for every value in the heroes array. And then you take that value and iterate through this li tag. If I go back, I refresh, I get to see Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor. Now, this is how simple it is in Pug. But let us now see how you do that in EJS. EJS is not difficult to learn as well. So let us go to their homepage, EJS. And right here you can, okay. Yeah, so there is an example, there is a snippet. I will copy this, okay? And I'll paste it here. Of course, this is not meant for our example, but we'll customize this to match our requirement. So if you see this angle bracket percentage, there's no equals here. Equals is missing, which means that this is a place to run JavaScript. If you use the equals, that's the place where you run a variable. So this part is easy, correct? So I would now get this heroes, and for each one of them, I would call them as hero, and I would put that hero here. As simple as that. Now, if I go back to the index file and change this to EJS, I hope I've not made any mistakes here. Let's go give this a try. See, I got EJS, I got Iron Man. Okay, that is because I had to put this in a li tag. I'll save it, relaunch, and that should work. You'll see that the template that I get, no doubt, it seems to be working. If you right click and view source, see the HTML also is minified. You see that? So there are a couple of advantages. So you're basically rendering it on the server side and you send it to the client side. So you are generating HTML on the server side. That is all it is doing. Okay, so what I mean is that you have the ability to set some value on the server side. So you go to create the template, and the values for this template will be assigned by the server side. Correct? That's something that you can do. On the other hand, you will also get these HTML files which are minified. See, on the client side, you get a minified HTML file. So you simply say view source. So you're basically rendering these templates on the server side and send them to the client to use it. See, you load this or you require this. It'll take that template, replace these contents with these values. If it doesn't find this, let us say, for example, titles, I'm making a mistake here. Okay. If I run this example, you'll now get an error. You did not get an error. See, but that tag itself went missing, isn't it? This title tag missing. So let us say I put title is missing. You can actually create a condition here and say, okay, this or do something. Now the application, recognizes that variable and then it'll render. So what we'll now do is this. We will create another route here that will be capable of handling a post request as well. So yesterday we have seen a couple of routes, correct? The index route, the about route, remember? Similarly, now I'm using a post route. Post route happens to, get some data from the client side. Now the client, if the client is sending a post request, how do I send a post response? We'll probably now go create a form. So in the pug file, maybe, above the UL, I'll create a form tag. All right, so form tag will take an action. The default action is to submit onto the same page. So whether you add it or you don't add it really doesn't matter. But you need something called as a method, because the default method is get. So we need to change that to post. Now inside this form, we'll have a label. The label will have a for, and beside this label will also have an input. Input of type text. Text is the default. All right, so we'll also assign an ID. This ID should map to the for. So the for and ID will match. In this case, I'll say nhero. And then we'll also go give a name attribute here. Why a name is required? Without the name, when you send some data to the server, you will have no way to capture it. Okay, so I'll call this as new hero. Same name. Okay, so this for, ID, and name all means the same. If you don't want to do any accessibility, you can even remove this. That would work as well. That way, your application has some accessibility issues. So I'll say new hero, like so, and then they should work. But I'll just make this accessible friendly. So I'll say this is new hero. And that way, if I go, my application should look like this, because I've made changes in the pug place, right? Where am I? Here. So I'll add some. Okay, so there is a space. And now I would want to add one button here. The button will take a type of submit. And we'll have a label called add hero. So now we are all geared up to send a post request from the client side. So we are making a form, submit some data. Now that data will trigger a post request. So if I add some content, if I click on it, notice, now the server is waiting for a response. See, we have the configurations ready, but we did not do anything. We'll do a console.log to address express got a post request, and we'll say the response dot end. So we'll end the response immediately. We're not sending anything. That is what we'll do. So I'll control C, up arrow key, relaunch. NodeMon was actually running. So if I now refresh, I'll make a get request now. So I'll now click on this, click on add hero. See, I got a post request. I have nothing to render. So one thing that I can do is, I can again render this back, or I can redirect this to an existing route. So there is a route that is already existing. So I'm basically redirecting it to it. So when I get a response, I log and then I redirect. That is what I'm doing. So let us go back, relaunch, and that should give us this template. And see in the terminal, you get to see, whenever I send something, some new hero, say we have so far Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor. Let us say I'll send Spider-Man. So I add. So you get to see I got a post request from the template. In this case, Express got a post request from template. Now the question is, what do I do with it? So we got a, we've got a log here which tells you that you have received some data. But what do you do with that data is the question. Okay, so there is a form. This form has a label input and a button. So user clicks on this button. The button will submit this form using the post method. What will it submit? It will submit the input from this, from this text input, and it will submit. Clear? Basically, we are sending some data to the server now. So far, the get would be usually used to make a request from the client. So here, the browser is the client. So if I go to this page, I'm making a get request, correct? And now if I'm sending some details, that would be a post request. So you are receiving using get, you are sending with post. So here I will go, instead of me logging this, you saw this was working. Now what we'll do is, we'll make some basic configurations. Okay. So we'll ask, like the way we had in the previous example, if you remember, we created a configuration to change the view folder. Similarly, I'll say app.use. The use is a configuration that we'll now make, and we'll say express to use URL encoded data with this configuration true. Now, why you should use true is because earlier, this is a short gap arrangement as of now. Express may remove this in the next version, because there is a module which is built into Express called body parser, and they have an external module which they have installed for us, which is also referred as body parser, this one. So you are now asking Express to use a extended body parser, which is external one. So that's where the configuration is. But I think, when Express matures to the next level, they will remove this. As of now, you need to make this configuration for URL encoded information. Now, what is URL encoded information? This form is using the post method, correct? The post method will hide or URL encode the data. So maybe you want to watch. So I'll make this get as of now. Okay. And keep your eyes on the screen. Here, okay, so I will send some details. Okay, I'll call this a secret. And if I click on this add hero, you see this information secret was actually sent, and anyone can read this. What am I sending from my form? Isn't it? But you'd be sending usernames, you'd be sending passwords, and that is not a good idea to display the password like this on the server side. So maybe I want to show you this. So I'm using password here. Okay. And now I will change this to secret. And it still says this. I will say this is top secret. Okay, I made a mistake. Instead of top, I made tep, so it actually took. So I'll say top secret. See, it is not URL encoded. The user's password is easily visible. So if someone is sitting right beside you and you logged into a web page, they will know your password, isn't it? And not only that, I mean, it's quite a security threat. So you don't want the information that is sent from your application to the server should be displayed. So what we'll do is we go make this as text, and I will make this as post request. Now, when I make a post request, again, I will make this as password. Now this time, let us see I'm sending the secret. See, the message was actually sent, but you don't get to see any data in the URL because the data then gets URL encoded. And now Express is configured to receive the URL encoded data. A route is receiving some data. At least now we are getting the log, correct? Now we want to receive the data. How will we receive the data? So now that we have said express.url encoded would be assigned. The requests that we are getting will now have a property called body, which will actually include the post that we are getting. So we have so far completed get, then post, then create, and then delete. Okay, then that concludes all the 4 parts of CRUD application. So here I would want to log the request that is coming from the client side. So I'll say request.body. So the request.body will have the information that we are sending. In fact, what are we trying to send here? In this case, because we are using the form has this hero name. That is what we are sending. And if I now say request.body.hero name, why did I call this hero name? Because that happens to be the name of the object that we will be sending here. All right, so watch. So now that I've just used request.body, it'll have a lot of information that you may not use or you may not need. Let us now send some detail to the server side. See, I got this object. This object has nhero. What is nhero? Happens to be the name that we provided here. If you call this potato, you will receive it as potato here. Easy. And now instead of sending this, if I want to do something out of that, if I would want to send vision. Oh, I've made it as password. Let me change this to text. So you'll actually be able to see what I'm typing. I'm sending vision. So I see nhero, the new hero vision is being sent on the server. Now the server can take this value and then assign it to something that you may want to use. Now what I'll do here is this. I'll go create a variable. Heroes list equals this Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor. Or maybe I'll remove all of them. I'll take this hero list and then I send it here. And now when I get this request.body, instead of logging it in the console, I will push it. Hero list.push. You know what is push, right? Push is an array method that will take this value and push it into the array. So from this request.body, I'm now interested in getting the nhero property. And that nhero value will be pushed. And that nhero value, the whatever the user enters, will then be pushed into this new heroes list. This will be assigned to these heroes. These heroes will now be rendered here using the loop. Easy? So you understand the flow, right? Now if I go back, the application has no data here. I can send Iron Man. See, Iron Man now got into the list. I can send Hulk. I can add Hulk here. The next example, I'll show you in HTML. Plain HTML will work. So here I will use a form tag, form that uses post. The action by default, if you say hash, it'll post it onto the same page. Even if you don't do it, it'll post onto the same page. And here I will use a label. The label will have this for is actually not needed. It's only meant for accessibility purposes, but it's always a good thing to have. So I'll use an input of type text and the ID equals name equals. So we'll just make all of them the same. Hero name. All right. And then I'll use a button. Add new hero. And this time the form will be making a post request On the click of this button, which will have a type as submit. And now in the index file, I'll change this to EJS. And let's see if this is working as well. So EJS template. Okay, so now this tells me that I'm not sending, okay, N hero is what I should have sent it as. Yeah, N hero. There was a name mistake. The name should match N hero. So if I refresh, and that's working. Moving forward, we'll just use one of them. We'll not use both Jade and Pug. Now that you know how to use Jade and Pug, you can use either of them if the user did not send anything. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go create a variable error, which is an empty string. And if we send this error to the Pug, okay, so if you have an error, we'll be able to log the error. If not, okay, so if this error is not sent, let us now run this example. I'll change this to Pug because I've made the change in the Pug. You can also do the same in EJS. Pug. So this is working, but if the user sends nothing, okay, then what? Then I will use a condition. If the request that comes in has a body part and the body has N hero, if it is equal to an empty string, then we'll say response dot render home dot pug with error, hero name is blank. And we will not redirect anything. Okay, so we'll simply end that here. Render is there, so you don't have to call the end method. Else, we do this. All right. Okay, I think here. Okay, maybe what we'll do is we will check this. I'll first comment this out. NodeMon is running. Is it N hero in the first place? Yes, N hero. Sorry, this is request.body. That was a mistake. A request that comes in, correct? I was using response. That was a mistake. Let's go check. So I'm sending hello. I'm now sending nothing. So I send nothing. So this is actually going as a white space. You see that? So I can actually now look for this white space. And this is a request.body. Hello came. I will now click on this. Now there is an error. Cannot read property of undefined reading length. Okay, if request.body is undefined, is what we'll say. So that's working. It is actually adding why. It should actually run this code. It is running this piece of code, which means to say this is not undefined. I'll leave this without any space. Cannot read proper reading length. So it says that it is actually sending line number 18. Got it. Because this heroes was not being sent and we were actually iterating through it, isn't it? So that was the problem. Let's now check. It says hero name is blank. See, you got this. I think, the problem was not with the double equals, triple equals. It was because we were using this iterate, to iterate here, and we did not send anything, correct? And think, one of these can be used. But I think, I will solve this on the server side rather than this template. By default, there is no error. So if I send some information, that'll accept it. But if I don't send anything, it says hero's name is blank. Okay, and here I'm sending an empty hero. Optionally, we can take this hero list and send it. Spider-Man got added, and if I click on it, you get to see the error. So we have an example where we can read and we can update, maybe read and create, sorry. Now we can actually complete this example by doing a create, read, update, and delete all of them. Okay, which one? Not much changes here, but I will send, I'll send this code. Ideally, you all should be doing this. I did not make the change in the home.ejs file. You can do that on your own, okay? The next example, guys, will actually, we can dwell on this, frankly. What we'll now do is we'll create a application that can actually communicate to a database. Step 1 is that you need to create an account on MongoDB.com. So this creating a setup of creating a username is pretty easy. All you need to do is click on the try free, and then you can register yourself with the email ID, with the Google email ID. So I'll do the same. Already have the account, frankly. I can click on the sign in. So if you click on sign in, it asks you to provide a Gmail ID if you have. So I will log in with my account. All right. So just a minute. I'm logging in with my Gmail credential. So I've logged in, and notice, you get to see that there are some databases that are already existing. So it will probably take some time. I've not been using it for quite some time. So it should take me about 3 to 5 minutes, it says. I'll actually explain how to use this, how to connect to this database. We have seen how to receive the data from the web page, right? But how do you connect that to a database is what we will be covering next. So I'll show you what kind of infrastructure you would need on the server side, on the database side, and on the client side, you can choose your flavor. So once the connection is established, you'll have to, so we'll be using a library called Mongoose to connect. So this Mongoose is nothing but an ORM, that is Object Relational Mapping module that can connect to MongoDB. Now, inside, the Express uses HTTP behind the scene, right? It's a wrapper around HTTP module. Express is a wrapper around HTTP module. Similarly, Mongoose is implicitly using a MongoDB module. So there is a module by name MongoDB as well that you can use. You can use this. So this is the official MongoDB driver for Node.js. But we are not using MongoDB. You may ask, Vijay, why are you not using? Because see, with MongoDB, you will have to do a lot of things from scratch. You don't have to do it with Mongoose. Mongoose gives you a wrapper around MongoDB and has a lot of default configurations that will help you make a connection really quick. Now, you also have a few more other flavors. Say, for example, you go to, you can also use mean.js. All right, so you can use this if you're creating a mean application, that is MongoDB, Express, Angular, MongoDB, Express, Angular, and Node.js. You can use mean.js. You can also use, I think there are a few more. Mongoose is one, mQuery, Empath. No, I have used another one, which MongoJS, this one. You can use this one as well. Okay. So there are many modules that will help you connect to MongoDB. So you can use MongoJS. You can use MongoDB itself. You can use mean.js. I would be using Mongoose. Why? I told you Mongoose is a wrapper around MongoDB. It will help make your life a lot easier when you start working, and it's quite an industry standard. Just to show you, a comparison between all three. So logically, you need to get an answer as to Vijay, why should I use one over the other? So if you go to MongoDB, see MongoDB is downloaded these many times. Let me put that into a notepad so that we get a perspective of that. MongoJS is another module. Mongoose is another module. I'm just using three of them to compare. See, out of these three, if you see, MongoDB is used extensively. Mongoose is the next contender. But instead of using MongoDB, I'm using Mongoose. We can use MongoDB as well. Just that Mongoose will give you some security for your data. So I'll be using Mongoose. Mean.js, I don't think many people use Mean.js. There's not many of them. Weekly downloads is just one. It's pretty bad, isn't it? I think our modules have been more popular. I will be using Mongoose because it makes your life a lot easier. Okay, so let me delete everything. Okay, I'll choose browse collection. I think, okay, I have some collections here. I will delete. I had an IBM DB here. I delete it. And done. I think, yeah. I will delete everything so that I am on the square one as you guys are. So this is what you get to see when you log for the very first time. Let me delete this as well. So I will now be on square one, like all of you have. Perfect. So it should actually show you this message when you click on build a database, and it asks you, what do you really want? I want to select the free resource. And from this choice, I'm using AWS, and closer to the proximity where I live is Mumbai. So I select it. And by default, the cluster name is cluster 0. If you don't change it, it will remain as cluster 0. I will change it to VijayDB or maybe Vijay cluster or cluster Vijay, whatever. Okay, so I create a cluster. So let's go ahead and create a new project inside this. So we'll go create a project by name what? Okay, so we had step 1 here and step 2 and step 3 here. So this will be step 4 inside this folder. Step 4, RESTful API. That's the name of the folder. All right. So let's navigate into this folder now. So CD into day 7 and CD into step 4 express REST. Step 1, we need to create a new node project. So npm space init space -y. With this command, npm space init space -y, we will be creating a new node project. We're initializing a new node project with default configurations. I press enter. We got the package.json file. So basically the package.json file is the configuration file for your node project. It has all the meta information here. Basically the version, the name, description, how people should find your module, all that is available. I'll put my name, and I need to now create this index.js file. Apart from this, in this project, I'm also planning to use certain modules, right? So I would be creating them. So let me go create a file called index.js. This will act as my main application. You see, it is blank. There's nothing much in it. So far, I've just executed one command, npm space init space y. And now here, I would like to install certain modules. npm space install. I is the short form for install. Express, course. I think I would just be using express and course just to keep this example minimal so that you just focus on what is required. Maybe I will not even use cars. I know that I would be requiring cars at a later point in time, but you need to know what is the role of cars in this project. When will you use it? When you don't have to use it. Okay. And the last project, we never used anything, isn't it? So in this project, we will be using cars. So let's press enter. NPM is now installing Express. You see Express is now installed. I can now go use it. So I'll say const express equals require express. So you very well know that express, when you call, will basically give you a function back. And this function will give you an application back. So we'll go create a variable. You can make it const app equals express. So if you call this express function, you get a object. That object can be configured. Basically, it's an application object. And now I can use app and I can configure this using listen. We'll designate a port. So for now, I'll say 5050 and localhost. And we'll set up a callback function that will handle the error. And if there is an error, I would like to log so that I know what happened, right? So I'll say console log error, the error that was created. Else, I know things went fine. I will do a console.log and put up a bold message saying that the server is now running. Okay. Localhost port 5050. That's the port that I selected here, isn't it? So let's now run this file. So this command, I'm sure is familiar to you because we have done this a couple of times. Now let's ask Node to run this file. So it now confirms that the server is now running on localhost port 5050. And go to localhost port 5050. And you should get this message, cannot get /. You know this as well because we've dealt with this. It simply means that Express cannot respond to a GET request that is coming on the default route, that is /. So we'll go configure a default route now. So I'll say app.get. Why get? Because GET protocol is what will receive the request from the browser. If the browser is sending something, then we will receive it as a post. You've seen that. So I'll say /. If there is a GET request, I would want that to be addressed by this function. So these are called routes, basically. You can either choose to create it in the same file. Ideally, you would be creating a separate file called routes, okay, where you keep it. First, let me get my board sail, and then I'll show you how you can organize this file. This callback function is capable of accessing the request that comes in and the response that goes out. The first parameter is the request that comes in. The next parameter is the response that goes out, okay, out of the node server. Now, as a response, I may want to send something. So I'll say response, send hello from Express. So this message is something that you've seen before. So I'll have to now restart the node server because I've made some changes. Press Ctrl+C, up arrow key, and server is now restarted. You now get a message that we sent from the server. So your application is working. All right, you've seen this before, so there's nothing new here. And there are a few things that I would like to address address you guys here. There's something called as middlewares. Now, these middlewares is something that we have used in the past. Let me just open the previous example and show you if there was something that we used. If not, yep. So there is nothing that we have used. All right, so this was not configured. Let me see if I had used another example to illustrate it. If not, I'll explain it to you today. All right, yep. There is one middleware. You see, we have used app.use express.url encoded. We use this middleware. Basically, a middleware, the idea here is this will get sandwiched between the request that comes in and the response that goes out. All right. So the way you configure it is using this app.use. There are lots of middlewares. You can search on the Express's website, but the job of this middleware is to understand what is the request that is coming in from the server and what is the response that the server is sending to the client side. So basically, these middlewares get sandwiched between the request that comes in and the response that goes out. You can use built-in middlewares. There are middlewares that can send JSON data from the server. There are middlewares that can receive form data from the server, from the client as well. So basically, you have these middlewares. You can also log, use loggers to log. I just lost the name of the middleware that I used to use. When it comes, I'll tell you. Morgan. Morgan is the name. So you can look for Morgan middleware, and that basically helps you do all the logging. I'll show you how you can use it though. npmjs.com. Look for Morgan. This one. So this is a logger middleware for Node.js. So you see, once you have Morgan installed in your application, you will be able to log all the transactions that is happening between the client and the server. For application development, this becomes quite a utility that you would want to know what happened. What is the transaction that is happening between the client and the server. So I'll show you how you can use that later. For now, I just wanted you to be aware that there is something called as middleware. So we can use middlewares to handle the request that is coming inside the Node server and the response that is going out from the Node server to the client side. The way you create a middleware is like this. You can say app.use. And basically, these middlewares are nothing but a function. Basically, it's a callback function. And this function will take 3 arguments, exactly like the way these routes took. So it takes the request that comes in, the response that goes out, and it'll also call a next function. So after this middleware is executed, what should be done? It should call the next method. Which one? This one. All right. So in this example, just to show or illustrate the purpose of this, I would like to pause this request right here until maybe about few seconds. And then, I would want to go to the next page. I don't want to go immediately. All right. So watch. So what I can do is, I can simply console log. The request that comes in has the URL parameter. I would want to just log that. So, and then I would have to call the next method so that the next route can take over. So as of now, if I don't use the next method, the request that comes in, the response that goes out. We have dealt with this before. The next probably is new to you. Okay. So this next will basically allow you to go to the next method. So if I block this, if I don't call this next, your server has nothing to respond. It'll just wait here. Okay. And maybe we can cause a delay to send or call the next method after some time. So I'll just keep this server running. The server is running now. And now let's open the browser. Maybe I'll close this. I will say with J is the parameter. So if I send it, you notice, this is the route that I've got, and I'm still getting a response. So I will now remove this comment, and I will now restart the server. Of course, I get this Intellipaat, but I don't have any valid response. See that? But if I don't send anything, I get this hello from Express, which is quite evident. It tells you that, this middleware, the custom middleware that we created, is working. It's handling the request that is coming in. And as a response, you can manipulate things here and then send it if there is a need. All right. So just keep in mind that no, there is a possibility that you can use custom middlewares. Usually a rare scenario. I mean, it's not very rare though. But, if you start working with Express often, you'll definitely get to use these middlewares. But with default configuration, the one that we are working in this workshop, you may not need it. I just thought I'll bring it to your attention so that you know what to do, how to configure if there is a need. All right, so now we have got this. Now what I'll do is I would actually want to make a request to MongoDB, load the data from the MongoDB here when someone makes a request. So you will have other middlewares as well that we'll be using in this workshop. So you'll probably get acquainted with that. Now what I want to do is I want to connect to a database and get some response from that. Usually you would want to keep all your client-side resources, like the way in the last workshop we created this views folder, which is server-side rendering templates. You can use this, no doubts, but you can also be creating a folder called public and keep your client-side resources here in the public. In the public folder, I'll go create a new file called index.html. And the purpose of this is instead of me sending this message, I would now go configure a middleware that will serve this index.html file when someone asks for it. So this index.html file is blank as of now. I'll put some content here. I'll say, welcome to my application. See, this file can now be executed. I mean, it can be displayed in the browser like so, but I would want this, notice, this is running on the file protocol now, but I would want this file to be served from here. The one way that you already are aware of is this. You can say response.send file. So you can send this current folder like so, right? The current working directory has a public folder, index.html is what I want to serve. So let me refresh this. Localhost is now running. If I refresh this URL, I get this page, welcome to my application. This was the HTML page that we attached, isn't it? Now what I'll do is let me apply some bootstrap to this. So I would want to apply some external CSS file, or maybe to keep this example really simple, I will use an image. Okay, so just let me open my C drive, and this is online node. I think I used some image. No, if not, I'll use some other training. I recently did some images. Yeah, I'll just download some image. This one here in the public folder, I will add an image. So I will paste this image in the images directory. Dr. Strange is now added in our project. Now I want this Dr. Strange to be displayed here. I'll use an image tag with the source, images, Dr. Strange. Okay, doesn't really matter, okay? You don't have to use, you can use Compass on your own, but just to save time, I would not be using Compass. Compass is just the GUI, the graphic user's interface to connect to MongoDB, okay? So I would be using Express to interface to it. And we already have a GUI, right? MongoDB's Atlas website already has it. So I'd be using it. So MongoDB's Compass is natively installed on your computer. Guys, you see, if I run this file using the file protocol, using Chrome, sorry, you get to see this. Dr. Strange is now being displayed. It is in the file protocol. But now the same application, if I'm serving through a server, I won't be able to get it. See, you get this Dr. Strange. Why is this text coming? Because the alternate text is being displayed. So I'll simply say this as alternate name. So you see alternate name. So which tells you that the image is not being loaded. Why is the image not loaded? It's very much available right here, isn't it? When you are able to access it via the file protocol, you should be able to access it via the server as well. But that theory is not right. Why? Because Express is now in command. He will not allow you to access any files that are not listed. So basically, you will have to enable those files to be accessed. So that's one of the middlewares that we'll have to configure. How will I do that? I'll come here. I'll now say app.use express.static. So this express.static will take a URL which will be serving as a static URL for your project. Now, what does that mean? See, a HTML page is accessing images. It may also access CSS files. It may access some audio files, video files, anything that the HTML file needs. It can even be some JavaScript files. Whatever that needs, whatever the HTML file needs is referred as a static file, right? These are not dynamic files because it's static file, which will affect the way the application looks. Now, for this express.static, you'll have to point which directory will be used as a static resource for this project. In other words, which directory has all the static assets like images, CSS files, JavaScript files, audio video files that can be allowed by this index.html file to be used. So I come here and say the same thing. All right, so I can copy this as is and paste it here. So with this, what am I trying to tell? Any file in this directory is allowed to be used as a static resource. See, although even if you don't have this configuration, the static folder will by default look for the public directory, and the index.html in the public directory will be served. Okay, so I'm just showing you an explicit configuration. If you don't have an implicit, if you want to override the implicit one, you'll create an explicit one. In this case, I'm creating an explicit one. So I'll copy this, relaunch this. And now if I go back to my application, relaunch, this allows, this configuration is allowing any static resources in the public folder to be accessed. In this example, an image is what I'm trying to make available for the HTML page. Now what I'll do is watch. I'll remove all the configuration here. What that tells you, there is no HTML file being served by Express. So that is so wrong because Express has an implicit configuration. I told you about that just now. Express is an implicit configuration to serve this static configuration as a default folder, and it will serve index.html by default. So let me relaunch this. If I refresh, I still get this to work. So which tells you that Express has some built-in configuration. It works even if you don't make some certain configurations. Let me comment this out. Now, if I run this example, I don't get to see anything. So because of this middleware, the static resources from the public folder is now made available for us. So I'll refresh just to prove you that this configuration is working. Okay. So you see any folder inside this public folder can now be served as a static resource. So I can go to this public folder. I can add some more images, some CSS files and some JavaScript files, and they all will work. All right, so I'll put this on paste bin as of now. I allow you to create this. I go create a new file called index.js. So basically, JavaScript files are consumed by the HTML file, isn't it? So maybe here we'll have an alert. Hello from external JS file. In the index file, we can add it. Now, if I run this example, you get to see hello from external JS file. See, this is a point. This is something that you can use. If frankly, all these files, JavaScript files will be in another folder called, and CSS files will be inside a folder called styles. And just to keep your files organized, okay? And this index.js file will be in the script directory. And that way we can use that file in the script directory here. I will rename this from index.js file to main.js file. Your main JavaScript file is referred as main.js file. Okay, and then all the images can come from the images directory. And the style files can come from the styles directory. So what I'll do is I'll go to getbootstrap.com while you guys are busy. I'll copy this link. I mean, I can use this as it is, but what I'll do is I will copy the location here, bootstrap min.css file. I paste it here. You see, you got the bootstrap file. This is a pre-built CSS file, which can be applied to your application without you having to write for them. Okay, so let me copy this, and I would create a file in the styles directory as bootstrap.css. Notice it's empty. I'll copy the styles that are written by the Twitter team, the bootstrap team here. They have written about 10,000 lines, right? So it would take us days to write all of them. I mean, if you sit on it completely, right? So it'll take you days. At least, as a big team, they would have taken weeks, days to complete all of that. So we will get the advantage of it. Now, Bootstrap is available. You can use a CDN as is. Okay, you can copy this CDN link, and then, okay, you can use the CDN link as it is here, and that would work for you. Okay, so let me run this example now in the browser, in the local host, port 5050. You get this JavaScript file, and you see the fonts have changed. Indicates that the Bootstrap is attached. Instead of using the CSS, is this CDN file, I would write it from my application. I would load it from my server right here. I'll use link, CSS, style, bootstrap.css file. So any file under this public folder can be accessed now by Express. I will wrap this into a container. I don't need this image. It was just to show you. I don't need this image, Doctor Strange. I can delete it, but let it be there. All right. So you see the external JavaScript file is loaded. I would not need that. So I'll remove this as well. I would, of course, put some changes here. I don't need to put an alert here. So my application is working. So there are two ways to approach this project that we are trying to do today. Either we can make the client side ready and then consume the server side, or we can complete the server side and then configure our client side to receive it. I mean, see, when you're preparing something, it really doesn't matter which one you want to prepare. At least, in this example, you don't. In some examples, it may be relevant that, we'll have to prepare this so that you can use. In this case, what we'll do is, we'll go create a database first. That is step number 1. Then we will configure our server-side resource, that is Express resource, to consume the database, to connect to the database. Then we'll create the client-side resource to access the server-side Express server to utilize it. Okay. So let's open MongoDB. Go to mongodb.com. This is something that we did the last time, right? So you click on the sign in. So I've clicked on the sign in. So it is basically now asking me to sign in from my Google account. Okay, I think there is a database already created. It is paused. Let me delete it. I need to connect. All right, I think there is a database already existing. I will delete it and I will create everything from scratch with you. So this is the configuration that you should be seeing. I'll just make some space. I'll delete all the configurations so that I can walk you through. I think last time we created a database, but we did not proceed further. So you click on build a database. You'll be prompted with these three options. You can go serverless. You can choose a dedicated server, or you can use the shared host, shared resource. If you notice, this is paid. Both of them are paid, frankly. So we'll use the shared, which is free. For the training purpose, this is okay. When you start working on a project, you may probably find one of the services as per your need and budget. You can pick one. I'll select the free, create it, and then you'll have to select from between these options. So notice, from this between the serverless, dedicated, and shared, I've selected the shared, which is free. And you have a choice to use AWS or Google Cloud or Azure. So you can use one of them. It really doesn't matter which one you use, because the code that you write from Express will still be the same. It's just that internally MongoDB will make a choice to use one of those servers. Most of them provide a trial for you to access or connect. I'm using AWS, so I'll select AWS, and from the region, select something which is closer to your proximity. I'm based out of Bangalore, India, so Mumbai is closer to me. But if you are from, let's say, Central Europe, you may want to select Frankfurt. If you are on the west part of the Europe, you may select Paris. If you are north part of America, you can say Virginia, the North Virginia, or Oregon. So whichever is closer to you by proximity, select one of them. So select Mumbai. In this case, I have selected that. And by default, it goes ahead with some storage memory for us. You cannot fiddle around with this because this comes to you free. If you choose anything other than this, you are then allowed, you're asked to make some payment. Okay, so this will cost you $9. This will cost you about $25 a month. Okay, the one that we have selected is free, which means it'll give you about 512 megabytes of data that you can use for free. I think this is fair for a person who's starting to understand this, this platform. Will definitely have enough and more space. Actually, you don't need any other additional settings. All right, so we can go change a cluster name if you want to. I'll be okay with cluster 0. That's the default name. If you want to change, you can. This name only accepts letters, numbers, and hyphens. With this basic configuration, guys, okay, I've selected free, I've selected AWS, and I've selected Mumbai. You can choose one of them. Make sure you select the one that is not disabled. Let's say I select London, then this is a paid service. Okay, I suggest select something which is closer to you in proximity. That should see, London was $0.08 an hour. Okay, so I have now selected Mumbai. Free. So when you select free, the ones that is highlighted is what you should select. And I click on create cluster. This will take about 1 to 3 minutes, depending on the internet speed and their server speed. Now you have to create a username and password configuration. I will go with the username by name admin. You can use any name you want. Admin. Admin is the username. Don't use any email like the way it was prompting, because the @ in the email address will be used as a delimiter. Even in the password, I suggest don't use any @ symbols. I would usually prefer to auto-generate a secure password because this gives you a secure password. Yeah, I'm even sharing this password because this will be deleted after this training any which ways. So my username is admin. This is my password. I will, I'll write this down here. It is not quite easy to memorize this entire big password, right? So the username is here. This is the password. And it's extremely important that, after you have done all this configuration, you save this configuration. Okay, and then you can add an IP address, for to access this. I will click on create user so that this user is created. So the username is admin. The password was generated using this auto-generated secure password button. And now I would want to add an IP address. So you can either do this here, or all of these configurations can be created on the left side menu here. So the database access is already created. Oh, I've not created. I think I had. Okay, nevertheless, let me check. No, I think I have not yet created. I will use the same username. In fact, this is the username. They should have created it, but nevertheless, I'll say add a database user. I'll select the password user. The user would be admin. And the password is this. Exactly the one that I copied. And I click on add user. This user was already created. I don't know why it did not pick it up. Admin already exists. I think it is already existing right there. It is right here now. I don't know how it came back. So maybe it was taking some time, but by default, it creates a cluster by name cluster 0. Where can you find it? Click on database and click on maybe connect. See, you see cluster 0 already there, correct? Do you find this? Okay, so what you need to do is this. Create a database access. Where is the password and admin related? I have to connect. Yeah, click on add user. So click on database access and click on add database user. So this is the wizard. Okay, so I'll just cancel because I've already created this admin. I've shown you how you do that. Then we need to create a network access. I mean, I'm just showing you different flavors, so I'm a little slow with this. Click on network access, choose add IP address. And from this wizard, you select the allow access from anywhere option, which creates a IP address, which reads like this 0.0.0.0/0, which is a wildcard entry. I don't recommend you do this. Usually I suggest, use your current IP address or the name of the domain that you would want to use MongoDB. For learning purposes, I'll be using localhost port 3000, 5050, sorry. So one reason why I came up with this. See, optionally, you can put some comments. You can click on confirm. You can also make this temporary and it will be deleted in 6 hours. I think this is a good option for us. I'll choose to confirm. All right, so this IP address is also configured. There's last configuration that we would need. Okay, so just to recap, I created a new cluster. I created a new database access. I created a network access. Now I need a connection string to connect to this database. So click on database. You can now click on connect. And now it asks you, how would you like to connect? You can use connect with MongoDB shell, which we are not doing. Connect your application. This is what we are doing. You can connect using MongoDB's Compass. Now I'm not using any GUI to connect. You can also connect using VS Code. This is not something that I'm doing because I'm pretty sure that I would be using a Node.js application to connect to this. Okay, so I click on this. Don't fiddle around with the drivers or these details here because it provides you, various other configurations. MongoDB can be connected with Node.js, Perl, Python, .NET, Java, and several other programming languages. So the driver that we would be using is Node.js. And notice, the appropriate version of Node is already selected. The last version that they stopped the support is for 4.1, which means to say anything above will still work. It says 4.1 or later. Don't select or don't fiddle around with this. Don't say 4.0. Let's see what will happen. Because we are working on Node.js version 16.17.1, I guess. Okay, and you may have a conflict. So select the last one that you have here, and you can copy this connection string. I'll show you how you can use it. I'll copy this. I can close it because I've already copied on my clipboard. So the connection string is here, guys. So let me help you understand how to read this. Okay, although not all of them is relevant for us to understand, what is relevant for us now is that, you are connecting as an administrator. The password, you replace this brackets with this text password and paste your code there, password. Okay, so you got this part. The admin is the username. This is my password. So earlier it would look like this, angle bracket, password, angle bracket. Don't delete this colon. Okay, this is what separates username and password. You replace this password, that is angle bracket, password, closing angle bracket. Replace it. Now that you are done with this, you will now have to create a database name, which you have not done. Okay. Frankly, you don't even need your MongoDB is smart enough. It'll actually create a database. So I click on create. Not a new cluster. No, let's go back. So I can go create a new database. I think here I can click on browse collection and create a new my own data. The database name is OnlineDB. Collection name is optional, but I will create one called users. And notice the word users here. Collections name should end with, okay, so this collection name is users. Database name is OnlineDB. I'll click on create. The configuration is ready. OnlineDB users collection is created. So now that you have the connection string, and now we have got the database name as OnlineDB, I will use that database name here, OnlineDB. What would happen if you don't provide this? It'll create a database by name test and create it and create all your records there. Okay, so this is the configuration. It should look like this. Okay, and after this /, you put your name of the database. In my case, you saw I created a database by name OnlineDB. That's the database name. Users are not required. Okay, so the collection name is not needed. Some of these ORMs require the collection name. Some of them don't. So with this connection, you will be able to connect to every collection that is out there. So there is no specific credential to access a specific table. In other databases also you don't, isn't it? So you basically give access to a database name. That's what you can do. The database name here is OnlineDB. Now this configuration is what I will be using from Node. So let's open Node. I'll just keep it here to, maybe to refer at a later point in time. Because this is DB URL. I've pasted this entire link so that I can use it at a later point in time. Maybe I can also uncomment it, but I'm not using it. Okay, so this entire thing is going to be a string. So in this string, this is the username. This is the password. This cluster 0 happens to be your cluster's name. And this is user ID, not user ID. It is called user. Basically, it's a user string. It is different for each one of us here. Okay. Then we have this configuration and then the name of the database. So what I can do here is this. I can go create a let config equals an object. Call this as DB user is something. DB pass is something, db path is something, or a db string, we call this a string, and a db name is something. Okay, so this db user is this one. This is db password. This is the db string. This is the db name. Now, why would I want to keep a config file? See, because when I send this file to you, if you change this configuration to match your configuration, it should still work. So what I'll do is I will use ECMAScript 6 backticks here. That way I can now replace this $bind config dot db user name. This one will be replaced with $curly config dot db pass. This one will be $config dot db string. This can also change. Okay, you can say cluster name. This cluster 0 can also be accessed from here. I think that is, oh yeah, this the DB name finally. Database name. Okay, so you see the string that I copied has a lot of information, sensitive information. I don't want it to be here. Usually what you do is, you create an environment file and you put these details there, and this environment file can be separate for development and separate for production. So I can now, created this entire string, and then I bifurcated these values. So this is a cluster name. So tomorrow, if you change a cluster name there and you change a cluster name here, this would still work. And then we have a different database name here. So I've put all of them in this configuration file. That is all, guys. So I can add few more parameters to this. Port, maybe, okay, 5050. Host, maybe localhost. So this port will be now used from this config file here. This will be config.host. That way here, I can convert this also to backtick. So I will now, so I've got this configuration file. I will now cut this. This is on the server side. All right, so I'll on the server side, I'll create a folder called config. And inside this config, I will create a config.json. I want to now convert this to a JSON. So in JSON, all the names will be a string, and the values can be a string and a number or an array or an object. So this config is this guy now. The config.json is nothing but a JSON file which has all the configuration. Now in the index.js, I would want to import that file. So I'll say const config equals require from the current working directory, you have a folder called config, and that has a config.json file. So what will this file give you? Nothing as of now. So you basically load this JSON file and call it as config, and this config will work. This DB URL is actually used nowhere yet. We'll be using it in a minute. But you saw how I could break it to smaller chunks, isn't it? There is your configuration file. Let us now see if this is working fine for us. Error server instance. Okay, local. Okay, there's a typo in the configuration. Local host. It should be local host, isn't it? So if you make mistakes, you'll have to be responsible. All right, so now see, it's working on localhost port 5050. Let's go check. if this is working. Seems to be working. In the config file, you can also say, okay, what is the main file? And that config file can be set here. The folder can be inside a config file. Anything can be in the config.js JSON file. Okay, so now what I'll do is I will build on what we have learned so far. I'll rename this as step1.js file, and I will create another file called index.js file. That way, this step 1 is your previous reference index file. I'll just remove all the things that I don't need now. We would need express routes. We would need this static configuration file, all of this. But this is something that you don't need as of now. So now in the step 1 index.js file, I've removed all the comments that I had put. I have my DB string. So let us console log this just to know if it really matches what we want. All right. So I'll say console.log DB URL. So let's Control C, up arrow key, run this. See, I get this connection string now. Okay. This should match exactly what I have written here. If it matches, then my process of chunking was right. So in this example, you see both of them are exactly the same, right? I'll just remove the line. See, they both are same. So which means that, I was careful when I chunked it to smaller pieces. So you are done with this configuration. Now we'll have to connect to this MongoDB. And what do we do after connecting? We'll be greeted with nothing. So what I'll do is I'll go create a simple user. I'll choose to insert a document, and I'll probably come up with, adding a first name, last name, maybe an email ID and city. I think that should be it. Okay. So let's add first name. See, this is Peter. Last name, Parker. In fact, I can use this configuration and that would be a lot easier. All right, so I've got all these values. And if you have observed, there is a property called _ID, which got generated, and we are not allowed to edit this. So this _ID is a read-only property. Okay, which has a random, string here, which will be unique for every record that you insert. So this is an advantage because we don't have to create a unique key in your database. So have this _ID, which is a read-only property. You cannot modify it. You can read this. Now you have the first name, last name, city, and email. Choose to insert. So this record is now being inserted. You can see this data being inserted. Now, if I connect to this database, I will be getting this data. Okay, now the question is, how will I connect? I take this string. So I have my database, so at least some record in the database. Let us now connect. So how will I connect to this database? I need some connector. Node.js by default cannot connect. So you need a object relational model, or in other words, ORM, a connection basically. So you can connect using various modules. I'll be using a module called Mongoose. So let us stop this server and say npm install Mongoose. The Mongoose internally uses MongoDB connector. A Mongoose is better because You don't have to do many nitty-gritty things that MongoDB requires you to do it. Mongoose will absorb them for you. It's an abstraction over MongoDB database, MongoDB module. So npm space install space mongoose. So mongoose is now installed. So far we have installed mongoose now. In the packet.json, you see mongoose is now added. Now we can use mongoose to connect, but there are several steps that you need. Step one is, you know, that mongoose is used to connect to your database. Okay, now in order to connect, you need the connection string, this one, the DB URL that we have created. That's one part of it. But after you connect, okay, you'll have to communicate to it, isn't it? You want to send some data to it. What kind of data will you send is the question. You need to send a data that matches this structure here. Other ORMs does not require you to communicate with the same data. That is, if you send something which does not have first name, it will still insert. MongoDB is all about that, isn't it? But an enterprise application would not work without a structure in it. So I would want, you know, the record to have first name, last name, city, and email. These are four types of properties that needs to exist on a object that I'm trying to insert. So you need to create a model which can be used to connect or communicate to the database. Okay, so let's first import mongoose. Mongoose is now available. Mongoose implicitly would be using MongoDB, which is actually available. In the node modules, you'll actually find MongoDB also installed. There it is, MongoDB. MongoDB is used by mongoose. Now with this mongoose, you can connect using the connection string. So let's uncomment this DB URL. And if you are able to connect to this DB URL, you will get a promise back. So that then we'll get a response. So if you want to cache that response, use it, you can. In my requirement, I don't think I would need to capture that response. As long as I am informed that you have connected, that is good enough. So I'll use a function. This function will do a console.log and say DB connected. So the database is connected. If there is an error, then we'll have a catch. The catch will capture any error. So we'll have a function. This function will capture that error, and we can log that what error really happened. Okay, so with this one line, we are now able to connect to the database, but we have still not created a model. We'll do that in the next step. Let's run this. Oh, sorry, I was supposed to say node space dot. So it says now the server is now running and DB is connected. All right, so this tells you that the database is now connected. You can also convert this to an arrow function. Frankly, all of these can be converted to an arrow function. There it is. One of them got converted to an arrow function. I can also minimize this by removing these curly braces. If error, do this, else do this. And this can be converted to an arrow function. We don't have any parameters, so I can just write everything in one line. Again, this catch accepts only one argument. Basically, arrow functions make things really short for you, isn't it? So we are done with this configuration. Let us see if this is working. Database is still connected. So now that we have got our connection message, we'll now go create a model that can be used by our connection to communicate. usually you'll have many models. Okay, so if you are creating an application, you want to create a user, that's a different model. A product that you may want to enter is a different model. An order that you want to create for your user will have a different model. Model is like a class, yes. Basically, it's a structure how your database's values will be placed and positioned. So every model requires an object ID. So you saw that, in the database, our model should match this requirement. So I'll basically paste this as it is here. So this one is user model. So an ID would be an object ID. First name would be a string. Last name would be a string. City would be a string. Email would also be a string. Okay, so this is what we need. And this one, you see, this is going to be an object ID. Now the question is, where do we get an object ID data type? String we know, number we know, isn't it? But object ID data type we don't have. But Mongoose provides us with one. So we can go create a model like this. I'm about to delete this, okay? I'll just copy it so that we know the structure. Let object ID equals, no, object ID comes from something called as schema. So schema equals mongoose.schema. Now from the schema, we'll be able to derive the object ID. So with the schema, we have the object ID. Now we should be able to connect or make a model out of these. Oops. So I'll go create a let user, and model names usually will start with an uppercase because we are going to create a class out of this. Model is like a class, isn't it? So I will say hero equals mongoose.model. The model will ask for a name. Okay, what is the name? So we have a name already called user for it. Why did I call it user? Is an interesting theory. See, in the database, you created a collection by name users, isn't it? A collection is a plural form of a document that you're trying to insert. This user is now a document. Okay, this record is a document. And many documents are contained inside a collection. So you have a collection, which is a plural form, a document, which is a singular form. I mean, if I call this as hero, the collection will automatically become heroes, H-E-R-O-S. So now that we are done with this configuration, this Mongoose model takes two parameters. The first parameter is the name. The second parameter is the schema. It also takes certain optional parameters. We don't need them. So I have this schema, the schema that I created here in line number 12. So I can say schema. This schema will take an object, and this is what we will add here. Cut this exactly as it is and paste it. So this ID, first name, last name, city, and email are the properties that I want to create. The last one doesn't need any comma. So this ID underscore ID is a reserved keyword. You should not be using it. What type of data will this ID contain? It will contain this data type called object ID. So this object ID type of data is stored here. And this can contain a string. So I can say this is a string. This last name is a string. City is a string. Email is a string. Optionally, you can also pass in an object here. This object will take type of string. Okay. You want it to be, I think unique is true. Something like that. So you can use type and what type of data you are expecting. You can also say, I want it to be required and so on and so forth. So you can use For more, clarity, guys, I suggest and recommend you go to the MongoDB's website. You go to the Mongooses website, and here you can actually see the different types of configurations that can be assigned. There you see. Okay, so you have some good practices that you can use. So you have a name string. So I have used a model, but you see that you don't need to create a schema. You can directly create a string like so, and that would work as well. But I've gone with some industrial best practices. So you have this connection string, and then you have a simple working example. Click on get started, start guide here. You'll have a lot of configurations here. Okay, so you see schemas here, and you have schema types here. So the schema types, these are different types that can go in. So you can, do some basic validation as well. You see the type. Okay, I use type of, my bad. So it should have been type. Okay, type is what? What is the default date that you would want to assign? If it is a number, what is the minimum and maximum type that you can assign? Okay, so if the user enters something, you would want to convert it to lowercase and then insert. Would you want to trim it before you insert into a database? So you can do a lot of things. Okay, we may not bump into each one of them, but just be aware that there is documentation. I recommend you read the documentation when you start working with these. So I have not much of a requirement here. I'll simply use this user model, and this user model is what I can use to connect. So frankly, this entire thing, a model, can be stored in a separate file and can be imported here in our program. Okay, so I can copy this, create a folder, call it model. So you can have various models. In a project, you'll have various models. I'll go create a file called user.model.js file. The user model.js file, I'll paste this entire code. Say I need Mongoose here. So Mongoose is imported. Once the Mongoose is imported, I want this to be exported to the outside world. So what I'll do, I'll say module.exports dot user equals user. So which means to say there's a property called user which will be exported from this file, isn't it? So I can now export it from this file. In the index file, I will import it. So let me just comment this out now, because I would now be getting it from an external file. From this require model, you'll find user model dot user. I want to store that into this variable name by name user. Okay, so I've got my model here. I don't need this file now. I've separated it out. Usually you would not keep all those models in your program. You'll keep it outside. So now that you have got this user's object, we can use this to make a connection. Okay, and here we have these routes which are waiting. So again, I will be creating a routes file, external file, and I'll split that to another file here. That way you'll have a config folder to keep all the configuration, model folder to keep all the models, models folder. It should have been models, but nevertheless, it is model now. And you have, I think that's it for now. Okay, so let us now go create a route here. So if app, dot get gets a request on the default route. I would not want to keep my home page in the default route, or at least the server response not on the default route. I'll say app.get / data. If it is so, if there is a get request coming on to the data route, I would use this function which will handle the request that comes in, the response that goes out, deal for me. So I'll say as a response, I will send, I'll say request on data route received. Now let's run this application and see if this is working. Control C, up arrow key. Server is running, the database is connected. Let's go to the document, localhost port 5050. It says welcome to my application, but if I make a request here /data, it should tell you request on data route received. So which tells you that this route is working. Now, can we convert this to an arrow function? Yes, we can. I'm okay to use this response.send because we are about to do something different here. Instead of sending this static message, we'll use that user's object. And on the user's object, you'll have a find method. Now, this find can find all the data, and it takes a callback function. And inside this connection, you can, okay, so it takes a callback function here. So I'll pass in a callback function. I will get a response. No, hold on. I think, I will get a promise. Then I get the response, or I get an error. So basically, yeah, I think find has a callback function. Let me try this. Okay, if it doesn't work, then I will show you something different. So then we'll take a callback function, and I would like to console.log the response or db response that I've got. Okay, so I would like to call this as db response. Why? Because see, outside also I've called res, and this also, if it is called res, it will be I'll be creating confusion in its mind. So let me create a different variable name. So the parameter that I'm getting is dbres. And now I would want to respond. Maybe I'll simply say response.end as of now. I'll relaunch the server. So you see, I've got this response. Now, frankly, instead of logging, I can send it. So I'll say response.send. This send would actually send this as a string. See, you got this data. But in order to be more specific, see, of course, it is being received as JSON. Let's say inspect. And from here, the network tab, so you got this localhost data. Yeah. So the content type is actually automatically set. You see, application /JSON. So Express has been really helpful. So it is actually sending this data as JSON type. But if you want to be really cautious, okay, so we can set up a middleware here and say app.use express.json. That way you are telling that any request and response that should happen as JSON. So this is just a fallback in case if your data sometimes is not correctly matched. This route will not fail. It will definitely send the data as JSON. So if I run this, got the connection. If I now refresh, I got the data, and if I say localhost, it should tell you response headers. Okay, now there is a problem. Hold on. I think, in the way the configurations have been addressed, I'm just chaining it. Okay, so instead of me calling it twice, I've just called it once. Let me try this once again. The node, I'm getting the data. Let me get this right, okay, and then I'll tell you what I'm doing here. Okay, it's working without this configuration. Frankly, I will not use this. But keep in mind that you can force the server to send JSON type. I think, this is required when we receive the data, okay, because this is a middleware, correct? So we have two middlewares here. One that serves the public folder as JSON, as index.html as the default file. the second middleware will send and receive JSON data. Okay, I'll just configure this, and if it creates a problem, I'll later on remove this. As of now, let it be there. So I had initially kept both of them separate, but now I've merged them. That's okay, because you can always chain them. So as of now, this connection is working. And let me now send the database response. Now the client, when he makes a request to /data, he gets this. Now the question is, who is listening for it? Index file is not listening to it, isn't it? We would want to display the data here. What are the records that I'm getting? I'm getting the first name, last name, city, and email. I need that configuration here so that I can display it. What I'll do is I will go create some table which can display these records. See, we have created a read request here. All right, frankly, this is a read request. Or in the CRUD vocabulary, wherein we have create, read, update, delete, stands for CRUD. We are so far done with the read. We still have to create a create, update, and delete method. We'll now make a create request. Now, before all of that, okay, before we proceed further, it's important for us to find out how to do it. Okay, so how will we get the create done? Because the client side will have to send us some information. So what we'll do is, we will make this HTML file read first. Okay, so it should read the data first. So how will we send the data? It's available on the browser. It's available here. But how do we bring it to here? Okay, the HTML page should make a AJAX call, request the data, and then we should be able to get this data here. So let's go to Bootstrap and click on Docs. Now, why Bootstrap? So that our document can come in style. So I'll go click on a table, which is here. In the content, you will see tables. So you click on it, and you see the table should have a class called table. And in our case, we'll definitely need the serial number, first name, last name, handle. Maybe we can convert this to have email address, right? So I think this is required. All of this is required. So I'll just copy this. You notice I'm copying it from getbootstrap.com. From the document I selected under the content tables. So tables has a snippet here. That's what I copied. So I paste it here. Of course, this is not something that I would want to use. This is what I get to see. And oops, where did I paste this? Sorry about that. This is supposed to be pasted here. Now this is how it should have been. Yeah. I call this users list. But here, this should be serial number. So I'll call this a serial number. The first name, last name, and this should be email. The first name, last name, email. All right, so I don't need these many records. The scope, I don't think I would need this. So I just got one record. That is good enough. And this is where our data will come, that value from the database will come. Along with this, I think I will also add two more headings. One to display the edit button, another one to display the delete button. Edit and delete. But there's no record for it yet, so we'll create two. This one will be a button, edit. And this one will also be a button, delete. You'll find two buttons, edit and delete. We'll apply some styling on them. Class btn space btn dash warning. This warning basically allows this button to look a little different. Okay, and similarly, so the first button would be yellow, the second button is red. Just aesthetics, okay, so it has nothing to do with our application, just that, it'll look nice, this record to actually come from the database. How will I do that? So we can use vanilla JavaScript to make a request, but what I'll do is I will use some jQuery. Here in the main file, so I think I have in the public folder, we created that main.js file. So this file we will attach in our application here. Let me just delete all the unwanted links. Script with an src. Script/main.js file. So in the main.js file, I can actually make an Ajax call in plain vanilla JavaScript and make a request. Watch. Okay, so I'll go create a variable, let xhr equals, maybe just to keep this, really short, I would write everything in the same file, equals a new XML HTTP request object like this. This XHR object, the XML HTTP request object, will have a method called onReadyStateChange. So that's an event basically. It will get triggered when it is in the process of making an Ajax call. This is pretty trivial. It's not part of the Node.js. So one reason why you don't have to know this before. As long as you have worked with some JavaScript, Ajax is something that you would have learned. If not, I'm showing you an example right now. So on this XHR, we can create a Ajax call. We can make a asynchronous call. Where is the question? So in this context, this index.html is served by Express, isn't it? So from this route, if you say /data, that's a qualified path to access the database, Node server, correct? So we can configure XHR to actually get a response from that. So I will now go use document.add event listener, listen to the DOM content loaded. When that happens, you call this function. And inside this function, we'll configure this XML HTTP request object to make an Ajax call. So I'll say xhr.add event listener, listen to the ready state change. And when that happens, a function called change handler will be triggered. This change handler is created here, which will respond to any change, status change here. They will capture the event object. It's simply console.log xhr dot status. Now ready state. Okay, so this basically will start with some numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 0 is when it is not being configured. 1 when it is configured. 2 is when you're making a request. 3 is when you're receiving the response from the server. 4 when you're completely done receiving the response from the server. So these are 4 different values, 5 different values that you should know. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0 is when it is uninitialized. 1 when it is configured. 2 when you make a send request. 3 is when you're receiving the data. 4 when you're done receiving the data. So in this example, I'm more interested in listening to this xhr dot ready state. If it is 4, then I know I have got all the data. So I will console.log xhr dot response text. So I want to show what I have received. Else, I would simply keep logging all the messages. Okay, so let me do in both the places. So this change handler will be called whenever there is a state change. So we'll now have to configure this XHR object. It exists, but we have not configured it. So let's use that XHR.open. So open will ask you for a couple of parameters. First is a string. Where should I connect? Say /data. That's where you need to connect. The second parameter is, the first parameter is the method. I forgot about that. So I'm making a get request. That's the first parameter. The second parameter is the URL. The third parameter is, do you want to make an asynchronous call? I'll say true. Yes, I want to make an asynchronous call. You have the option to make it false. That way you are not making an asynchronous call. So in this case, I want to make an asynchronous call. You can change these parameters and see for yourself what would be the impact. See, because we are working on a local file, it really doesn't matter whether you're making an AJAX call or not. But if you are not making an AJAX call, the next piece of code will not work until this is done. But this is a puny data, small data will come immediately. So, but again, true is a good practice. So I'm using true. Why? Because I'm making an AJAX call now. Now I'll use the send, xhr.send. You can also do the send on a click of a button. See, you have configured it, but you are making a request on the click of the button. So let's do that. Okay, so I'll go create a button.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what command is used to create a new branch in Git? And your options are git branch, git clone, git commit, or git checkout. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers executive postgraduate certification in software development in collaboration with iHub Divya Samparka IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you'll learn a multitude of tools used in the industry such as Git, React, Express, Node.js, MongoDB, and more from the esteemed IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software development.
Get data. On click, we'll call a function. Button click handler is a function. This function exists here. And that's where, the send request will be made. Frankly, for you to understand in the sequence, I'll just put it down. So you're creating an XML HTTP request object. You're configuring it to listen to any status change. And when the status change happens, you have a callback function that is registered. And when the application is loaded, you configure it, and then you are making a request to receive. In this case, send will trigger or invoke this AJAX call. Okay, so I think the wiring is all done. Let us launch our application. I'll inspect with the console.log. You can see what happened. So it says 1. Now if I click on the get data, so you got 2, 3, 4, and I got the data. So we can sit and write all of this data using plain vanilla JavaScript. That would take us forever. Okay, we have about 30 minutes to complete this workshop. What I will now do here is this. See, this entire thing that I wrote can be leveraged with another library called jQuery. So let's open or go to this website called jQuery. As of now, jQuery is slightly out of fashion because you have other libraries that you can use. But in my opinion, jQuery is still one of the easiest to learn. Okay, but when you get your foundations right using jQuery, you can start using other libraries as well. It's pretty easy. So I would click on downloading the uncompressed version, jQuery, and I've just copied the file name as of now. In the folder, in the public folder, I'll now go create another folder, call it lib for library, any external library that I would want to load. So here, jQuery 3.6.1 is what I want to load. Exactly like the way we used Bootstrap, and we do not have to write all the CSS from scratch. I'll be using jQuery, and I would not be I would not have to write all of these from scratch. So if you see, just to read, we wrote a lot of code here, isn't it? For now, let me now add jQuery here. I'll use a script block with an src. From the lib, let's add jQuery. Now the jQuery is available. We'll use a script block, and now I will use $. So this $ method simply is jQuery. It can take a callback function and call this function when the document is loaded, which is equivalent to this. Okay, sorry. At the same time, it has some utilities that can be used to add an event listener to this button. So in this case, I would select this button like this, $, select this button. What is the name of the button? Button. On. Click. You call this function. What will this function do? Use $.ajax. Make a GET request. GET is the method. Frankly, the GET method is the default, so you don't even have to write this. So I'll simply type the URL is /data. And when I get the success, I will have a function that will be called. This will simply take the response that we get and it will log it. If I get an error, I will have another function. This function will log the error. It is also called fail, I think. Error. We'll use error. If it fails, then I will do something. I'll say console.log. See, with very few lines, okay, we were able to completely replace this piece of code. Okay, so let us ask our browser to relaunch. Click on this. I get the data. See, I got it. As simple as that. Now that I've got the data, I don't want to log this. I would want to recreate this. So inside this body tag, okay, on the body tag, I can give an ID, call this as user table. User table. This user table's content. So I will have to be replacing this, or I will have to generate them. So what will I do? When the success happens, I will look for that table. So I'll say $get that element which has an ID called user table. And I would like to append this HTML to it. Okay. So as of now, if I get the success, if I get a response, I would like to append. But is that great? No, isn't it? So if I run this example, see, there is no record here. Okay, there is a broken line, line 36. Line 36. Okay, here, append. Yeah, maybe what I'll do, I will simply wrap this as a string. Okay, so now there is a problem. I'll have to wrap this as inside a backtick. Let me see if this would work. Yeah, fair enough, that works. So if I click on this get data, I get this record. I'll repeat this once again. Click on this, I get this data. Big deal, isn't it? So what I want to do is I don't want to append it as it is. In the response that I get, okay, I may want to iterate through each one of the records. And for every record, I want to do it. That's what I want. So I'll say response.each. Each will take a callback function. And for each, we'll do this. How many records do I get? 1, correct? I will go back, relaunch, click on this. Each is not a function. Okay, each is not a function. Of course, it is not. So we can use one other method of array, but you can use something called as for each. That would be appropriate. Run this, click on it, I got the data. See, if you are interested in getting this as an array back, then yes, you're right. So now I want this to be replaced with a serial number. So this for each takes 3 parameters. The value for which the iteration is happening, that is, I'll refer this as user. The next parameter is the IDX, the index, and then the array itself, isn't it? So we've learned that in the basic workshop. So I could take this user and maybe, in this case, I would want to bind this. So IDX plus 1 is what I'll use here. This mark will now be replaced with a dollar user dot first name. First name is the name of the property that we are receiving, isn't it? Now, similarly, this will be last name. This would be his email address. And okay, the edit button and delete button can still be the same. Click on this. We got this Peter at parker.com working. There is no map file, which is actually configured in our Bootstrap CSS. I know where exactly it is. So I'll remove this comment and that should work. There is no error now. Click on it and get the data. Yeah. So we have our client side ready with some JavaScript. I'm now able to make a request, load the data, and then render it here. This button, okay. So now that I've got this get data, I'll move this logic. Maybe instead of a button, on the click of the button, I would now want this entire thing on a function called reload or refresh. All right, so why just like that? You'll actually find the utility in a minute. Okay, so I've got this refresh function, and this refresh function is what I will call when the application loads, like so. So there is no button. You don't need to now rely on the button. I just wanted to show that so you know. Okay, so when the application loads, you got the data. All right, and it is coming from the database. If I now go to the database here and add one more data, all right, so I can copy this document. I can duplicate this. I can clone it, and now I'm changing this. The first name is Bruce. Last name is Wayne, and he's from Gotham. And Bruce Wayne.com. So I've got 2 records now, Peter Parker and Bruce Wayne. So if I now go back to my application and refresh, I should get 2 records. So in order to insert a new hero, I would need a form. Now, how do I get a form? How do I make one? Go to Bootstrap, we copy the form. We can create it using HTML, just that using Bootstrap would make it look a lot cool. So I'll copy this form. So this form snippet here allows me to accept an email address and password and some validation message here. Frankly, none of them are useful for me. All I need is just this so that I can use this. Okay, so maybe I'll just copy this as it is, just this one. Of course, this is password. I will be changing it. Let us go to the application. This is users list. Much before this, I would create a div tag, and inside this div, I'll paste this code. This one is to accept user's first name. Okay, so the label is okay. I will say this is user first name. All right. The type is by default text, even if you don't mention anything. So this should work. So this form will now allow us to accept user name. This will allow us to accept user's last name. Of course, I'll have to make some changes here. This will allow us to accept his email address. And this, I think we have city. City is another one, right? We'll say this is user city. And this would be user city. All right, so we are done with this. The form should look like this now. There it is. Yeah, so I should now be able to enter some text, and then I want to upload this file. So upload this data. How do I do that? Let's go to, yeah, so there is this button. I copy this snippet. I'll call this as add user. Here, this is the user, add user. I want to accept a new user and click on this button. When the user clicks on this button, I want to take all this information, insert in the database. Now, this is what we'll call for a post method. We have done this before. Just to recap the last class, guys. So we created a route that would handle both get and post, if you remember. So in the last class, we just accepted one property, which was inserted into this array. Now we have a requirement to take the value from this input, from this form. When the user clicks on this button, we can actually sit and validate. But for now, my objective is to show you how you can send the data to the server. So when the user clicks on this button, I would want to collate this information and send it to the server. All right, so how do I do that? So I'll, when the application loads, apart from just making a refresh method, I would also attach an event listener onto this button. I will go give an ID to this button, add button. Maybe I'll use lowercase names, add button. And now I would select that button using jQuery, $select it, ID, add button. On the click, call a function called add handler. Add handler is a function that we will write now here. What will it do? It'll throw an alert. You clicked add. Big deal, isn't it? So just want to make sure that everything is working smooth. So if I click on it, I get this you clicked add handler. So that means to say this function is actually getting triggered. So it's wired properly. And now what I want to do is I want to take this data from these inputs. Okay, from these inputs, this one, this one, this one, and this one. So I'll go ahead, assign an ID to each one of them. ID is not the only thing that I can access. I can access the class. I can also access the tag name as it is. You have seen me accessing the button in the previous example. So I've got these inputs selected. I will assign an ID. ID should be unique. All right. So what I'll do is I would want to usually capture the ID as the name that you'd want to insert. Just a practice, that is all. Okay, so the first one would be the first name. The second one is last name. The third one here is email. The last one here is the city. I think we are getting city as well, isn't it? Here in the database. Yeah, we are getting first name, last name, city, and email. So let us now display city as well. So that demands us to add one more city that comes after the email. There it is. Let us see that works. Yeah, I'm getting it. City was available in the database. Now, when the user clicks on this button, my intention is to collate all this information and make a post request to the server. But as of now, the server has not been equipped with making or receiving a post request. We'll make that app.post on the same route, that is /data. If someone makes a post request, I'll have this request that comes in, the response that goes out, capture that post request and do a console.log. The request dot body is what I want to display, or I want to log. And as a response, I would want to end it right there. Okay, I simply want to display the data in the log, whatever is being sent. So we have this configuration JSON, which is expecting the data to come back to you as JSON, right? So let us now go ahead and invoke this post here. Of course, I will be splitting this to a separate JavaScript file. For now, when the user clicks on this button, the add handler is called. The add handler will now make an AJAX call, $AJAX. This time around, we'll make a post request. The method is post to this URL. And the data that I want to send is this. So this data that you're sending, guys, should actually match what the server is expecting. What is server expecting? It is expecting the data to match this model. Which should have the first name, last name, city, and email. You don't need this ID because this will be automatically generated. So the data should match this. We don't need this ID and this extra bracket. Now the question is, where do I get this from? See, conveniently, I have it on a element which has an ID like so. And I would get that from the value property of that. The first one is first name, this is last name, and this is city, and this is email. If you recall, this actually corresponds to the names that I've assigned here. ID, first name, last name, email, and city. That's what I've assigned. That's the data that I'm sending. So guys, my bad. See, I had made a mistake. This would not have worked. Even if I would have run this, this would take the second ID because it would override the first one. So this ID 1 is good enough. So this first name is what we'll accept, and that value is what we will bind here. And now what will happen is that now when the user is trying to send this data, we are using the post, we are passing it to this, and we'll have to specify what is the data type that we are trying to send. I have a here that this data here actually has to be converted to strings to be sent. You can't send it as an object, that wouldn't be accepted. So I'll use the stringify method and I will pass this object. And I will have to specify what is the data type. The data type is application/JSON. No, this is for the content type. Basically, this content type goes as the header message. Okay, so the browser server knows that it should handle it as JSON. And we'll specify the data type as JSON. See, one of them is for the browser configuration, one of them is for the server to receive. That is all. The data type will be received by the server. The content type will be understood by the browser. Okay, so now that we are done, if there is a success, we'll have a function that will be called. I forgot to add a comma here. So if I get a response, I'll be able to log that response, console.log response. Sorry. And if I get an error, I'll have a function. This function will log any error. Now, who will send this response and error? We from the server will have to send. So I'll go to this index file. See here, I'm sending nothing. So what I'll do is I will use a send. I'll put a message, hello from host route of express. And this message is what will be received here. All right. So let's restart the server because we have made some changes. DB is now connected. Let us see, this is working. I'll show you the console. Any logs that we may get will be listed here. So if I click on this, button, okay, I get an error, which is something that we can fix. Line 69. Of course, not here, guys. Here, 16.9. So this is where the error is being triggered. It's probably because add handler was called post content type, data type. Got it. See this. No, that's not there. Hold on. It really doesn't matter, but I'm just in my mind, I'm seeing if everything is done correctly. It's done. Stringify. There's a success. Do this. If there is an error, do this. All right. And the server. Okay. So I'm actually getting the data here. Okay. Got it. Because see, I was expecting to send a JSON data from the server, isn't it? But I sent a string. That wouldn't have worked. So let us save this and restart. You got the message. Hello from post. Yep. So now what do we do with the data that we get? So I will now say user dot send. So this no, we have another way to do it. So we can go create a variable let user equals a new user. There's another way to do it. I will pass in the request.body and then I would insert this into the database. I'll say user dot save, and this save will have a, then we'll get a DB response. If we get a database response, we'll be able to take it and send a response to the client. If we get an error, we'll capture the error and display that on the server. I'll save this. So let's restart the server. The database is now connected. So now we have to send the data. First name. Spelling my name. No. Send Clark Kent. Clark@kent.com. I had filled this data somewhere before. Not with the same example, but okay. So if I click on add user, see, we got the response. Now it's telling you that the data is now being updated. Let us go refresh the data. All right, so you see Clark Kent is now added. Okay, so it's now inserting the record. And now after the data is inserted, guys, on the client side, we have called this refresh method, correct? We will actually, after the post is done, we'll call this refresh. But that tells me that when this application is loaded, when the data comes in, right? So this would actually be updated. So I'll show you the problem. So then you'll understand what am I trying to fix here. So if I run this, see, you got Peter, Bruce, Clark, and stuff like that. So I'll now insert Tony Stark, Tony at stark.com. He's from New York as well. So if I add, see, you got these many records now, which is wrong, isn't it? Basically, see, serial number 1, 2, 3 and 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3 is being appended. Okay. So our intention here was okay to append here, but we'll have to empty this before we append. That's something that we missed. So we'll say $, select this element with the user table and call the empty on that. So you're emptying the existing table before you make an Ajax call. I'll save it, go back, relaunch, and that should work. So let's add one other hero, Kit, Walker, Kit, added. You should see only one hero got added.
Let us look at what exactly ReactJS is. Facebook created ReactJS, a front-end JavaScript framework. React is used to build composable user interfaces predictably and efficiently using declarative code. It is an open-source component-based framework that is in charge of creating the application's view layer. The model view controller architecture is used by ReactJS, and the view layer is in charge of handling mobile and web apps. React is well known for its ability to create single-page applications and mobile apps. So why do people choose React? There are several reasons why you should use ReactJS as your primary tool for developing website user interfaces. So here are a few. First, it is fast. Feel quick and responsive as you move through the React apps can handle complex updates. Modularity. Modularity enables you to write many smaller, reusable files rather than large, dense code files. Scalable. React excels at large programs that display a lot of data changes. It is easy to learn. It is simple to learn because it requires only a basic understanding of HTML and JavaScript. Let us look at some of the features of ReactJS. First being JSX, JavaScript Syntax Extension J. JSX is a JavaScript syntax extension. We can use this to write HTML structures in the same file as JavaScript code. Second, unidirectional data flow and flux. ReactJS is designed to only support data that flows downstream in one direction. If the data must flow in a different direction, you will require additional features. React includes a set of immutable values that are passed to the component renderer as HTML tag properties. The components cannot directly modify any properties, but they do support a callback function for doing so. Third, object model for virtual documents. Virtual DOM is a lightweight representation of real DOM in memory provided by React. When the state of any object changes, VDOM modifies only that object in the real DOM rather than updating entire objects. Fourth being extensions. React provides a number of extensions for application architecture. In web app development, it extensively supports server-side rendering, Flux, and Redux. Fifth being debugging. Because of the large community support, testing React apps is simple. Even Facebook provides a small browser extension to help with React debugging. So is React worth learning? React has long been the most popular web framework among developers worldwide. Because of the simplicity it provides, most businesses are gravitating towards React. React developers earn higher salaries than other technology professionals. Because of the growing demand for React in businesses, there is a high demand for talented professionals across all geographies. It is a good career path, and with the right plan and approach, you can easily get into it and future proof your career.
I'll go create a variable called array. I'll call this Avengers. This is an array. All right. So this array contains, so we'll have Iron Man, maybe, and just to name a few, all right? So, there's a lot of Avengers we can use, but now I have some Avengers. Now I would want to destructure this. It's a very rare requirement that, you would want to destructure an array. Objects are pretty common to destructure because you don't know how many parameters or how many properties are there, how many levels deep you'll have to dig in. So that's one of the challenges. I think I showed you a couple of ways to do that using json.parse and json.stringify. And we also saw another technique where we use the spread operator, that is the spread syntax, to destructure an object, isn't it? And if you want to destructure an array, that would be easy as well. So I can go create a variable, and this time I'm destructuring an array, isn't it? I'm not destructuring an object. Here I was destructuring an object. So I would use an object notation. See, the same thing here. Let curly brace, and then equals 0. So similarly, you have a variable. Maybe you can also use let, because we have learned about it, right? So I'll say let. Let what? All right. So now I can go create many variables here, equals Avengers. Maybe I would have lost it in the flow. This has various names. In fact, if you dig into the documentation, developer.mozilla.org is what you should cling on to, guys, because this has all the resources that you would ever want to know. And here, if I say rest parameters, you'll see they use 3 dots to denote rest parameters. And you see clearly here, this is one of the functional improvements that JavaScript has embraced, called rest parameters. 3 dots, ... to denote all the parameters that you'll be passing. Similar to this, you also have spread syntax, which is also ... All right. So this ... is an operator that you can use to expand an expression. It can be it can be an object. It can also be an array. It can also be a function that is returning an array or an object. So that makes it even more dynamic. You can also use something called as object.assign. So this object I think I'll be covering this at a later point, where you can create a clone. This is also another way of destructuring using object.assign. But I suggest you can make a note of this right now. Using this object method called assign, you can pass in a target object, and then you can destructure the source. That way you can collide 2 different objects to one. Okay. If you don't have an existing value, then you're trying to destructure an object, isn't it? So you can use that idea as well here. Now that I've destructured an array, I would want to give an alternate name for this first value, the second, and the third value. So I'll call this as first Avenger, second Avenger, and the third Avenger. All right. So what I successfully have done here is that I've created 3 variables which represent the first, second, and the third value in this Avengers. All right. So if I now say console.log, you can try this along maybe. If I say first Avenger, you'll get what? Iron Man. Of course, in uppercase, Iron Man, like so. All right, so you can try this out. Step 8 is what I've modified now, but this example was created a long time back. So if I run this in Chrome, yep, and if I open the console, you get to see Iron Man. All right, so you can destructure an object, you can destructure an array, you can do a lot of things. All right, I hope that will help. but there's a lot of things that you can do with the new techniques. Sometimes, every time I look at code written by developers, I mean, I do get into companies to evaluate. So I get to learn a lot, from these people, because each one of them come from various backgrounds. Some have .NET background, some have Java background, some of them have Ruby's background, and they all come put their knowledge that they are carrying in to build a project, right? So they would have used some new technique that always amazes me. All right, so let's go create a new folder, guys. Promise. That's the name of my folder, and inside this folder, so we concluded with step 12. So this is step 13. So I've named this file as arraymethods.html, and I'll start with the template, a basic one. And here, call this as array methods. All right, see, 55, 77, 78, 65, 4, 27, 80, 15, 27, 99. So I've got these many numbers. It's good enough for me to work with, isn't it? Let us say I want to sum all of these together. One requirement. Maybe I would want to double these. Okay, so you'll get various requirements, and for them, you have this documentation that I recommend, developer.mozilla.org, and look for array. This array has lots of methods here. You see, there's lots of them. So anything that you find which is implemented on the prototype is a method. Okay, so these are properties. Get is a property, and you see length is a property. Okay, and of course, get is an internal one. So whichever uses this at the rate symbol is more for an internal usage, not for us as developers to work. Of course, this prototype iterator converts an array to an iterable object. So you can use a method called dot I just lost the name of the method. It'll come back to me. When it comes to you, I'll tell you. All right, so you can actually convert things to an iterable object. Okay, so now let's move on. Sorry, values, this one, values. So using this value, you can convert to an iterable object. So you see that? So if you don't know what is an iterator, don't bother, because we are not going to use it. Okay, but just keep in mind that, hey, Vijay did mention of something about an iterable, which gives you a method basically. So using that method, you can get the next value and the next value. So this is useful in a situation where this array is a dynamic object. See, as of now, we have a list of these many numbers. But what if these numbers would keep on adding and we don't know what is the end? How long will you iterate through them is the question. So you may get a situation like that. In that case, iterables will help you. Just keep it the back of your head. It's quite a rare situation, but you may get. But you have a lot of other methods. Some of them are quite familiar. I'm sure you would have worked with concat. You would have worked with maybe join. You would have worked with pop and push and slice and dice, just to name a few. All right. So you have worked with arrays, I'm sure. If you have not, all right, so I suggest please take some time out, because each one of these methods are quite interesting to work with. And as a person who works with web development, you need to know arrays and strings and objects and maybe functions. All right, so I suggest these should be your core competency when you start working with these programming languages, any programming languages for that matter. So I suggest spend some time if you are new to it. But I will take this opportunity to go through some of them. All right. So let us say I have an intention. I want to double this array. How will I do that? So I'll go create a variable. Let double array, or double fun maybe. double fave, sorry, fave num. I've given a name there, double fave name, fave number. Okay, so this is a blank array as of now. And I would want to take this value, double it, push it into this. Okay, so that's what I want to do. So what will I do? I go access this fave number, iterate through it using something called as a for loop. So I can use a for. So I'll go create a variable var I. We start with 0 and we'll keep checking if I is less than fave num dot length. Then I would iterate I so that I can iterate through all the values of this array. And then I would use double fave num dot push. So I'm pushing a value. So I will take this fave num square bracket I, multiply that with 2. All right. So with this, if I run this loop, I would then be able to push a value into this double fave nums, okay, which has twice the value of this one. So let's go give this a try. I'll now do a console.log. Double fave num, which is an array. So if I mean, let me log both of them so you'll get an idea as to what has happened. So this is called fave num, and maybe I'll just make it camel cased. I'll have to make changes here and here as well. All right, I'm done. So if I run this example now, you'll see I'll have an array with the original value and double its value. There you go. So this is the original array and this is the double the array. All right, so you see I have an array which has double the value. All right, so you can give this a try. But what's happening here is this. See, you see, for every value I'm iterating. So what is the problem with this is this makes it quite slow. This computation makes it quite slow because see, you are creating a variable, you are doing a comparison. So every time you compare, you'll have to check the length of this array, isn't it? And then you iterate. And for every iteration, again, you need to access this array and then access the first array and then multiply that with 2 and then push it. So that's how we achieve this. But there's another smarter way to do this. Okay. What I can do is I'll just comment this out so you know that we spoke about it. And the JavaScript community realized that people will be doing something like this, which would, consume a lot of computation time. So why don't we create a method which can internally do all of this for us? So they created a bunch of methods. Most of them, which I'm covering now, are new in ECMAScript version 6. So one of them that I want to show you now is called for each. All right, and another one called map, another called filter, maybe another one called every, then sum maybe, and reduce, because this is quite useful. Use Control Alt and A, sorry, Shift Alt and A. That will do a group or a multi-line comment. And once you're done, if you want to move this line, you can hold Alt and up arrow key, down arrow key to move up and to move down. If you want to move the whole section, you select everything and then you can use up arrow key or down arrow key holding Alt, and that would work. That's the trick. Okay, so now you have a hat with you as well. You can also be a wizard. Let's go to the next step, guys. So I'll show you how you can reduce the complexity that is involved in this computation easily with one of these methods that we can leverage from. So what for each does is it allows us to iterate through each one of these values. Okay, I'll show you that really quick. let's say my intention was to iterate through each one of these values. Maybe I want to access each one of these values. What I can do is I can say favnum. Favnum is a name of the array, isn't it? Because it is an array now, I can use all these methods. You see, all the methods are available. Now, I'm not interested in concat and entries and things like that. I'm interested in for each, this one. All right. So what will for each do? It allows you to pass in a function. It takes a callback function like this. I will show you a long form and then I'll shorten that process for you. So this callback function will take 3 arguments. Arguments.length is something that we can use. So I'll say console.log arguments, which is a property of a function. I can ask what is the length. You also have callee. Now callee is the name of the function which is calling this function. So if this function is called by another function, you want to know who's calling it, because a function can be called by another function as well, isn't it? So you can use the callee. You also have something called a caller, which is deprecated. So I'll now use call arguments.length. In fact, arguments itself is going to be deprecated moving forward. So there's no point, in talking about callee and length and things like that, because arguments is deprecated. So if I now run this example, you'll get to see how many arguments are passed. So if I relaunch this program, you get to see there are 3 parameters. What are those? How do I know? You can simply say argument square bracket 0, comma argument square bracket 1, and argument square bracket 2. So just want to know what are these arguments. So if I run this example, it'll tell you the first argument is 55. So that tells you that this is the value for which the iteration is happening. The second value is 0. And then you see it has then become 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. So which means that this is an iteration, an iterator, basically. So the first argument is the value. The second argument is the iterator, or you can call this as index. I call this as IDX, index. The third argument is the array itself. So you get to see the entire array will be passed every time this callback function is called. So I'll refer this as ARR. Now that we have given them a name, we can use those names. So I can now say console log these value, index, and ARR. It'll give you the same output, because earlier we did not name them. Now we are naming them. So it'll give you the same output. See that? It'll give you the same output. All right. So you can also say, this console.log takes unlimited arguments. So I can say value is and index is. Index is for, okay, and then array itself. So I can call this as so if I run this example, you'll see the value is 55, index is 0, array is then passed here. This is how it should look. I had zoomed in much so that you know what is happening. All right. So now, this for each is quite a useful one. And you did not have to create a variable. You did not have to create an iterator for it. You have access to the entire array. Now, let us say if I want to do the same thing again and again, what will I do? So I have this double fun. So I can take this value. I'll show you another way to do this as well. But what I can do is I can use favnums dot for each. Now I probably use the previous one. Okay. So I'll say favnums for each. I can say double. Oh, I think I've commented it out. Let me just move it out here. This double favnums dot push. You can now say vals. Val is what? The name of the value, isn't it? So I can simply multiply that with 2 and push it in. See, I'm not utilizing this IDX and array. So you can actually remove them. because I'm not using it. But I will keep it there so that you know that these are some arguments that are implicitly passed. So if I run this example, you should be able to see, and then I was supposed to log both of them, isn't it? So if I log this, you'll then be able to see the original array and the double the array. Okay, you see both of them have been displayed on the screen. So which tells you that using these methods is less stressful on the compiler and on the developer as well. Okay, so let us see if I have to do the same thing, because see, we are now expecting an array to be formed out of this computation, isn't it? So this is one of the ways to do it. So I'll definitely comment this out so you can refer it when I send this to you. I'll upload it in about a minute when I'm done with the next method as well, because both of them are quite related. So I would like to cover both of them. So now, instead of using this lengthy long syntax, we have another shortcut that we can use. Instead of using for each, see, my intention now is to construct an array out of this, isn't it? So what I can do is I can construct this array right here. So I'll copy this. I'll cut this rather. Instead of using this double fun, okay, and then appending the values to it, I will simply make an assignment right here. Okay. Now what will for each return? Nothing. So this wouldn't do anything. But what I can do is I can use something called as a map. What map does is it will return an array for us. And that's quite useful in this case, because our intention is to construct an array, isn't it? So I can now even ignore this because I don't even need to access it. I can simply say return val multiplied by 2. Now what will implicitly happen is that this map will go through each one of these values in the array, multiplied by 2, and it will be returned. And that will be computed and added to this variable. And this map is expected to return as what? An array. So this double fav num will now be an array with double the value. So you see there is not following now about map. Okay, I'll explain that to you. And we'll be doing tons of examples on map. Just to simplify this, map will return an array. Is that simple enough? In case of for each, doesn't return anything. Okay, maps do return an array. Just keep this in your mind. Now, while it is returning, I take the value, multiply it by 2, and then I return. So which means to say, I'm now getting an array of double the value. Clear? So whenever you have to iterate through a value of arrays and then construct an array out of it, you simply use map. So that is how this double fav num becomes an array. Map returns an array, isn't it? It will compute all of that and it will give you an array back. And that array is assigned to double fav num. And now if I run this example, you'll see the same output. Can we shorten this code furthermore? The answer is yes. How? We have learned that bit as well. So we have learned how to use something called as an arrow function, isn't it? So we'll now clone this. And now what I'll do is instead of this function, I will use arrow function. And in arrow function, if you don't use the curly braces, the very first line will be returned, isn't it? So I can avoid that curly brace and the return keyword. That way it will be done in the same line. Again, I'm not interested in passing all these 3 parameters because they are not being used, isn't it? So I can shorten this furthermore, just like so. So in this example, see, I've boiled the same job task to a single line code, isn't it? So run this example, you'll get the same output. Let's go create a log. There is a div which has an ID, a class called log. Maybe I'll call this as an ID as log. And see, I want to now log things into this. What will I do? I will say document dot add event to listener, listen to the DOM content loaded. And when the DOM content loaded happens, you call this function, right? This can also be an arrow function now. You know about that. What will this arrow function do? Okay, so this arrow function will simply add this double fav nums to it. I'll now say document dot get element by ID log dot inner HTML or inner text equals double fav num. And now if I run this, you don't have to log it in the console because you'll now be getting it in the browser as well. Now I'll show you filter. What is the purpose of the filter? You want to filter this array for some value. Let us say I want to remove all the values that are less than 50. Now go out of the values. 34 is not qualified, 23 not qualified, 4, 27, 15, 27. Oh, there are two 27s, good. Okay, and then 12. Okay, all of these are values which are less than 50. I would want to remove them. They would want to remove these values. How will I do that? How will I filter it out? That's where this filter comes in. Filter basically will again return an array similar to map, but it has a different functionality. You see, filter allows you to filter an array for a specific value. So you can filter for less than 50 or greater than 50 as well. So you can do whatever you want. Let us say here, I would want to create another array. Let less than 50 is an array. Similarly, more than 50 is another array. So this is an array. This is an array. And how do I get a value from into this? I can copy the same syntax here. So I'll say favnum dot filter. Fill is different. Fill will fill arbitrary or dummy values. You can try that. I feel that it's rarely used. Okay, so filter will take a value, and what we want out of this is if the value is less than 50. I want that to be pushed into this array. And if I want to create another filter to filter values that are greater than 50, you simply reverse this, greater than 50. So now less than 50 is an array which has values less than 50. More than 50 is another array which has values greater than 50. Okay, so I'll call this as greater. We can do this by using a loop. If you want to use a loop, you know how much of trouble you have to take, how much of computation you are wasting as well, right? You have to create a variable, you have to compare every time, you have to iterate, and then you have to access the array and then push a value into it. And even while we are pushing, you need to access the original array. So there's a lot that you are doing. But here you see, you're not, because you are able to access everything that is inside this array right here. So there is no external factor involved. So this makes it more optimized. So that is the advantage of using these new methods. So now coming back to this context, let us say I will do a console.log less than 50. I'll say this is less than 50. Values less than 50 is stored in this array. Values greater than 50 is in this array. So if I run this example now, see the values which are less than 50. Let me also log the original array. This is the original array. And I've extracted values less than 50 here and values that are greater than 50 here. And I've created two different arrays. The original array is still intact. You're not modifying the original array, isn't it? Every and some are predicate functions. What do I mean by that is these two methods are expected to give you a Boolean value, true or false. So every expects every value in this array to match a condition and to fulfill a condition. If the condition is satisfied, every will return true. If the condition is not satisfied, it will return false. And now in case of sum, if some of the values in the array satisfy the condition, even if one of them satisfy the condition, some method will return true. If none of them satisfy the condition, then some will return false. Easy. And reduce allows you to reduce this array to a single value. So in this example, let's say I want to find the sum of it. So you can use reduce. You also have a cousin of this reduce called reduce right. We'll do the same thing, but it'll start, instead of the computation starting from the left to the right, it'll start from the right to the left. That's what reduce does. Index of will look for the index value of a value. Let's say I want to know what is the position of 34. What is the position of 34 here? So 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 is the position. So that's what index of does. If you want to do the same search from the last, you can say last index of instead. Okay, so there are two more that I can add here, reduce to reduce right and index of to last index of. Yeah, frankly, there are tons of them. Okay, so I've just picked a handful of them because you'll see me use map a lot. Sometimes I may also use the filter. And I would be using reduce for sure, because reduce is a very important method. You will encounter this in various places of this workshop. One is now, okay, when we're talking about arrays in ECMAScript. You'll also find this in React because this reduce is used by React to do something very specific and quite useful one. It also is used as a hook. I'll explain hooks and I'll explain it to you. And when we start working with Redux, reduce comes again. Okay, and in Redux, the reducers are an integral part. It becomes very important for you to know. That's one reason why I picked this topic, so that you all be familiar with it. But I hope up until here, all of you are clear with this, right? We've gone through for each, map, and filter. Now, this sum and every are two predicate functions. So what are predicate functions? It is expected to return a Boolean value, true or false. So let us say I ask a question, is all the value less than 100? What is the answer? True, isn't it? Because all the values are less than 100 here. So, but if I ask the same question, okay, are all the values less than 80, let's say. So this gets satisfied, this gets satisfied, this and this and this and this, all of them get satisfied. This one will fail, isn't it? So every will check for all of these values, and when it comes here, it will be disappointed. No, all the values are not less than 80. I mean, maybe 80 or less, and then this would also be rejected. So it would not accept this onwards. So every expects all the values to match your condition. Some expect some of the values to match the condition. Let us say, let all vals less than 80. Are all the values less than 80? No, isn't it? So if I now want to check this condition, fav num dot every, pass in a function, we just need the value. I will now check if the value is less than 80. And now you have something very important to learn out of this. See, although if I now say console and log all vals less than 80, you may expect false here. Now, if I run this example, it'll directly say false because not all the values are less than 80. But the question here is this: how many times do you think this function got executed? Is important, isn't it? Because there are 13 values here. Will this function be called all the 13 times? Let's go check this out. So if I return this now, and before I return, if I say console.log, I would also access the index now. So you saw that this is quite efficient way of working. Now, similar, if you are expecting some of the values, are some values less than 80? So I can say sum here instead. So are some of the values less than 50? Of course. So how many times do you think this will run now? Are some values less than 50? One, only once. Yes, because it found a match. It doesn't have to even consider the rest of them, because what is the purpose of sum? Are some values less than 80? Is so it met the first element. Is like, okay, I'm done with my job. Okay, so this will be executed only once. See, that's it. So these methods are quite economical to use, and I suggest make sure you use them in your day-to-day programming. If you when you start working with React or even plain JavaScript. So we are done with every. We're done with some. Now we have reduce and reduce right. Okay, I will show you reduce. Reduce right is something that you can learn on your own. You don't need someone teach you that. Now, what will reduce do is it is useful to reduce the array to a single value. Okay, so let us say we have a variable called total. I want to know what is the total of all the numbers that you have given. I have not computed, right? So I would want to know about that. So what I can do is I can say favnums dot reduce. This reduce, unlike the other methods that we have learned so far, takes two parameters, not just one. The first parameter is a function. The second parameter is the start value. So if I would have said values that are some values that are greater than 80, then it would have gone through all of this. And when it reaches 99, then it would say true. Okay. Okay. So let's come back. So to get this total. So I was explaining this. This reduce will take two parameters instead of one. So the first parameter is a callback function. The second parameter is the initial value. So what is the initial value that you would want to start from? I'll say start with 0. The initial value by default will become the first value if you don't pass this. So as a beginner, my suggestion is use this second parameter. Okay, so now that the skeleton is ready, I'll show how you can use it. So in this case, all the previous cases, that there were 3 arguments that were passed, which is the value for which the iteration is happening, the index, and the array itself. Here, there is a twist. The first parameter is this one. So what do you want to name this? I call this as initval, the initial value, then the value, then the index, then the array itself. So you have all these 3 parameters intact, but just this initial value happens to be the 0 that we have passed. And now what I want to do here is return the initial value plus the value for which the iteration is happening. So the total now gets an accumulated value of this initial value and the total. So let me just explain this once again right here. So initial value is what? 0. So 0 will be concatenated or added to 55. Correct? 55 happens to be the first value. Then 55 will be added to 77. Then the sum will be added to 78, then 65, and then all of this. And the value gets computed and appended to or assigned to this total. Now, if I ask console log me this total, it will tell me the total. Let's go run this example. 596 is the sum of all the values in the array. Got it? So reduce takes 2 arguments. The first argument is a callback function. The second argument is the initial value. Now let me show you. If I don't pass this initial value, what would happen? It would still do the same job. It will still give you the same value. But now you may ask, Vijay, what is happening? So if the second argument is not passed, 0 would be implicitly passed, or a null value will be passed. Null has a, when you are using a plus, it becomes a number. Null becomes 0. 0 would be implicitly passed. So null value becomes 0. That is why even if you don't pass anything, it would work. But I suggest, as a responsible developer, you pass it, because sometimes you may want to pass some initial value. I mean, let's say there is 2 arrays. I would want to sum both of them, isn't it? So in that case, this initial value will be the sum of the second or the first array. You can pass that here, and that would be added to this number, and then you can get the output. Run this example. See, the initial value is 100. But if I make it 0, 596 is the value. Easy. Let's go back. I'll upload this file. So that's about reduce. Reduce write is something that you can try on your own. I suggest you can try reduce write. It does nothing different. It will give the same output, just that the computation would have now happened from right to the left. That is from bottom to the top instead of top to bottom. How will you know? You simply log value. You'll know how the computation is happening. And let's say now I would want to get the index value of 4. What is the index value of 4? Or let's say, what is the index value of 27? What is the location of 27? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, isn't it? So let's go check that out. Console log index of 27. So here there is a twist. You don't need to pass in a callback function. You simply pass in the number that you're looking for, or the value for which you're looking for the index or the position. So if I run this example, it'll tell you 7. Now I say, no, not the first one. That is first from the last. So you'll say last index of 10. Why 10? So this was 7, 8, 9, and 10. It found another 27. So this index of also expects a second argument, which is the start position, from where you would want me to look for. Okay, so you can use this index of and last index of to iterate through all the values. So if I want to use index of 27, we'll say 7. You may say, no, I want to look for the values from 7. Okay, from 8 maybe, because that was the starting position. Yeah, so now you get to see 10. Okay, so you have the ability to pass the location as well. So you see the search element and the index, the from index. All right, so with this, we come to the end of this array topic. And in the next example, we talk about promises. Promise is something that, someone will have to deliver at a later point in time, isn't it? So I'm sure, people have promised you so many things. Your friends would have promised you something. Because see, promise has to be delivered at a later point in time, isn't it? It's not now. Nobody can say, I promise to have given you, a present yesterday. No, I promise to give you something, isn't it? So it's an anticipation that you may have that gets executed at a later point in time. Requirement. You may have some code that gets executed at a later point in time, or it gets delayed, or it is expected to be delivered later, not now, but at a later point in time. But you need to have an anticipation now. So when someone makes a promise, what will you have, guys? You will have an anticipation that they are about to fulfill it, isn't it? That they will go honor that promise at a later point in time. And when the time comes to deliver, they have a choice. They can either fulfill the promise or they can reject the promise, isn't it? So, but we can go ahead. We can schedule that this promise is going to happen, and if it happens, we'll do something, and then we proceed further. That's exactly what we will do with promise. So promise is expected to be delivered at a later point in time, and these promises can either be resolved or rejected. Let's go to the documentation so that I suggest you spend time on this promise API. It's not much to learn. If you see, promise has a get method, and it is an internal one. So if you ignore these properties, these are some of the methods. You have all settled, any, catch, finally, raise, reject, resolve, and then. So if you see, out of all of these, promise, all, any, raise, reject, and resolve are promises static methods. That means to say you can call them on the promise directly. You cannot call them on the instance. So which of them can you call on the instance? Anything that you see prototype, like catch, finally, and then, can be called on the instance. So using this idea, let us see. I'll be covering almost all of them, but if something gets missed, you should come back to this documentation, read about it. Okay. So let us first go create a promise. So what is the promise expected to do? Deliver, deliver an output at a later point in time. So let's go create a script block, and I will go create a variable, let promise. A new promise. So this promise will take a callback function. It can also be an arrow function, right? So I can pass in a function. This is also referred as a higher order function. Why is it referred as a higher order function? Because this promise is expected to get a function, which in turn gets other functions as parameters, and it'll return a function. Okay, so higher order functions are basically functions that accept other functions and return a function. We'll encounter this several times in this workshop. Just keep this in mind. So as of now, this promise is expected to take a function which takes other functions. So you see, there are two functions that we can pass in here. One of them is called reject and another one called resolve. Sorry, resolve and reject. The first one is resolve, the second one is reject. I'll use the same name, resolve and reject. I can call this potato and tomato here, but I would use the same name so that it is in line with the methods that they have used internally. You see, reject and resolve are the names for the methods that they have used. That's what I'm using here. Not that I must use, okay? I can use, that is all. So here, if the promise is resolved, that is, if the promise is kept, I'll do something. If the promise is rejected, if the promise is not kept, then I will do something. So what I'll now do here is this. And again, in the promise is expected to do something at a later point in time. I want to do something at a later point. So you use something called a set timeout. You have two of these pseudo threads that you can use in JavaScript. What do you mean by pseudo thread? Is because they have its own timeline. By default in JavaScript, everything is sequential. But when you say set interval and set timeout, they do take a callback function. Does JavaScript has threading concept? They have pseudo threads. They don't have threads. We have pseudo threads. They are like threads. So it's just a function which takes a callback. So it works like a thread. So we don't have threads in JavaScript like in Java. So I can use a set timeout. This will cause a delay in a function. So here I will call a function which can be called at a later point in time. Let us say I will set a delay of 2 seconds, and then I will do a console.log. Hello there. So if I run this exercise, this is a different file altogether. So let me run this. So it'll take you 2 seconds to see a message. By now it should have already done. But if I run this, see, it takes 2 seconds. All right. So like this, we can create a program that takes some time to execute. And when that happens, we can decide to do something. So we are setting a delay using the set timeout. And instead of console logging, what I'll do is I will use a condition. If true, do something. Else, do something. As of now, I've made it true. So the if condition should work. So I'll simply call resolve, which will take a value. I'll simply say promise was resolved. And if not, okay, so if it is false, then I will use reject. Let's say promise was resolved and promise was rejected. Okay, so this promise will take, let us say I'll make it 4 seconds, because you saw 2 seconds is quite a short time. So I have got a promise, and this promise in this case will be resolved after about 4 seconds, and it will give us a message as promise was resolved. Now, how do I use this is the question. So we have so far created a promise, but how do I use it? So we can use this promise that we have created, and we can use one of these 3 methods: catch, finally, and then. You see all 3 in the documentation. See, catch, finally, and then. See, these are instance methods, correct? Catch, finally, and then, which is what we can use. So I'll now say promise dot then. Now, when will the then be called is the question. You can also say promise dot catch and promise dot finally. So instead of doing this promise dot then, promise dot catch, and promise dot finally, we can also chain them. I'll show you. So this promise dot then can take a callback function. So I've used multi-cursor here. How to create a multi-cursor? Hold Alt on your keyboard and click wherever you want, and then you'll get multi-cursor. You can type at many places at the same time. So you pass in a function. This function will get a parameter. See, the then will get a response. The catch will get the error object. The finally doesn't get anything. So I may want to now use a console log the response that I get. Okay, so this is a success response. Or maybe you can call this as resolve response. The next one will be an error or reject response. So I'm expecting an error this time. So this one is an error here. Okay, so this statement would be an error statement, let's say. And this finally has nothing much to do. It can only call a function, and when everything is done, either resolve or rejected, whatever happened, the finally will be called after. So just to denote that, hey, you are waiting for this promise and the promise has fulfilled itself. Not fulfilled either, promises time is complete. Okay, so I'll now say console log a promise is completed. You don't know whether it is resolved or rejected, but whenever it is done, it will be called. So if I run this example, after 4 seconds, you see promise was resolved. The resolve response came in and it says promise was resolved. Yeah, so it's taking about 4 seconds. Now I think I'll make this a little shorter because 4 is a little too long now. I'm already in the console. See, now it's taking 2 seconds to give me a response back. Easy. Let's make this false. So programmatically now you have a technique to find out if a promise was rejected. And of course, there is, because we were expected to get an error, we got an error here. Okay. So maybe just to make this look glorious, we'll say error, console.error, and maybe this is console.warning. Okay, you see, this is looking like an error now, isn't it? If things went fine, then you'll see a warning and a log. See, there is a warning and then there's a log. So you have a program that can deal with a code that may take some time. When will this happen? So whenever you are making a AJAX call to some server resource, which is expected to give you a response, but something can go wrong, isn't it? I mean, the user was not authenticated, or the user is making a request to a data which is not existing. Anything can happen. So if the data is found intact, we will be able to return that. If not, we will reject. We'll expect a, how do you put an error? Error, ERROR, console.error. Yeah. So console does have a lot of techniques that you can use, a lot of methods that you can use. Warning and error are few of them. Log is something that everybody knows. So we have got one promise which is expected to resolve. But so you may have multiple promises, then what? So what I'll do is I will simply call this as promise 1. Okay, so we can have multiple promises. Let me go back to my code, relaunch. So as of now, what? This promise will resolve. Promise 1 was resolved. Yes. Now you can also chain them. So I don't have to use promise dot, promise dot catch, promise dot. Finally, I can chain all of them like this, which is one of the advantages of working with promises. Because see, when you have a situation like this, when you have to make an AJAX call and you are waiting for some data to come, you'd usually have callbacks, one inside another. If this happens, do it. If that doesn't happen, do something else. And so that can be implicitly handled by this then, catch, and finally easily, isn't it? So you're also avoiding a pattern called callback hell, where you have promises, conditions nested deep inside. So that's another advantage that you can get or derive when you start working with promises. And look out for that. Just look out for callback hell in JavaScript and how promises can address them. Basically, you have a callback inside a callback inside a callback that can happen. All of that can be easily addressed when you work with promises. I'll show you that now. Let us say there is another promise. This is promise 1. This is promise 2. So promise 2 can also be resolved and can also be rejected. Let's create another one. Promise 3. Promise 3 can also be resolved, can also be rejected. So you'll usually get this requirement, okay, in a project. Let's say after the user is authenticated, do something. That is achieved with something called as nesting. I'll show that next. But I'm expecting the data to come from some server, the user data to come from some server, then product data to come from some other server. But both are important for my program to display. So how will I get that done? So in this case, I have 3 promises. So I'm expecting a response to come from all 3 of them. Only then I can proceed with my program. If one of them rejects, if one of them does not fulfill, then the application has no point generating. Yeah. So in that case, what can I do? So I've got promise 1, promise 2, and promise 3. So you've seen how to deal with one promise. That's easy, isn't it? And we also have understood how to work with then, catch, and finally. Okay, let me just emphasize a little more on this then, catch, and finally a bit before we proceed further. And let's say I'm just working with promise 1. Okay. So this then is capable of taking 2 functions, guys. Okay, let me just comment all of this or remove them. So then itself is taking 2 functions. If you see 2 callback functions, not just one, it has 2 callback functions, then takes 2 callback functions. The first function will be called when there is a success, when there is a resolve. The second function will be implicitly called when there is a rejection. But I recommend that you always use catch, because see, many developers, may not be aware of the then using 2 different callbacks. So if you are using this, then they will be in confusion as to what are we really trying to do here. So if I run this example, this will work exactly the way we expected. Okay, it tells you that promise 1 was resolved. And if I reject here, if I go to the promise 1 and say false, the second function in the callback will be called. See, you got the error here. Okay, so the idea here is the then method takes 2 callback functions, not just one. So just keep this in your mind. But I recommend you always use this. Keep things clear. Keep things easy for anybody to catch up. See, because the same program can bounce at you after about 2 years. Then you may not, find out what's happening. So make your code easy for everybody to understand. And maybe, you'd usually not do something like this. You will not have something so simple in a project. So you would usually want to do something. If a resource is not found, you'll have to do something beyond this handling the error. So that is where the mind. So let's now deal with this situation. So let's now deal with this situation where I have promise 1, 2, and 3. I want all 3 to be resolved. Only then I can use the data, or I can proceed with the application. If not, I cannot. Then what will I do? So you can use one of these static methods of the promise. So you see promise all, any, and race. All settled and all are quite similar. So I will leave this all settled for you to explore. I will explain all, any, and race now. All expects all the promises to resolve. This is like, that every method you just learned. It is expected all of them to resolve. Even if one of them rejects, this promise all will call the catch method immediately. You have any expects any of the promise to resolve. All expects all the promises to resolve. Any expects at least any of them to resolve. Okay, if none of them resolves, then there is an error. Race expects the first thing to happen, either resolve or reject. Whichever resolved, whichever method rejected, whichever happened first, I'm okay to take it. The race is always in a hurry. So it wants something to come out. Okay, it made a request, either resolved or reject, it wants something. Then you would use race. So you have three methods, all, any, and race. I'll show how to use them. So we have all, any, and race. All is useful to check if all the promises are fulfilled. Any expects any of these methods to fulfill. A race expects one of them. It's always in a race. It's like, you either tell me it is done or not done. I need to go. So this basically will wait for either resolve or rejection. Whichever happens first, it will take it. But now there is a scenario here, because see, if it was one single response, you know what to do with it. If you have three different responses, then how do we deal with it? Isn't it? Because promise 1 can also resolve, promise 2 and 3, all three can resolve. Then how will we access the data? So that's interesting. So let me show you how it is done. So these all, any, race are class methods. So you need to use the class promise and call the all. All expects you to pass in an array actually. So you see the documentation clearly tells you the values are in array. So I need to pass in 3 values now because I have 3 promises. Promise 1, promise 2, and promise 3. So I'm expecting 3 of these promises to be dealt with here. Now, I can now attach the then, the catch, and the finally here. Let me just break them to multi-lines. Then we'll take a callback function. Finally, we'll take a callback function. Catch will also take a callback function. So then expects a response to come back. Catch expects an error to come back. Finally, doesn't expect anything. It will be called after everything, the promises are done. So I will change the duration here, guys. Watch. So the first promise will be resolved in 1 second. Second one will be resolved in 2 seconds. The third one will be resolved in 3 seconds. How long do you think all 3 promises will take to resolve, guys? No, it'll only take 3 seconds, right? Because the highest duration required by any promise is just 3 seconds. You'll not add all of them together. Yeah, it would be a correct answer if they all are nested inside. Like, if promise 1 is called, then call the promise 2. If the promise 2 is resolved, then call the promise 3. You can actually have a situation like that as well, where, you can take 6 seconds. But for now, the maximum duration for any of these promises to resolve is 3 seconds. Isn't it? So that's the duration that will take. So I will now expect the console to log this response. What I get here. Now, if I get an error, I log that here. And here, I'll console log. I'll say complete data. Let's run this. It'll take 3 seconds. And you see, you get an array back. This array contains these responses in the same order that you had passed them here. See, even if one of them takes a little longer. So let's say, this will take 3 seconds. This will take 1 second. And this will take, let's say, 2 seconds, just to create a flavor. If I run this example, the sequence here, all right. See, promise 1 was logged first, promise 2 was then logged, and then the promise 3. So it's just to tell you that the sequence really didn't matter, isn't it? What really matters is how you have passed them here. So if I passed promise 2 first, then promise 3, and then promise 1, that should be the sequence of the logs. Promise 2, 3, and 1, right? 2, 3, and 1. Just keep this in mind. Let us say, I don't want all of them to be resolved. I want any of them to be resolved. So in this case, the very first one that will be resolved will be used. So I'm not expecting an array to come back. So this time the response will not be an array. It will be the first promise that gets resolved, which will be the first promise to get resolved. Promise 1 is taking 3 seconds. So this is definitely not the one. Promise 2 is taking just 1 second. So this is the promise that we are getting. Let us say you have separate servers to store the same data. Whichever server gives you a response, you can use it. In that case, you'd use promise.any. Let's go back, relaunch. See, promise 2 was resolved. It did not wait for promise 1 to complete. All promise 1 would also complete, but it did not wait for it, isn't it? Promise 2 was resolved, and you got the response. So that is how you'd use any. And when you're working with arrays, either promise can be resolved or rejected. Whichever happens first, you are okay to take that. In that case, you'd use arrays. Let me copy this, paste it here. Arrays, save. See, this race here is expecting whichever happens first. So in this case, this is resolving, it'll take it. If this is rejecting, it'll take that as well, whichever happens first. See, promise 2 was rejected. So I'll make this one true, but I will make this one to take half a millisecond and throw a rejection. We'll take that. So any is expected, any promise to resolve, all expects all the promises to resolve. Race expects any of these promises to either resolve or reject. Whichever happens first, it will take it.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which attribute is used to specify the source URL of an external JavaScript file? And your options are src, href, link, or script. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers executive postgraduate certification in software development in collaboration with iHub Divya Samparka IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you'll learn a multitude of tools used in the industry such as Git, React, Express, Node.js, MongoDB, and more from the esteemed IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software development.
So what you need to understand or carry home is this. React is meant for front-end development only. It is not meant for backend. Of course, there are some backend libraries that work hand in hand with React. Okay, but just keep in mind that, React is meant for front-end development. It's not backend development, not, the server-side development as well. Of course, the React CLI will be delivered on the server side, will be developed on the server side. We will be debugging it on the server side. How do we hook front end to a backend in Spring Boot? Will that be taught? No, I would not be using Spring Boot, Zaiba. I'll be using Node.js. But communicating with Spring Boot is as easy as communicating with Node.js. Okay, as long as your server side gives away some JSON data, you should be able to communicate to it. Of course, if you have enrolled for a full stack workshop, no, you don't have to know Node.js. You don't have, it's like this. I mean, see, you don't have to be a mechanic to drive a car. Okay, so I'll show you how to drive a car. So I'll show you how to use Node.js. We'll be discussing about creating some simple server-side program using Node.js, which can communicate to some server-side resource like MongoDB maybe, or Firebase, and we can complete this assignment. Okay, but I'll give an overview. Similarly, you can also communicate to Spring Boot. I mean, once you learn one of these, communication, the rest all becomes identical. That's what I want to say. And just keep this in mind that you use React to make things progressive. It's not that you plan build every part of your application just with React in one shot. No, you progressively make some small changes, and that's the feature that React is here to deliver, and that's what we will see. So if you are familiar with the MVC architecture, the model view and controller architecture, React delivers the view part of it. A few things that you need to carry always is any DOM manipulation that you have to do can be done with JavaScript as well, but put that to React. Let React do that, because then React is aware of the changes and it will help you keep track of the state that you would want to manage. So if you use JavaScript and not React, then React becomes innocent. I mean, he doesn't know what changes have been implemented. So he'll not be fully capable of helping you. And in React, everything is a component. Now, what is a component? It's a single unit that can manage itself. You can think about it like a brick or a Lego block, if you may. Okay, so you can use several Lego blocks to build whatever you want, isn't it? Or you can use bricks to build anything you really want. So that independent entity, which is capable of being molded to do whatever you want, is a component. And in React, you use a term called composition or composability, where you have several components coming together to become a bigger component. So React, on the other hand, helps us manage the user interface really well. So what React does as an advantage, I mean, what is the takeaway from React? Why should you start using React? Is because React makes things easy to build. It converts things to components so that you can collate many of these components to build whatever you really want. And if you want to update, it becomes easy for you to just change one component at a time and then make a big change in your application. So you can make your application scalable. That's the whole idea. React also supports partial refresh. Say if you want to a small view got updated in your application, let's say a small data got changed, then in a legacy-based web application, the entire application will have to refresh itself to denote that change. But that is not so in React, because React is using something called as a virtual DOM. It just manages to manipulate a small area or a small component, not the entire application. You'll realize that even if a small change happens in one related component, the parent will also refresh. Okay, React is also faster because it is fast in several levels. When I say it is fast, you may probably ask, okay, fast how? Is it because it will be fast in performance, or will it be fast because you can develop it really fast, or if it is scaled really fast? What is it? In case of React, all of them is true. React actually is a lot faster compared to its other competitive technologies. I would consider Angular here. Okay, so is React faster than Angular? Yes, in certain cases, but in Angular also you can optimize. In React can also be optimized. So I'm comparing an optimized version of React with an optimized version of Angular here, and that way React is slightly faster because it has the flexibility for you to use plain JavaScript. Okay, and React has smaller learning curve compared to Angular. Angular has a lot of tricks in its hat, so it does a lot of magic behind the scene. React does not do all of that. You should be aware of whatever React is doing, okay, to get React to work for you. And you leverage your existing knowledge of ECMAScript 6 on React. So step 15 is before React.html, and I will actually convert the same example to a React one, so you will understand how React is efficient, how React is capable of doing certain things. So let me create a script block, and this is something that you have done before. So let us go create a virtual DOM, and I would like that virtual DOM to be added to a literal DOM here. So I'll create a element which has a ID called root. You can call this potato if you want, and that would still work for you. Okay, but I used the word root because React calls it or looks for this div with an ID called root. And some of these answers have already been given to you. Why should I use ID? I'm sure some of you asked me, Vijay, if I want to look for an element, if it has a class or an ID or a tag name, which one is faster? I told you, I gave you the answer. ID using the document.getElement by ID would be the fastest way to access. It's fast by a few nanoseconds, that is all. So now let us say I want to create a virtual element. So I'll go create a variable, let elm element, okay, equals what? So document dot create element. We have done this before. I want to create a div. Now, is this element a div tag? Yes, it is, isn't it? So this element elm variable is now a div tag. So this is virtually available. So I can access all the properties of this elm. I can say, what is the inner HTML, inner text? I will say the inner text is welcome to your life. So this virtually created element exists. We can also add attributes to this. I can say elm dot add attribute, or maybe I'll call this as set attribute. Set attribute class, and I want to add this value called box to it. So I've not only accessed the property, but I'm also accessing the attribute for this element now. So if I now go create a style block and look for the box class, assign some width to it, 100 pixel, height 100 pixel, background color so we all can see it. Let's make this chocolate, a brown maybe, and color of the text will be beige or bisque, and the text align is center. I'll make this width as 400 pixel and height as, let us say, 150 pixel, because I just realized this text is a little lengthy long compared to 100 pixels. It could have been fixed, but let's say the text align is in the center. Okay, I've already done that. Okay, I wanted to vertically align it. What was the trick, guys? We have done this before. The line height is what we will use. Set it to 150 pixel. And maybe the font family would be sans serif. Whichever sans serif font your device has will be used. Serif means curve. Sans serif means no curve, not a curvy font. So we'll use a font that has geometric shapes. Whichever is that on your machine will be used. So let's run this example. See, we have virtually created this element which can take this class. But can the user see it? No. We can, render this element in front of the user only if there is a real DOM that is existing. So I will go ahead and wait for this document to add an event listener, listen to the DOM content loaded. When that happens, you call this function, which will look for document.getElementById root dot, I can say append child. We have done this as well before, ELM. And this ELM element that we have created, the virtual element, will now be attached to the literal element. And now if I run this example, you'll be able to see this there. Welcome to your life. Okay. So we created a virtual element and then we added it to a real or literal element, isn't it? Now, the question is, hey, Vijay, this is all good, but this is plain JavaScript. Where is React here? So what is React helping me do here? Okay. So React actually was created or invented after JavaScript was invented, isn't it? So React does the same thing smarter, lot better, in fact. So let me show you how you can now convert the same example to React. Now, if I want to add React here, we can go to React's website, reactjs.org. And in the website, you click on docs. And then from the docs, you see there are several links here. One of them says add React to HTML page in 1 minute. Frankly, React takes anywhere between 3. So if you want to add React in your application, see, there is a small snippet here. I suggest you can do it. Even now, okay, even till this date, there are companies, Fortune 500 companies, which are creating React applications exactly like this. Because you see, they started working with React about 6-7 years back. And they created this project, or they created a project, and they did not want to do any updates on that. I mean, it's working, the client has paid, and then the account is settled. The project is sailing, right? So they didn't want to make any difference. But now, you will laugh at it. Okay, what have you used? But keep in mind that now there are many things that we can do. Okay, so now let us copy these 2 pieces of code here. You see on this website, add React to a website.html, that is add -react-to-a-website.html. Quite a mouthful link, isn't it? So you will find these links. Don't bother, you would not be using this for a long time, but I want you to know. Okay, I told you that React is getting updated. 18.2.0 is what I'll be using in this workshop. But when Intellipaat created the content, maybe we were a few versions before this. Or there will always be a change, isn't it? I mean, after a few days, if you come, maybe they will have some small bug fix here, and they would release a new version. The content will still remain the same. So now that we have React here, we can start utilizing React. So I'll show you the exact same thing how you can do with React. Now that we have attached React, so there are 2 files here. You see, the first one is React. The core of React comes here. Then the second library here is to attach the React application to the DOM. Yeah, you can think about it like that. Yes, you can think about it like that, but it does something beyond. Okay. But because you are just starting, you can probably compare to it so that you get familiar. Okay. So moving forward, this React.development.js is the core of React. So it has all the core functionalities that React application should have. And then this one attaches the React application to the DOM. You may say, why, Vijay, they have created two different libraries? See, this React library, the core library, is used by React Native as well, wherein I go create an element and that implicitly gets converted to a device native element. Say if I create a button here, on the web, it will be a button that a browser can understand. But an Android device or an iOS device has its own button APIs. So it'll actually convert it to that. So what they have done is, they have split these to two different parts, wherein you have the core of React, which only is allowed to create components. And the second one can help you attach it to a DOM. See, DOM is what we will be working on. After this training, you can easily convert this application to a React native application. You just need to follow along, and the React idea that you have learned will still be the same. Okay. So if you attend my React Native workshop, I'll show you how you can convert it to a mobile application as well. It's quite a breeze. Now let's move on. In this case, I have to now create a DOM element. How do I do that? I have React to my help. I'll use React. And it has a method called createElement. React.createElement. See, the document also has a createElement. React also has a createElement, isn't it? Now this createElement can be attached to a variable, React.createElement, like so. And this createElement, instead of taking just one parameter, the JavaScript only took one parameter, but the React.createElement will take multiple parameters. So the first parameter is the name of the tag that you would want to create. The second parameter is the attribute that you would want to set. The third parameter would be any child that you would want to add, or any content that you would want to add. So these three lines can be just accomplished in one line. The first parameter is the tag that you would want to create. So I will say I want to create a div tag. So I'll go create a div like this. The second attribute, the second parameter would be the attributes that you'd want to set. So what is the attribute? We are setting a class here. So I will go say class is what I want to set. Of course, this is a pseudocode, so don't follow this, okay? The third parameter would be the content that you would want to add. So you would put this content. Easy. So the React.createElement will take three parameters. The first parameter is the element that you would want to create. The second parameter is the attribute that you want to set. The third parameter is the content that you want to set. Of course, React does it slightly different. It takes values in a different way. These attributes can be just one, but can be many attributes as well. So what React does is it allows us to pass in an object. And on this object, we can pass in the attribute. Say, for example, class is what I want to pass. And the value for this class is box. Okay. But you should know that, this React here is actually running some JavaScript behind the scene. And in that case, class becomes a reserved keyword. You cannot use the word class, isn't it? So what they do is use something called as class name instead. So they use class name instead. All right. So I'll use an attribute called class name. And the value for that would be box. Div is what I want to create. And I want to set the text as welcome to your life. Now with this, my virtual element is ready. Here in plain JavaScript, I took 3 lines to accomplish the same. Here in React, I could do that in just 1 line, isn't it? Okay, so we have another 4 more minutes. We should be able to complete this exercise, and we should be able to continue from React in the next one.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides full stack web development course in collaboration with ENICT IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So MongoDB is an open source document oriented database that is made to hold a lot of data and provide you with a lot of flexibility when working with it. It falls within the NoSQL database category because MongoDB does not store or retrieve data in the form of tables.
There's a function called find, which we can use to find the documents. But sometimes we have seen a simple example. We're using two functions. For find, we have seen there are 2 functions. First, we can use db.collection.find. Second, db.collection.find1. This find function, db.collection.find, this find function takes an object as an argument where we can write a condition. So when you don't write anything, it is equal to select star from table, means I want to see all the records. But we also want to write some advanced queries, and there we're going to use some operators. So MongoDB provides us with the various operators to write some logical, or you can say some advanced queries. So first we're going to learn about the logical operators. Logical operators, where we have AND operator. First is the AND, then we have NOT, then we have NOR, then we have OR. Now, if you remember, in SQL also we have something called AND OR. These are the operators we can use to perform some advanced queries. Suppose I want to find out the document, find out the record based on some condition. Either we can do it in this way. Suppose if I want to write here, I can write here db.collection.find, and in this we can add a filter. Filter is going to be another object where we can pass the field name, and then we can pass the value. So it is going to be, let's say, for example, select star from table, where we can say, let's say ID is equal to 1. So we're going to write it like this, filter, it's going to be ID 1. So that's going to make the query select star from table where the ID is 1. But we also want to make some operators to write some other conditions. In that case, we can use this operators. So first we have the AND operator. AND operator used to join the query clause where the logical and return all the documents that matches the condition of both the clauses. So AND operator is used to join, it joins the query clauses with logical and returns all the documents that match the condition of both sides or both clause. Suppose we want to write a query, say find the document in the collection where ID is 1 and name is this. Means it has to match both the condition. If both the condition get matched, only then you get the result. Otherwise, you didn't get any result. And means both sides should be returned true. Not invert the effect of a query expression and return all documents and return documents that do not matches the query expression. Right? Third is NOR. NOR means join the query clauses with logical NOR and which return all the documents that fail to match both the clauses. So join the query clauses with a logical NOR and that returns all the documents that fail to match both clauses. And finally, we have the OR. OR means it will going to return all the document that match either clause. So we have put two conditions and it's going to return all the document which match with any one of the condition. So join the query clause with a logical OR and return all documents that matches the condition of either clauses. Right? Let's check in some examples. So first of all, let me open my command line. Let me connect with my MongoDB. So we can write here Mongo. We can connect with the Mongo shell. Let me check what is the database we have. So I can use this demo. Then we can use the collections, see the collection list by using the show collections. I have employees. Let me drop this employees as of now. So we can use db dot employees dot drop. I don't have any collection right now. So let's create a new collection and we'll insert some documents. So db dot, let's say users dot insert. And we can pass here an object which consists of name, going to be Mark. Then we can have the age as 30, status as true, right? Let's insert a couple of more documents. This is going to be Mark. Let's insert one more. That's going to be Paul. Age is 32, status is true. Then we have, this is going to be John. Age is 28, status is true. This is going to be, let's say, Watson, age is 25, status is true. And one more, this is going to be Albert, age is 21, status is false this time. Right? What we did, we insert 5 documents as of now into my collection users. So we can use this db.users. I can write here db.users, db.users.find. And as of now, if I say find, or we can write like this also, empty object. Since we do not want to add any filter, so either you pass an empty object or don't pass anything, the result going to be same. So we can able to see we get 5 documents. Now I want to find the document based on a condition, right? So maybe I can write here db.users.find, and in this we're going to pass an object where you can pass where the status is true. Out of the 5 documents, 4 having a status as true. Yeah, user is a collection. We create a user as a collection. While inserting, when I say users, automatically collection get created. So we don't have to call the function create collection. We discussed initially there are 2 ways we can create a collection. One, explicitly create a collection first, or at the time of inserting a document, the collection get created. So now you can see we get all the 4 documents, right? Or we can write here false. So that's going to give me, this is single like a where clause. We're writing a condition like select star from users where status is equal to true or status is equal to false. So you get the document as expected. That's a simple, straightforward. I want to add a condition where I want to check all the user where the name is Mark and the status is true. So we have to use the AND operator for this. AND operator join the query clauses with a logical and return all the documents that match with the condition of both the clauses. So in this case, it is simple and straightforward. There are two ways we can able to use the AND operator. Either we can directly just put a comma and add on conditions, or we can AND operator explicitly. Suppose I can write like this. So first of all, so we can write db dot users dot find, right? And then in this we have to pass an object. Find will take an object. Everything in MongoDB is an object. So we always object represented by the curly braces. Within the curly braces, we have to use the operator called AND. So use AND operator. All the operators we have to use using the dollar symbol and then it will take an array where we have to put two conditions. This is the first condition and this is the second condition. First condition we can write the name is going to be Mark, and then status is equal to me. So what we did, and will take an array as a parameter where we have to pass two conditions. This is the first condition when I want to check with the name as should be Mark and status should be 2. That's the second station. Put it separate by comma. Copy this and try to run this here. Sorry, Mark we have to put in a double quotes. And you can see we get the result as expected. In the case of AND, we only going to get the documents when it match with both the clauses, which means if I write here, let's say false, instead of true, if I say false, you will not have any document where the name is Mark and the status is false. So that will not going to return anything. We don't get anything. But if I change this AND to OR, you get two documents. All the documents which match with the first condition and all the documents which match with the second condition. That's the difference between AND and OR. So this is going to be the AND. And this is going to be OR. Right? So this is going to be the first, we can see this is the first condition. So now using the AND operator, right? I'm going to put here a square bracket, means it takes an array. Array means it has multiple conditions. First condition, we are just checking with the name, and second checking with the status. So, and then you can see in the case of AND, we get two documents or one single document as a result. This is going to be the result what we received from this. And in the second example, we get two documents because first document matched with the first condition, which the name is Mark, and second status is false. Now suppose if I write the same query, but this time I'm going to pass here status as true. Tell me how many documents we're going to see. What would be the expected output from this query now? Where I'm putting a name as Mark, I'm using an OR operator. Name as Mark, status is true. Yes, very good. 4 documents. Because it will going to give you all the documents where the name is Mark, also give you all the documents which match with the second condition, that's going to be status is true. That's the difference between and OR. Right? In this case, we're going to get the 4 documents. The next is not. Right? Mostly we use and OR, but sometimes we want to use not also. So not invert the effect of the query expression and return the document that do not match with the query. Nor not are being rarely used. We'll see this example going forward, but before that, and OR are the mostly used. Right? After this logical operators, there's something called comparison operator. Comparison operator. In the comparison operator, there are 6 kinds of operators. First, we have $EQ. Then we have $NE, GT, dollar, LT, dollar, GTE, and dollar, LTE. Now they're not difficult to remember, right? You can simply say EQ stands for equals to. It is mean equal to. NE stands for not equals to, not equal. GT stands for greater than, greater than, greater than. LT stands for less than, less than. GT stands for greater than, and equals, equals to. LT stands for less than, equals to. Right? Gaurav, as I said, you can mix the operator. Instead of putting a condition here, you can use another condition which is going to be the and or. Right? Do not expect everything to be done. You can try something your side also. If you find some difficulty, let me know. But give it a try first. Okay? Just replace the statement with the another statement which include the and or. Okay? There are 6 operators we usually use. First is equals to. Suppose I want to do it will return true if the values are equivalent. NE stand for not equal, means return true if the value are not equivalent. Greater than GT, return true if the first value is greater than and the second one from the second one. Similarly, less than, then greater than equals to, or less than equals to. Let me give you examples. If you look at the document that we have right now, db.users.find. I have 5 documents right now. In all the documents, you can see we have something called age, right? I want to find out the documents or find out all the users where the age is, let's say 30. So we can write here db.users.find, and then we can write a condition. So I can write a condition to find all the documents where the age is equals to 30. One way can be, you can simply write like this also. Suppose I can write here age, and then this is going to be 30. You get the result as expected. This is one way of doing it. Second way, you can write here. We can write here age, right? That is a field name first. Inside this, we can pass an object, and the object consists of $EQ, and then we can give the value. Suppose I want to the equal to 30, so you can say 30. So that's going to give you all the documents which match with the age 30. Now the only difference is, in this case, we can also find the documents using an expression. Means instead of equality, we can also use for not equals to. So I can use an operator called not equals to, which means it will going to give you all the operators which does not match with the any does not match with 30. Means all the other 4 documents you will see except 30, 32, 28, 25, and 21. Or you can say where the age should be greater than GT 30, means you get only one document 32. Or if you want to include 30 also, then greater than and equals to 30. Similarly, we can write here less than LT, less than. So we get all the documents where the age is less than 30, 28, 25, 21. Or you can say LTE, which is going to give you less than equals to 30. So you can say including 30, you get all the 4 documents. So this is called comparison operator, where we can write the condition, write the query depending upon the write an expression. So EQ is similar. I mean, suppose you can say I want to find out, say db.users.find. EQ means equals to. So we can write here, suppose age $EQ equals to value as 30. So that's going to give you, this is for equality. So that will going to give you all the documents which match with the condition. Means the where the age is 30. I mean, both way we can do it. There are every time you will find there are multiple way we can do write a problem solution to a same sort of problem in different ways. So we have the option we can do it in this way also, or we can use with the directly also. Okay, next is element operators. Sometimes we also have to work with the arrays. So for that we have something called element operators. Now to work with the arrays, we can use here element operator. Right? Element operator, there are two main operators, not array. First, first of all, the element operator means they are used to find the document based on a field type or its existence. So there are two main operators we can use. The list of operators are huge, but we'll try to cover those which we mostly use in our day-to-day life. First, we have $exist. Second, we have type. Now, it will the $exist operator matches the documents that have the specified field. Type operator, because since MongoDB gives us a flexibility in the schema, we can also have a document which may be having some stored a field in a different type. Maybe some same field has a value in the string, or same field has a value as an integer in some of the documents. In that case, we want to check or we want to find the documents based on the type of the field. Then we can use type operator. So that will use to select the document if a field is of the specified type. Let's take an example. Suppose I'm going to create here, let's say, a collection. We have this users collection. Let me drop this first. db.users.drop. Let me clear this. Now db.users.insert. And let's insert a document where we have a name as Mark. Then we can have, let's say, phone number, or let's say we can say we have the phone number, phone field, which stores some phone number, and have a status field as true. Let me insert a couple of more documents. This is Mark. Paul. Phone number is something else. Then we have John. And John does not have the phone number field. Right? Now if you see db.users.find. These are three documents I have in my users collection. Right? I want to find out all the document which has the phone field or which does not have the phone field. So suppose if I want to find a document which does not have the phone field, I can write like this: db.users.find, and then we can write here. Phone is null. That's going to give you the list of all the document which does not have the phone field. So phone null means which does not have the phone field, automatically return the null. So you can see only the last document you receive the last document only. But suppose if I want to find out the documents which has the phone field, irrespective to the value what we have. If we write here, let's say phone, and we can give the value, only going to give you a specific document. But my requirement is I want to find out the documents which contain or which have the phone field. Then we're going to use the exist operator. Means we want to check a specific field existence in the document or not in the entire collection. So we can write here db.users.find, and then we can write here phone, the field name, and then we have to pass an object which consists of the $exist operator exist. And then we have to give value true or false. If I say true, that means that value, this field must exist in all the documents, irrespective of the value we have. Now you can see we get all the two documents which contain the font field. If I change this to false, I can see only the one single document which does not have the font field. So this is going to be the recommended operator you can use if you want to check the existence of any field in the document or not in the entire collection. Is it clear to everyone? Let me repeat once again. What we did, I have the collection, there are three documents we have. So we have three documents in my users collection. Since MongoDB having a flexible schema, every document can be different from the others. My requirement is I want to find out all the documents which contain the font field. So I can use this exist operator. If I write it false, that give me a list of all the documents which does not have the font field. Or if I say true, that's going to give me all the documents which contain the font field without checking the value. I'm just want to see the font field should be the part of the document. That's it. Right. So this is going to be very interesting operator called exist. The name suggests exist. Find all the users where font field exists. That's it. Okay. Next is type. As I said, MongoDB gives you the flexibility to have a different documents from each other. Sometimes we might accepted the value as a string. Sometimes we accepted a value as a string. Field is same, but the value type is different. So I want to find out the documents based on the field type also. Then we can use a type operator. So type operator used to find a document based on the type of the field. Right? That let's consider a simple example. Consider you have a user collection where user information, where we have a user information, and you have to find all the users where the font field is a type string. If you look at right now, let me clear this first. And if I see right now, we have three documents. Out of these three documents, there are two documents which contain the font field as a number. If it is not wrapped with a double quotes, means it is a number. If it is double quotes, then this is a string. I can insert one more document. Let's say db.users.insert, and we can add the name as Watson, and then we can have a font field, and then it's going to have the same value, but the number is of type string type because we use double quotes now. It's a string. It is not a string. It's a number. Understand this very carefully. We have a same value, 9999 for Watson, 9999 for Mark. The difference is in the case of Mark document, the phone number stored as a number, but here this phone number stored as a string because we use double quotes here. Right? Now, if you see again, find. Just simply write db.collection and then write find without any condition. That gives you a list of all the documents. So that's going to give you the entire, all the list of documents. There's no metadata as such, right? Because as I said, it is a schemaless. There's no schema as such. And usually we're going to interact with the application using an application. Not directly going to interact with a shell. So we're always going to have the application which will be responsible to interact with your database. Okay, now coming back to the type operator. You can see right now this Mark having a phone number 9999 as a number, but this is as a string. I want to find out all the documents. Suppose if I write db.users.find, and then we can write here, if I say phone number 9999, now tell me which document you will get. Watson, right? Last one, correct. Because we put this in double quotes. If I remove the double quotes, it will going to give me the Mark, correct? This is going to give me the Mark. because now the MongoDB can differentiate. If you put in the value in double quotes, it will try to compare all the documents where the name, this number is stored as a string. So you can able to get the result accordingly. But irrespective of the value, I just want to find out all the document which has the name or the phone number as a string or as a number. So there we're going to use a type operator. So we can use here db dot users dot find, and then we can write here phone using a curly braces. Now we have to write using a type operator. So write dollar type colon, and if I write a string, it will going to give me all the phone numbers, all the document where the phone number stored as a string. As of now, out of this 4 documents, we only have 1 document, and you can get the last one, Watson. But if I just write a number, you can see we get both the documents. Irrespective of their value, I'm checking based on that value type. So we get a type operator for this. That's your type operator. Suppose if I write here db dot users dot find status. Now if I write here type as string, right? You will just a second, I forgot this quotes here. You will not see any document here because this string, the status is not a string, it is a Boolean value. So you have to use Boolean. Wait a minute, I just misspelled this. Wait a minute. You have to make sure that all the JavaScript, if you have to check all the JavaScript types you can use here. Double O. Wait a minute. Private bool. Yeah. You can use bool. You can see we get all the 3 documents where we have the status as Boolean value. Right? Just make sure all the types of it is Mongo shell or the this MongoDB using all the JavaScript data types. Suppose you can say you should not use int for numeric value, use number. And if you don't want to return the result, don't want to return the document, just want to see how many documents are there, just add on the top of it count function. That's going to give the number 3. Count is a function. Vivek, you can use count function also if you want. Instead of returning the documents, if you want to see, want to check the number of documents, just add count because this find return a cursor. And on cursor, we can use this count function. Okay, next is there are some array operators are also available. Suppose if you want to interact with the documents which having a value stored as an array. So there are several array operators are also. Out of these 3 are very important operators. The first one is going to be all. Operator name is all. Second we have is element match, called element match, which is used for the some kind of a condition. And third is going to be size. Now, what is the use of all? It matches array that contain all the element specified in the query. It should be exactly the same. Want to check all the values should be the part of the query of the array. So matches the array that contain all element specified in the query. Second is the LM match, which is used to where we can have a select. It select LM match using a condition, means select the documents, select documents of element of the element in the array, in the array field, which matches all specified condition. Matches all specified elem match condition. Our operator elem match conditions. And the third is size, used to select the document if the array field is a specific size or not. Specified size or not. Irrespective of the field, irrespective of the value, it's just going to check the number of elements should be same. So size of the array should be same. Suppose we have 3 elements, it should contain 3 elements. Does not matter what the value you have in that array, but it should count the number of, to compare the number of elements in the array. Okay, let's take an example. So let me clear this first. So I'm going to create a new collection, say db dot results dot insert, and this is my new collection by the name called result. As I said, there are 2 ways we can create a collection. Either you could call the method create collection explicitly, but there's no need, because while inserting the first document, if when I write specify the name of the collection, if the collection does not exist, it create a collection. So I want to get a new collection by the name called results, which contain the data, which contain a document where we have a name as A, and then we can have the scores. And the score is going to be an array. How to define an array? Using a square bracket. We use double quote for a string. Object use curly braces. But for array, we can use square bracket. Now there we can mention suppose 50, 45, 60. I insert first document which contain 2 field, name and score. Name is A, score is an array which contain 3 elements. Similarly, I want to insert one more document. This is going to be, let's say, B. It has the values which is going to be, let's say 80. Just random values 80, 88, 90, right? And then we can insert. Let's add one more. That's going to be C. And that's contain 95, 98, and 99, right? Now let me clear check db results dot find. So there are 3 documents. Sometimes you can say this is a little complicated. I can't able to understand this scenario type. So we can use a function called pretty. Pretty is a function we can use to format the document or display them in a prettier format like this. So now it's clearly mentioned this is going to be a kind of an array with 3 elements. So just append this pretty in the end. It is just used to return the format your response. Okay. Now consider consider you have a result collection which contain the score as an array. Now we have to find all the documents where the score should be greater than and less than let's say between 80 to 90. Right. So right now we can say the first score, the document which has the name as A, does not have any score which is in the 80s plus. Only these 2 will satisfy the condition. I want to find all the documents where the score should range between, let's say, 80 to 90. You can say these are the 2 documents which match with the condition. As of now, there are 3 documents I can able to see directly. But if you're having a millions of documents, I want to find out. In that case, I want to find out based on the range. And this element is not a single, it's an array. So in that case, we can use the elem match operator. So how are we going to write the elem match operator? We can write here db dot results, right, dot find, and then we can write here scores. That's the field name. Then we can use here an operator. Which operator? Elem match, element match, elem match, and then we can write here a condition. This will take a condition. I want to write, let's say, and condition. Now we can write here $GTE means greater than equals to. Now you can see I'm mixing two operators here. First, I'm using the LM match operator, and then we are writing the greater than equals to operator. It should be greater than equals to 80. And for and, we can also use and operator or just put a comma also. Both are fine, but not for the or. Only in the case of and, this is the exception. GTE 80, my first condition. Second is going to be less than equals to 90, because less than equals to 90 means that we're going to give me all the records where the scores is range between 80 to 90. Makes sense or not? All of you understood this query? So consider you have a result collection which contains the score as an array, and we want to find all the document where the score should be greater than equals to 80 and less than equals to 90. So if you see, in this case, this does not fall in my condition. It has 80, so that will be fine. And this is going to be 90. That's also, this is also not going to come. So let me write here. It should be, let's say, 95. You get two documents now, second and third. Let's see. We get two documents based on the condition. Suppose if I write here 90, you will see only one, because we don't have any value between the range in the first document, not in the third document. So that's going to give you only one first document. Suppose if I write here 50, and then we can write here 95, you get all the three documents. Then how are we going to find this? How are we going to write the query? This is the reason that why we have these operators. If you want to do some kind of want to write a query for the array type. This is the array. I want to find out documents based on the elements we have in the array. That's why element match. You try to match with each and every element that you have in the array. Because this is just a simple value, but you can write it more complicated expression also using the LM match, right? LM match is not only used for this integer value. You can also write some expressions. So we can write multiple expressions also, which can contain integer or other values also, right? So this is how we can able to use the LM match operator. Okay. Next we have the all. Means matches the array that contain all the elements specified in the query. Now this is going to be exact match, which means it should match exactly. Let's do one thing, create one more collection. So I'm going to clear this. Let's create a new collection called temp, a temporary collection. Insert just a name. You can give any name, where we can use something called, let's say, tags. A use case can be a building an e-commerce app, where we're going to, or maybe building a blog website, where I am going to insert writing the post. And sometimes you see post contains some tags that we can use to find. So in that case, I want to find out all the post which has these tags. So suppose I can have the field called tag, which contains some values, which is going to be, let's say, A, this is going to be B, that's going to be C, right? And this is fine. Let's insert this. Let's insert one more. That's going to be tag, which contain of B, C, and that's going to be D. And this is going to be, suppose I can write here, this is going to be E, F, and G. I inserted three documents. So if I say db.temp.find, these are three documents we have inserted. Every document contains a field called tags, and tags is an array which contains some names A, B, C, B, C, D, or E, F, G. Now suppose I want to write using the all operator. So all operator is equal to the AND operator, which means find all the document in which we have, let's say, tag A, we have the tag A or B. Or you can say B or C. So you can say B or C is there in the first document also and second document also. So that we're going to give you both the documents. In this case, it will return only Temp is just a collection name. You can give any name. It is just a collection name. Nothing that we have some reserved keyword as a temp. It's just a collection name. So when you're doing these demonstrations, how can you be more creative to get a lot of names? So you can use any random name for practice. So if I write here show collections, you have 3 collections: results, temp, and the users. Okay. Now let's see. So we can say db.temp.find, and then we can write here that's going to be tags. And then we can use here all operator. All operator. Suppose if I write here tags, right? And I just want to write here A. How many tokens we want to get in this case? Only one. Suppose if I write here B, we get only 2. Suppose if I write tag B, or we can say this is the first condition, second is going to be tags, and this is going to be, let's say, A. You get AB, right? Or we can write here, let's say this is going to be, and that's going to be C. So this is equivalent to your AND. One way of writing this is going to be just put a comma and can have multiple condition. Other you can write here, suppose I can write here, I can pass an object where we can say $and then we can pass an array in which we can pass 2 conditions, first and second. First is tags, and then we can pass here the value is going to be B, and then you can have tags, which is going to be having a value as C. So this is a short syntax. So either you can write here like this, you can write like this. So this is a shortcut for your AND operator. So this entire statement or query, you can write like this also. One and same thing like this. So no need of writing this AND operator explicitly. Both will going to give the same output. Only this is the exception in the case of AND operator. For OR, we always have to use the OR. But in the case of AND, no need to write this AND operator, then put a square bracket, then write 2 different conditions. Just put a comma, pass one single object with multiple conditions separate by comma. Correct? So now you can see that 2 ways we can write the same query. Third, you can using the all operator also. Using the all operator. So what we can do, we can write here db.temp.find, and then we can write here, this is going to be tags, this is going to be tags, and then we can write here $all, and then we can write here square bracket and just try to give the values. So we can say B and C. That's it. So this is also equivalent to your AND operator. You get 2 documents where we have B and C. Suppose if I just write here C and B and A, you only get 1, which we have AB. So it works similar to the AND operator, not the OR. It should try to compare and give you all the documents which match with both the conditions, which has both the values in the array. So don't be offended if you see that there is why we are doing this, because they can be done with another way also, because this MongoDB has evolved a lot. Some APIs are using from the older version, some are using from the newer version. So you will find the same query can be written in different way. And you can find this is something which is there across multiple technologies. Nobody say you that this is the right, this is the wrong. You can find the solution with different ways, right? So either we can use this simple AND operator or we can use the all operator also when we are dealing with the array type data. So these array operators, we mostly going to work when we have a data type as an array, right? Now third is the size, and this is also very interesting. And I give you a practical use case also. First of all, let me give an example for this first. So if you look at right now we have a collection by the name called result, right? So we can say db.results.find. Okay. So we have 3 documents right now in my collection. let me insert couple of more. So db dot results dot insert, and then this is going to contain the name as X, which contain scores, and I'm going to have the array which contain, let's say, 2 values. Another one is going to be X, Y, this contain 30, 40, 4 values. Then we have one more that's going to be Z, which contain 2 values. Okay, now if you see, I have a document collection called result, on which we have the documents which contain 2 field name and score. Score is of array type, and we have different sizes of the array. First contain 3 elements, second contain 3, third contain 3, second, fourth contain 2, then 4, then 2. That means there are different number of elements we have in the array. Correct? There we use a size operator. Size operator matches any array with the number of elements specified by the argument. Means I want to find out how many documents are there which has the 4 elements in the score array, 3 elements in the score array. Suppose I can write here db dot results dot find, and then we can write here scores, and then scores, and then we can write here dollar size, and then we can give a number, let's say 3. So we will get 3 documents which contain 3 elements in the array. Or I can write here, let's say 2, you get only 2. Or we can say 4, we get 1. So irrespective of the value, I'm just trying to check how many elements we have in the array. Based on that, I want to size of the array, I want to find the documents. One of the practical use case can be, I was working on a project. That time we having the hotels collection. Now every hotels provide several amenities. Some provide 3, 4, 5, 6 like this. So I want to write a query where I want to say, I want to find out all the properties where we have at least 10 amenities. Doesn't matter what the amenities they provide, but they should have 10 amenities. It can be, let's say, Wi-Fi, pool access, atrium facing. So these are the different amenities provided different properties. So I want to write a query in such a way user can able to select how many amenities you are looking for to choose the property. So there we can simply just check the amenities number, and then based on that we can find the documents. So this is again very useful operator size. Okay, there are a few more array operators we can use. For example, some more array operators. And these are very common. You might have heard about this. You might have used in your JavaScript programs also. Push, pull, pop, right? So we have this something called push. Then we have pop. Then we have pull. Then we have pull all. Then we have add to set, add to set. So push, as name suggests, append an element into the end at the end of the array. So this is used to add an element, append an element to the end of the array. End of the array. Pop is used to remove one element from the end of the array. End of the array. Pull, remove all elements. Remove all elements in the array that matches or match a specified value. Match a specified value. Similarly, we have pull all. Remove all the elements in the array that match any specific value. Append, add to set used to append. We have this append an element to the array if not present, if not already present. So if you look at the official documentation, there are so many operators are there. Some of the operators we have discussed, and some few we will discuss. Let's say push and pop. This is something which we can use to add the element or remove the element from the array. For example, suppose I can say db, okay, let me create a new collection. Say db dot, this time we'll take a, let's say, different collection, students. First, let me clear this. db dot students, db dot students dot insert, and let's have a field called name with a value as, let's say, a, and then we can have the scores, and that's going to have some random value 20, let's say 45, 65, 80. Let's insert one more, that's going to be, let's say, b, and we can have some different values. This is going to be 30, 35, 40, 45. So now if I say db dot students dot find, you can see we get this two documents. Suppose I want to insert a new element into the array. Right, in the first document where the name is a, I want to add a new value, a new element into this scores array. So we can use push. So we can write here. This time we're going to perform the update. So db dot students dot update 1. I want to perform the update 1. So this will take two condition, two parameters. First is going to be the filter. Second is going to be the push operator. First, we can write here, find the document based on the name is a. Second, we can use here $push, and then we can write here push into scores, and then we can add a value is going to be, let's say, 90. So as of now, there are 4 elements, 20, 45, 65, 80. If we're going to add one more element into the existing array, that's going to be 90. Match count 1, modify count 1. If we find again, you can see we get this 90. Okay, now tell me, suppose if I say a, this is going to be, let's say, a. And now if I write here something else, this is going to be, let's say, tag. Now we don't have any field by the name called tag. Then what will happen to this existing document? Does it going to create a new field, or let's see, match count 1, modify count 1. If you check this find, it's going to add a new field tag, and you can say by default going to be of type array, right? Because we already discussed update 1 will going to update, right? Like a set operator or unset operator we use to either add or remove the field from the existing document. Similarly, in this case, it will perform the update because there's no schema as such. So it will going to consider that we might want to create a new field by the name called tag, which is of array type and with the value 90. So that we're going to add a new field by the name called tag with the value 90 as an array. Okay. Let's take one more example. Suppose I'm going to insert a new document, insert db dot students, right, dot insert, right, and then we can insert a new document where the name is going to be C, and this is going to be, let's say, scores, and let's add a score as a simple value 10. If you look at the find, the score is as an array in this above two documents, but here it is as an field. Now see something very interesting. Suppose this time I want to add here, this is going to be B. This is going to be C, and that's going to be score. Understand the problem statement. What exactly we want? We want to modify the document where the ID name is C. I want to, using a push operator, to add a new element into the scores, but score is in a simple value. It's not an array. Then what will happen? Now tell me, does it going to give me any error or convert this score into an array? Override. Okay. you can see we get the error. The field score must be array, but it is a number. It doesn't mean that MongoDB is very flexible, where you do whatever you want, never going to give you the error. That's going to give you the error. Because push is something we can use only on the array type data. If you don't have it, automatically if you observe, it creates a field by default as an array, not a simple value. But this time, since this is not an array type, so it's going to give you the error. The field score must be an array, but it is type double. So now if you see, find does not make any change at all. So don't think that MongoDB will accept whatever you do. If you do some silly mistakes, you will get errors also. Because only on the array you can use push and pull. So make sure either we have the existing field should be of array type, or you can create a new field, but that will be also going to be array type from the very first day. But if you're having a simple field, that cannot be converted into an array type, because that might going to be loss of the data. And that's reason this kind of action is prohibited. Right? So this is how we can able to use the push operator. Okay, we'll take one more example. Let's take the example of pull. Same, let's say same collection. Let me clear everything. Let's say find, and now pull operator we can use if you want to remove any value from the if you want to remove the element from the array. Now consider you have a student collection with the score information, and we want to remove a new score into the from the existing array. Suppose I can say this 90 which we have added. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me drop this first document. So, or let me drop the entire collection. Okay. Why we get this false? Because I misspelled the name of the collection. No, it's removing the element from the array, not going to remove the field or not going to remove the document. Pull is used to remove the element from the array. We are dealing with the array operators. That means our intention is to perform some operation on the array type data. So db.students.drop. This time you can see we get true. Let's see, db.students.insert. Let's say name a scores that contains some value 20, 45, 65, 50. So I can use here students dot update one. Then we can use here first is going to be the condition to find the document based on a condition. Second, if I want to update, suppose I can add here push first and want to insert a new element into the array. So we can say push operator scores, that's going to be 100. That will update my existing document. Now we can see we get 100. I want to delete or remove the last element from the array. So I can use, instead of this, we can use here pull. So I can write here pull. So I can say pull 100. That remove the last element. Now we can see we get 80. Suppose if I want to remove, let's say 20. What if I count 1? It removed 20. So if you want to perform any operation on your array type, then these two are the very popular operators, push and pull. It can be of any type, it doesn't matter. Suppose I can insert a new document, insert. I can enter here. This is going to be X. This is going to be B. Since MongoDB is schema, that is the beauty of the MongoDB. You can able to have an array which contain numbers also and can contain the string also. But when you want to remove or delete, you just have to make sure, suppose if I want to use a pull, I have to give the same value. If it is X, it will just remove the X. Data type will be decided by putting the value either double quotes, single quotes. You can see it, remove it. Now if you see, X has been removed. Other two operators that we usually use is the set and unset that we already have seen, but let me revisit one again. Set is an operator we can use to set the value of the existing field or add a new field. Similarly, we have unset, which is used to update or to remove the field from the existing document. Right? So now if you see, let me go back here. So there's no as such direct operator is available that you can only remove the distinct, or you can say the duplicate values. That is something you have to write your own logic for that. Or maybe you have to check the documentation if there any new operator has been introduced. Okay. But see, I'll tell you one more thing. Since right now we are interacting with the MongoDB directly, but more majorly we're going to interact with the MongoDB, our database with an application. So the logic will go in the application. So you have to write the logical thing in the application, and from there we can interact, right? But when we're trying to do something with the database directly, then we have to see what are the features provided by the database. But when we're writing the logic from the application, we have all the flexibility to write the logic and then we can execute this. Maybe we can have to write multiple queries. First, we need to find out duplicate values and then use that value to perform another operation. But there might or may not be any direct operator for this. Okay. Let's see collections. So let's say db.employees, our favorite collection, insert, and let's add here some name is going to be A. Then we can have the email address. That's going to be ABC or a@gmail.com. If you see db.employees.find, you can see we have one single document. I can use the db.employees.update one. Since we have only one single document, I want to perform update only on one. We have to first find using the name A, and then we have to use the set operator. If you wish to change the value of any existing field, suppose email, I want to change the value. I want to make it abc@gmail.com. That we want to update, modify the existing value. So db.employees.find, the value get modified to ABC. Similarly, suppose if we want to add another field, if I try to modify the field which does not exist, set operator can also be used to add a new field. Now, if you see, we get a new field, email to an email. Similarly, we can use unset to remove, unset or remove the field from the existing document. So we can see now we can able to remove the field also. These are the operators we can use for the updates with the updates. Right? Similarly, there are few more operators. Last one, we're not going to in much detail, but few more operators. I just want to give you the quick overview. First, we can use the inc, means increment. Minimum. You can also use maximum. We have some update operators. We want to rename any of the field, and we can rename also. So these are some of the another operator we can use. Current date also is another operator we can use, which going to give the current date and time, right? To rename the field, we can use a rename operator. We can use maximum to update the field with a specific value. If the specific value is greater than to the current value, minimum. Inc means increment. I'll give you another good example for this. Suppose we can write here. I'm going to have a collection. So let me say db.drop entire database. Now we can say db.users.insert. Let's insert a new document where the name is going to be A, and then we can have the age as 30 and status is going to be true. This is going to be B and the age is, let's say, 35. This is C and that's going to be 40. Correct? So db.users.find, we got these three documents which has the name ABC, age 35, 30, 45, 40, status all are true. I want to perform the update or want to modify or increment the age of every user by 5. Now this is something we cannot able to do directly. Suppose we have 1 million documents. I want to perform update on all the documents. And in this, I want to make sure, want to increase the age of every user by 5. Might be there's some mistake happen while inserting a document. We want to update, modify. But logically or some kind of a calculatively, we want to increase, apply the update. So in that case, we can say, take a use case. Consider you have the users collection with user information, and you have to increment all the active users age by 5 years. So maybe status you can take one condition to make sure that they are active, and then age we can use which I want to increment by 5. Means 30 become 35, 35 become 40, 40 become 45. Then we can use the inc operator, means increment operator. So we can write here something, let's say db.users.update many, and then we can write here first condition is going to be to get the users based on status, which is going to be true. Second, we can pass a condition. We can pass the condition which is going to be inc operator, means increment. What we want to increment? We want to increment the age by what? By 5. So then you can enter, and you can say 3 match count, 3 modified. If you see fine, 30 become 35, 40, 35 become 40, 40 become 45. That's how we can able to take the help of increment operator.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of state in the React? And your options are, it holds the components properties, it defines the structures of components UI, or it manages and stores data that can change over time, or it determines the component's lifecycle events. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers executive postgraduate certification in software development in collaboration with iHub Divya Samparka IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you'll learn a multitude of tools used in the industry such as Git, React, Express, Node.js, MongoDB, and more from the esteemed IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software development.
Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand what is Git. So guys, Git is basically a software which helps us in doing version control, right? And it's a distributed version control system. So we have already understood what a distributed version control system is. So it's a distributed version control system which basically helps us to version code files. Okay. Now, if you go by the definition, it is used for tracking changes in computer files or the code files, and also coordinating work. So any project or any product, like I said, when you work on it, it's a team's effort. It's never one person who handles the whole product. It's always a team effort. And Git basically promotes collaboration, right? So if you are working on a project, there can be multiple people who will be basically working on that project. Moving forward, now let's go ahead and talk about the Git lifecycle. So now that we understand what a distributed version control system is, we understand that we are going to discuss about Git, which is yet another distributed version control system. We understand the advantages of using it. Now let's go ahead and understand how does Git basically work. So when we talk about the lifecycle of Git, to sum it up quickly, there are 3 stages in Git through which a basically a code file goes from, right? So when you start working in Git, you basically start off to work in the working directory. So any directory that you start to work off in, that's basically your working directory. Once your work is done, what you do is you stage your work. You make it ready for uh, being saved on the version control system, right? So you kind of simulate all the files, or you basically promote all the files which you want to be you want to be saved in the version control system. For example, there could be 10 files that you're working with, right? For example, some could be input files, some could be output files, right? And some could be the main code files that you're writing in your working directory. But when you talk about saving your project, you want to talk about saving your code. Actually, you will not be saving the input and the output files. You will only be saving the main code files which are there in your working directory. So when you are basically going from a working directory to the staging area, what you're doing is you're selecting the files that you want to save in the version control system. So when you select those files that you want to save, that becomes the staging area. So in the staging area, basically put the files that you want to go ahead and save in the version control system. And finally, what you do is you save them. And the saving term, or the saving process, is basically called git commit. All right. So let's go ahead and understand these lifecycle stages one by one. So first of all, we start off with the working directory. So any directory which has your code file in it and which has git initialized in it is basically called the working directory. If I were to quickly give you a glimpse, let's say I go to my terminal and let's say I create a directory. Let's say the directory name is learn. Okay, I go inside learn, and inside learn, what I do is I do git init. So what does git init basically means? Git init basically means that I've initialized a git repository. Now once I initialize a git repository, this folder learn has now become the working directory for me, right? So it doesn't have anything right now, so I can put some output files here. I can put some input files here, and then I can put some code files here, right? Now these input files and output files I don't want to save. I just want to save the code files. So the way I can save the code files is by typing, or by staging the code files, and the way I can do that is using the git add command. Okay, so we'll be discussing more about it as we move along. But yes, so just to be clear what the working directory is, once you initialize git, this folder where you initialized it, it becomes your working directory, right? So the place where your project resides in your local disk is your working directory. This project may or may not be tracked by git. For example, if I have done git init, this is being tracked by git right now. But let's say you are creating a new project and yet you have not done git init. Okay, so still in that case, technically that's your working directory because you have all your files over there. So once your project is probably at a stage where you feel it has to be shared with someone or it has to be uploaded somewhere, in that case, even if you do git init, in that case as well, it will be called as a working directory. Okay, so the project can be tracked by git by using the command git init. So that I just showed you. Once you start working on a folder, you just type in git init, and then that folder becomes initialized and that folder becomes your working directory. And by doing git init, it automatically creates a .git folder. So over here right now, if I do an ls, you are not able to see a folder called .git, right? So if I do ls-a, you can see there's a folder called .git. So this is a hidden folder in your working directory, and this hidden folder basically has all your settings. It has all the versioned files that you will never see when you're working in your working directory. Your working directory is always clean, and all the settings of git, all the versions that are stored in git are stored inside the .git folder. If you accidentally delete the .git folder, your git version control system is done with. All your version files will be deleted, all your logs will be deleted. So that's why this folder is very important, and that's why this folder is hidden. Okay, so that's about the working directory. And then you have the staging directory, guys. So staging directory is basically the directory where you set which files you basically want to save in the version control system, right? So I gave you the example of having a lot of files, But among those files, let's say 3 or 4 files are the main files that are the code files that you want to store as in your project repository. So for saving them in the staging area, what you do is you use the git add command, right? And by using the git add command, you basically specify which files are going to be tracked by git specifically. Okay, then you have something called as commit. So commit is the final stage of the file in a final lifecycle stage of a file being saved on your local hard disk, wherein when you type in git commit, whatever files you have staged in the staging area will now be saved in the git file system locally, and that is possible using git commit. So if I were to explain the whole process to you using a diagram, so first thing what happens is you are in a program workspace. In this program workspace, what you do is you initialize a repository using the git init command. Now this git initialized working directory where you complete all the code files, and then what you do is you specify all the code files that you want to save, and then that becomes the staging area for you. And once the staging area is ready with all the files that you want to save, you pass in the git commit command and the files get committed to your git repository. But is this the end? So we were talking about the fact that git basically promotes collaboration. So let's understand how that is done. So once your files are now committed to your local repository, what happens after it? How do we collaborate it with the team? So that's when the concept of GitHub comes. So GitHub is basically the remote repository of the distributed version control system that we were learning about. So in distributed version control system, as you know, you had a remote repository, then you had a local repository, and the developers used to work in the local repository. So GitHub is going to be the remote repository in this case. So besides GitHub, there are a lot of other projects also that you can use. For example, there is something called as Bitbucket. There is also something called as GitLab. There are a lot of other projects as well, right? But all of them basically work exactly the same, right? From a developer's perspective, from a DevOps architect's perspective, all the commands are going to be the same that you are going to learn today as well for Git. It's just that the remote repository can be a different software where you are uploading. Okay, moving forward, now let's understand how does Git basically work. So let's say I have a folder, I have this working directory where I have different kind of files. I have some HTML files, I have some JavaScript files, I have some JSON, I have some CSV, I have some XML. So this project folder, first I initialize, I stage all these files that I want to save, and then what I do is I pass in the git commit command. Now when I pass in the git commit command, what happens is all these files will now be saved inside the Git version control system, and Git, what it will do is it will assign it a commit ID. Okay, so this circle that you see here is basically a commit ID. It's basically a pointer to all these files which you have just created or which you have saved in your Git file system. Next, what happens is, let's say you do some update to your code. Let's say we added a CSS file over here. So the moment you add a new file and you save it again to Git, what Git does is it again creates a new commit and it again gives it a new ID. So mind you guys, you already had a commit ID in place, and this is always going to be there. It's not getting deleted anytime soon. This will not be modified. Always a new commit will be created, right? And in this new commit, the changes will be saved. So mind the language that I'm using, it will only save the changes. So these 6 files that were there, these 6 files are there in this commit. So when you add or modify anything, only the modifications are now saved in the new commit that you have, right? You don't have all the files saved all together again. So with this concept, what happens is you also save space, right? So you save space because time and again, you're not saving all the things again. What you're doing is you're only saving the changes. So in this case, the changes are the CSS file. So only this CSS file will be saved in the commit. But when you talk about the whole project, that project is going to be a combination of this commit ID and this commit ID. Okay. Now, because this project is going to be a combination of a lot of commits, what happened is you put all these commits on a branch. Okay. So what is a branch? A branch is basically a logical or a sequential straight line which has sequential commits on it. And whenever you want to see your code, what happens is your code always is on the head, which basically is the latest version of the branch. So right now, if I want to see what all files are there in the project directory, what I'll do is I will do an ls, and the ls will always happen on the head of the branch. So head is always pointing to the newest commit which has happened on the branch. So when I point to the head, what happens is I see the changes, and along with the changes, I also see the files which were there in the previous commits. Okay, and to logically go ahead and have a visual representation for it, we basically have a branch on which all the commits are basically arranged. Moving forward, this branch by default is created, and this branch is called the master branch. So no matter which Git software you might be using for the remote repository, or no matter which product you're developing using Git, you will always have a master branch, right? And when I say a master branch, you can have other branches as well. But in case if you don't have other branches, you will always have the master branch. The master branch is a default branch which is present in all the Git repositories. Okay. Okay, but why do we need a branch? So I told you, for the visual representation, for arranging the commits, you need a branch. But is that the only use case of having a branch, or are there any other things as well that you can do with the branch? So yes, there are other things as well that you can do with the branch, and let's go ahead and understand that. All right, so why do we need a branch? So guys, let's say you are a developer, right? And what you do is you basically have been hired by someone who has already created a prototype of the project. Let's say I'm a developer, created my project, and now I feel that it's time for me to scale up. It's time for me to basically get the project running faster. And so what I do is I hire a bunch of developers. So how do I make them collaborate to my project? So the way it works is, what I do is I put my project on a master branch and I put it on GitHub. Now, I don't want the other developers, since I do not know the capability of other developers. Let's take a scenario here that I do not know how well the other developers know how to code. So what I do is I don't give them the access to my main code. I basically create a copy of the code, and I tell them all the R&D, all the research and development that you want to do it in this particular copy of the code, right? And when you think the task that I've given you is complete, get it reviewed by me, and then what I'll do is I will basically take the changes that you have done in that folder and I will integrate it with my main code. Okay, let's take this scenario. So in this scenario, the main code is basically the master branch. The copy of the folder or the copy of the main code that I give you is the feature branch. And what the developer will basically do is he will start working on this branch. So branch is basically a nomenclature, but in other words, it's basically a folder that you create in Git. So you have a master folder, and then you can create multiple other folders where other developers can work. So in this case, if I hired one developer, let's say I asked him to develop or change the UI of my homepage. So I add a feature A folder, which I say is this is the folder where the new UI will be. So basically I've divided all the commands that you could be used frequently or you will be using frequently among these four domains, right? The first domain is about creating a repository. So we'll be discussing some commands which will help you create a repository in Git. Then we'll be dealing with commands which can help you make some changes in Git. Then we'll be dealing with commands which will help you do parallel development in Git. And then towards the end, we'll also be learning commands which will help you in syncing your repositories. Okay. So let's discuss each of these domains one by one. So let's talk about how to create repositories. Let's start from the scratch, right? So our first, whenever you start a project, the first thing that you have to do is you have to go to your working directory and you have to do some code or make some code, right? So the first thing that I'm going to do is, let me just switch to my terminal. Alright, so this is my terminal and I'm logged into an Ubuntu server. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a directory which is say called DevOps. Okay, so let me create a directory called DevOps and let me just cd into this directory. Okay, so I'm into this directory now. Let me just clear the screen.
Now let us add some files. Say I add a file called nano. Let me add a file called 1.txt. Okay, and let us say hello world in it. So this is our first file. Okay, now let me add one more file. Let us add a file called nano2.txt. Let's say hello from Intellipaat. Okay, so this is a file that we have added now. Let's save this file. Okay, so now we have two files which are there inside a folder DevOps. Okay, so this is not being tracked by Git as of now, right? But it is still our working directory. Now, for making it a Git initialized working directory, all I have to do is type in git init and hit enter. Okay, and now we have a initialized Git repository in front of us. Okay, so this is how you can initialize a directory in Git. So now you have created a repository in which you have your code, which will now be tracked by Git. Let's come back to our slides. So this is exactly what we wanted to do. We wanted to initialize a Git repository, and we have done that. We have added some files in that directory. Now let's go ahead and see what our next command is. So our next command is about knowing the status of what are the files doing in that directory. Are those files saved in Git? What is the status of that directory? And the command for seeing the status of directory or the files inside it is the command git status. So let us quickly jump back to our terminal. Let me just clear the screen. And now if I want to see like if my files are being if my files are saved in Git, what exactly is happening with my files. So what I'll do is I'll just type in git status, and I can clearly see that my files are right now untracked. Okay, why are they untracked? Because I've not staged them yet. These are just files which the Git is seeing that they exist in the directory, but they have not been added to my file system yet. So this is what Git is telling me right now. Okay, and it is also telling me if I want to track these files, all I have to do is git add and then the file name. So I don't want to do that right now. So let us go back to our slide. So this is what git status does. It basically gives you a status of your repository or of your directory. What are the files which are in the directory? I mean, what is the status of those files? Okay, so if we got the status, our next command is about adding. Right, so basically we have made some changes to our file and now we want to add it into a repository, and for doing that all I have to do is just go back to my terminal and I'll say git add. I can either type in the name of the files, so say I want to track both the files, so I'll just type in 1.txt or 2.txt. You type this, or what you can do is you can just type in git add and then a dot. Dot means track all the files which are present in this directory. So I'll hit enter, and now if I do a git status, let me just clear the screen. If I now do a git status, I can see that my files are now being tracked. Okay, so my files are now being tracked. They are staged, right? So if you think about the life cycle, you were in the working directory. Now you are in the staging area. You have staged your files. You want these files to be saved in the Git file system. They're still not saved. They're still in the staging area. The next step is saving these files in the Git file system. And for doing that, the command is git commit. Okay, so how do you type in the git commit? You type in git commit, then you give a space -m flag, which basically means the message, and then you type in the message that basically would point to what you are basically doing in that commit. For example, in this case, since this is our first commit, we can simply type, let me just clear the screen, git commit -m. We can say this is our first commit, adding 1.txt and 2.txt. Okay, so this is what we do. We just hit enter, and now you can see that my files have been committed to Git. Okay, and now if I do a git status, now, you can see it says on branch master there is nothing to commit, working tree is clean. That basically means all the files which are there in this directory right now are clean. They are all saved in the Git file system, and there's nothing to worry about right now. Right? So now let's do a little experiment. What I'll do is I'll add one more file. Let me just create one more file, and let us name this file as 3.txt and type in test file inside it. Right? So now what happens? So if I do git status, you can see it will say that 3.txt is a file which is untracked in Git. Rest all the files which are there, it is not listing that because those are already saved in Git and they are there's nothing changed to those files. Also, let us try by changing the 2.txt file, which is not listing over here, right? So what we'll do, we'll just do a little change to it. Let me just add 1.2 over here. Let us save it and let me do a git status now. Let's see what happens. So if I do a git status now, it can see there is a modified 2.txt file and there is an untracked file which is 3.txt. Okay, so this is something what you get. So any changes that you do to a file, it will be reflected in the status of Git. Now if I want the 2.txt file to be saved, I have to stage it again and then I'll have to commit it. Okay, that is the only way I can modify the 2.txt file. Okay, so let's come back to our PPT now and let's go ahead and see what is our next command. So our next command is about syncing repositories. So now we have committed the files to our local system, but how do we make it available to the world, right? So for making it available to the world, the first thing that you have to do is you should have a Git repository. Okay, so let me just jump on to my browser and then I'll show you how you can create a Git repository. So just give me a second. Okay, so guys, you just have to sign up on GitHub, and once you sign up, this is how your page would look like. Now what I want to do is I want to create a new repository. So on your left hand side you will see a button called new repository. Just click on that, right? And now let's name our repository something. So let us name it as DevOps and hyphen course. Okay, so our repository name is DevOps course and the type of this repository is public, and let us just now click on create repository. Okay, so our direct repository has now been created, and now what I have to do is I have to copy this link. This is a HTTPS link, guys, so I have to copy this link. Let us copy this link, and now let's come back to our PPT to see what exactly we have to do. Okay, so now to add files to this repository or to push files to this particular repository, first I have to add it in my command line. Now for adding this repository in my command line, I have to type in the command git remote add origin. Okay, this is the command git remote add origin and then the URL to the repository. So let us do that in our terminal. So I'm here. So right now when I'll commit, basically my 1.txt and 2.txt will be saved. My modified 2.txt file and my 3.txt will not be pushed. Okay, so let us see if that happens. So now what I'll do is I'll type in git remote add origin and then the URL of my repository. So the URL is this. Let me copy that. This is the URL and I'll hit enter. So now my files or my origin URL has been added in my command line, right? It has been saved in this Git repository, my command line that is working on my Git repository. Okay, so now let's come back to our slide. So we have executed this command. Let's see what our next command is. So our next command tells us how to push files to my URL, right? So the command is git push origin master, and see guys, this is the output for your command. Now when you type in this command git push origin master, it will ask you for your username and it will ask you for your password. So let us do that. So let me come here and let me type in the command. So the command is git push origin master. Okay, I typed in this command. It is asking my username. Let me enter my username. It is asking my password. Let me enter my password. I'll hit enter. And as you can see, it is pushing the files. And now my files have been successfully pushed to my repository. Let us check that. Let us come back to our browser. Okay, and let us refresh the page. So as you can see, it just says 6 minutes ago, the files were committed to the repository and now they have been pushed, right? And over here, you can see the message of my commit, which was first commit adding 1.txt and 2.txt. So you get the message over here. Here are the files, so you can see the changes or you can see the content of the files as well. If you click on 1.txt, my 1.txt had the content hello world, so it's being reflected here. Similarly, if I want to see my 2.txt, I can see that it says hello from Intellipaat, right? So everything is here, everything seems to work fine. And again, what I can do is now if I do a git status, you can see that there are 2 files which have not been added. So what I'll do is let me first make let me add first the 2.txt file. that is a modified 2.txt file into my git repository. So what I'll do is I'll type in the command git add 2.txt. Let me hit enter. So now this file has been staged, right? So if I do a git status now, I can see that this file is now staged. Okay, but this is still untracked, so we'll deal with this later. Okay, so now I have a modified 2.txt file, and all I have to do is git commit, and now I'll specify the message as modified 2.txt. Okay, so this is the message that I'm passing. I'll hit enter, and now my file has been changed, but these changes have now been done to my local repository, not to my remote repository. So if I come back to my browser and if I refresh, you can still see the file which was added .2.txt. It still says hello from Intellipaat, and it was committed 8 minutes ago, right? So it still is not added to my remote repository. Now to add it to my remote repository, all I have to do is git push origin master. Okay, I'll hit enter. It will ask me my username. I'll provide the username and the password, and now my files are being pushed to GitHub. It has successfully done that, and now if I do a refresh over here, you can see that it says that 2.txt was committed a minute ago, right? And you can see the message over here. It says modified 2.txt, right? And this is exactly what we did. So we have added the second file as well to our remote repository. Let's add the third repository file as well, which is the 3.txt over here. So we'll do a git add dot git commit -m adding 3.txt, and now we'll do a git push origin master. We'll give the username, we'll give the password, and now my file has been pushed. And now if I do a refresh here, I can see even 3.txt has been added with the commit message adding 3.txt. Okay, so guys, this is how you can push your files, or you can sync your remote repository to your local repository. Okay, so this was the command for that. Let's move forward now and let's check whether this step I've already done. So basically you can see that I have now synced my local to my remote repository. I have as you can see in the browser. Okay, now let's go ahead and see what our next step is. So our next step is to basically show you guys how you can clone a repository. Okay, so this is when I have basically I have pushed my local repository to my repos repository. Now say you are another developer who wants to work on this code. Now how can you work on this code? All you have to do is click on clone or download and just copy this link. Okay, copy this link, go to your terminal, right, and let me create a folder, say test over here, and let me create a folder called test over here, and let me go inside the test folder. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll type in the command git clone and I'll give the URL and I'll hit enter. Now what it has done, it has successfully copied the directory over here. So if I do an ls, I can see that the directory has been copied, or my repository has been copied to my local. Okay, and the awesome thing about this is, now if I go inside DevOps course, the directory, now over here I don't have to basically add a remote origin, right? Because you have cloned the repository, so this directory automatically knows where, if I push any file, where it has to go. For example, if I create a file, say I create a file nano4.txt, I say test file for clone. Okay, I'll say that, and now what I'll do is I'll add this, I'll commit this file, adding clone file. Okay, I'll hit enter. So my file has been committed, and now I'll do a git push origin master. I'll give the username, I'll give the password, and as you can see, my file has now been pushed automatically. Okay, so if I do a refresh here, 4.txt has automatically been added, and I did not do a git remote add origin even if I am in a different directory. Okay, now let me show you what I exactly mean. If I create a folder, say I create a folder called test. Okay, test exists. Let me create a folder called hello. Okay, and if I go inside hello and if I do a git init, say, I did a git in it. And now let me say create a file called hello world.txt. Let me add any arbitrary text into it. Now if I do a git add dot, and if I do a git commit, and I'll say let's adding file. Okay, so the file has been committed. Now if I do a git push origin master, it'll give me an error. See, it says origin does not appear to be a git repository. Why? Because I'm in a separate directory right now. Okay, now if I do a cd, I go inside test, which was my first directory where I created all the files. So over here, if I do a git push, if I add a file, say, let me first pull everything. Okay, so because the git pull origin master. Okay, 1 second, guys. Okay, so I think this is now the repository. Okay, so the repository was DevOps. So let us go into inside DevOps, and let me just create, or let me just say git pull origin master. So this was the directory where we first created our code. Okay, let me hit enter. So now it has, as you can see, it has added 4.txt to it, because earlier we added in a separate folder, right? So now it has created 4.txt inside it. It has added 4.txt inside it. And if over here you can see I have not specified what origin is, it automatically knows what origin is. Why? Because DevOps is a git initialized repository. Okay, similarly, when I said that hello is a git initialized repository, but in hello I'll have to specify what is the origin of that repository, right? But if I do a git clone, as I did in test, right, I went into test and I did a git clone of the DevOps course. When I do a clone, it automatically copies the parameter as well as to what my origin repository is. Okay, any files that I add, if I push it on origin master, it will know where exactly it has to go. Okay, so this is how git clone can be helpful to you. Alright, coming back to our slides. So now we know how to clone a repository in Git. We also saw how to pull, files in Git, but let me show you again. So basically what we want to show you is that say you are inside this folder, DevOps course, which is the same repository as what you have. Let me just duplicate this session. Alright, so this directory, which is DevOps, is pointing to the same repository as DevOps course. Okay, now if I do an ls here, I can see that there are 4 files: 1.txt, 2.txt, 3.txt, and 4.txt. Similarly, over here I have 4 files: 1.txt, 2.txt, 3.txt, and 4.txt. What I'm going to do is let me add a file from here. So nano 5.txt, and let me say test file. Okay, I've added it. Let me say git add dot. So I've staged the file. Let me commit the file. Test. Okay, I've committed the file. And now let me push the file to my remote. So I'll enter the username, the password, and now my file has been pushed. Okay, so if I have updated my remote repository, this local repository of mine will not get automatically updated. As you can see, it will not get automatically updated. If I do an ls over here, I can see there are 5 files, and if I go here on my remote repository, if I refresh, I can also see here are 5 files. But imagine this to be one developer and this guy to be another developer. Now this developer will not have the updated files till he does a git pull. Okay, so if he wants also the updated files which have been put on my remote repository, all he has to do is he has to type in git pull origin master, hit enter, and now the files will be updated in his system. Okay, so if I do an ls now, you can see that 5.txt file has now been added to this directory as well. Okay, so for coming back to our slides, so git pull helps you in updating your repository to the latest commit which is available on your remote repository. So that is what git pull is all about. And the difference between git clone and git pull is, like I told you guys, git clone is basically used when you want to copy the whole repository at your local system. But if you want to update repository when you're working in it, if you want to update all the files which are inside it, you can use git pull. In that case, git clone will not serve the purpose. Okay. Moving forward, now let's talk about branches. Now, as you can see, now we are talking about parallel development. Okay, and as we learned in our previous topics or previous sessions, that if you want to do parallel development, or if you want to assign code to multiple developers, you basically branch out, right? You create a branch in your repository and you assign that branch to the developer who would be working on the code. Okay, so let us see how you can create a branch in Git. So for creating a branch in Git, this is the command: git branch and then the name of the branch. Okay, so let us see if we can create it over here. What I can do is, let me just clear the screen. Okay, and let us say I create a branch which is something like this: git branch, and say I create the branch feature 1. Okay, so the branch has now been created. Now if I want to list all the branches which are there, I'll just have to type in git branch, and I can see there are 2 branches in my repository now. One is called the master branch and the other one is called the feature branch. Okay, now any developer who wants to work on this code can basically work on this branch, and when he feels that his work has been finished, he can basically merge this branch to master. And merging means that whatever code you have added to feature branch will also be added to the master branch. Okay, don't worry if you're not understanding as of now, you'll understand as we move along. Okay, so I have added a branch feature 1. Now if I want to delete a branch, again all I have to do is git branch -d and then feature 1. Okay, so it says deleted branch feature 1. That's it. Okay, so now your branch has been deleted. Okay, and this is exactly what we wanted to do. Moving forward, now if you create a branch and you want to switch to that particular branch, the command is git checkout. Okay, so now let me create the branch again, git branch feature 1. So I have created a branch, and what happens when you're branching? Basically the last commit of your master becomes the first commit of your feature branch. Whatever you have created, whatever branch you have created, the last commit of your master becomes the first branch of your branch that you have created. Okay, so for example, in my master you can see that there are 5 files. So now if I go inside, if I do a git checkout into feature 1, so basically now I have switched to the branch feature 1, and if I do an ls over here, you can see there are 5 files. Okay, now what I want to do is I'll add a file. Say I add a file 6.txt over here. Okay, and I say hello world. Okay, and what I do is I save the file, git add dot, I stage the file, and now I commit the file, added to feature branch. My file has been committed, and now if I do an ls, I can see there are 6 files now. But mind you guys, this is not on my master branch. Now if you want to see which branch you are on, just type in git branch, and you can see you are on the feature branch right now. Okay, now what I want to do, I want to check if my master branch also has these changes. So what I'll do, I'll just switch to my master branch, git checkout master. I'm on my master branch now, and if I do an ls over here, you can see that the 6.txt file does not exist here. Okay, reason being, my feature branch is isolated from my master branch. Whatever changes I'm doing on my feature branch, it will not get reflected on the master branch, whatever I do. Okay, and whatever I do on my master branch will not get reflected on my feature branch. It works vice versa. Okay guys, so this is a feature which you basically use when you want to do parallel development, so that no branch is it is interfering with each other. So now I don't care what my developer is doing on feature 1. When he says that the feature is complete, I'll ask him to show me, and when he shows me the feature and I feel it's right, what I can do is I can merge it with my master so that it becomes available to the world. Okay. Okay. All right. Great. Now, if I do a git status here, git status, one second, git status, it says on branch master, nothing to commit. If I check out to feature, yeah, so if I have switched to feature now all I have to do is I will type in git status, and it again says on branch feature 1, nothing to commit. Why? Because I've already committed 6.txt to it. Now what I want to do is I want to push these changes to my remote repository. So what I can do is git push origin feature 1. Why? Because now we are pushing the feature 1 branch. We are no longer pushing the branch, the master branch. We are pushing the feature 1 branch, right? And I'll hit enter. So it'll ask me the username. I'll hit that. It'll ask me the password. I'll put that, and I'll hit enter. And now you can see my files are being pushed. And now you can see that feature 1 branch has now been pushed to feature 1 branch of my remote repository. So if I go to my browser now and I refresh it, you can see the 5.txt is still not visible here. Why? Because I'm on my master branch. I'll click here. I can see that I have a feature 1 listed over here. I'll click on that, and now I can see that the 6.txt file is visible here, and with my commit message which was added to feature branch. Okay, so I can again switch to my master branch, and I can see that my master branch is clean. If I switch to my feature branch, I can see that my feature branch is having the 6.txt file. Okay, let's come back to our slides. Alright guys, so we now know how to switch to a particular branch. Now let's go to our next slide. Now we probably know all the commands through which we can probably start working on Git, right? This command is a very important command, which is git log command. Now what is git log command? Now git log command helps you to see the history of your repository, like what all have you done on your repository. Okay, now to see the history of a repository, the command is git log. Now let us go back to our terminal and let us just clear the screen. Now if I do a git log here, I can see the history of all the commits. Okay, so I can see that I am on my head is on the feature branch right now, right? And I can see that the last commit was this, when I added 6.txt to the feature branch. Before that I had a test commit. Before that I had a clone file that I added. Before that I had some other commit, 3.txt, 2.txt, right? So similarly I get everything. I get a history of everything that I've done so far, right? And these are all the commit IDs, guys. This is what we studied earlier, right? So if I want to say revert to this commit, all I have to do is just copy this commit ID and I have to type in git revert along with this ID, and I'll be able to revert to this particular commit. But we'll do that later. We're not doing that right now. We'll do that later. But this is the history of your branch. Okay, now if I want to see the history of master, this is the history of feature 1. Okay, let me just clear the screen and let me see where I am right now. So I'm on feature 1. So if we go to git checkout and then master and then clear the screen, if I do a git log over here, you can see that the head is now on the master, and only the log of the master branch I'm able to see right now. Okay, I cannot see the log of adding the feature file. Why? Because I'm on the master branch now. So whenever you do git log, you always see the log of what branch you are on. Okay, so right now I'm on the master branch, and that's why I can see all these logs. If I am on the feature branch, I can see all the logs of the feature branch along with the logs of master branch when the branch was when basically the moment I create a branch in my repository, it gets created from the master branch, right? So say I did 3 commits before I created a new branch. Those 3 commits will also be a part of my new branch that I've created. And if I go inside that branch and if I do a git log, I would be able to see those 3 commits in the log as well. Why? Because those 3 commits are also a part of those of that particular branch. Okay, so but the moment I do any other commits on master, those logs of that commit will not come in my feature branch. Reason being, now my feature branch is separate. All right. So I hope this is clear. All right. Coming back to our slides, guys. So we now know how to see the history of our our Git operations. Our next command deals with git stash. Okay. So what is git stash? So whenever you're working with multiple branches, there could be a point where you don't want to basically commit the file is basically still not complete, right? But you want to switch to another branch because you want to probably fix something in some other branch where you're having a problem, right? So basically it's about multitasking. It's about putting on hold the work that you're doing right now, completing the work over there, and then coming back here again and then starting with your work, right? So let me exactly first show you why do you need the git stash command. Okay, so if I'm over here right now, let me just clear the screen. Okay, so let us see where we are right now. So if I do a git branch, I can see I'm on the master branch right now. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to create, or let me just switch to my feature one branch, and let me create a file called 7.txt. Let me name it as stash file check. Okay, so I have created a file, but this file is still not staged. It is not committed yet, right? So I am on my feature branch right now. So if I do an ls, I can see 7.txt is here. Now, if I change my branch, what will happen? Let us see. So if I do a git checkout master, and now if I do an ls, you can see the 7.txt file over here. Why can you see the 7.txt file? Because this file is not being tracked right now. It is not a part of any branch, right? Because it has not been saved yet, correct? So what I can do, so let me just come back to my feature branch. What I'll do, I'll just add, or I'll just stage this file. So let's see what then happens then, right? So I'll do a git add dot, right? And now the file has been staged, but it's still not committed, right? So if I do an ls now, it has all the files. Now if I check out to my master, and if I do an ls here, I can still see this 7.txt file. Now this can become a problem, or this might cause a confusion when you're working within branches or when you're working with production code, because you don't want this file to be here when you're on the master, right? Because you don't want your code to go haywire or cause a problem because of an extra file, or probably you changed something in 5.txt. Let me give you an example. Let me check out to my feature one. Okay, and let me go to 5.txt. So this is my 5.txt, and it's there in the master as well. Let me change the contents of this file. Okay, so I've changed the contents of the file. I'll stage it. Okay, and I'll do a git checkout master. Okay, I'm on my master branch now. I'll do an ls, and now if I do a cat of 5.txt, can you see these changes are also there in the master? I don't want that. I don't want that to be reflected over here, because my feature branch should be different from my master branch. Now to avoid this confusion, although this file is not saved on the master yet, right? It is just being reflected over here. Reason being, these files are not committed to your branch in your respective branch where you were working. Okay, so how can you avoid this? Now the way to avoid this is you would just check out, or you would just check out to your feature branch where actually you want this file to belong. Okay, and it tells you that these two files are there which this has been modified and this has been added. Okay, so it gives you a notification, which is good. Now what you'll do is you'll say git stash. You'll just say this and hit enter. Now what will happen? Now if I go to my master, git checkout master, okay, and if I do an ls, I can see the 7.txt file is no longer visible over here. Okay, and also if I do a cat on 5.txt, I can see this is the original file that the master should have, right? Now, say I wanted to do something in my master branch. I'm done with that work. Now I want to get back to the work that I was doing in the feature branch. So what I'll do, I'll just do a git checkout feature 1. I'm back here. I'll do an ls. So right now the files will be not saved. So if I do a cat.5.txt, it will still be the test file. It will still show me the committed version of the file. I mean, if I want to restore the files that I was working on, all I have to do is git stash and then pop. This is the command to basically come back to your working state. So I'll hit enter, I'll clear the screen, and now if I do an ls, I have 7.txt, and if I do a cat on 5.txt, I can see this is the modified 5.txt. So I'm now again in my working state. If I do a git status, it will show me that my files have been staged, but then they have to be committed now. Okay, so now all I have to do is I'll say git add dot, and now I'll commit these changes, committing stashed changes, and now these changes have been committed to my feature branch, right? And now if I do an ls, if I do a git status, I can see that my branch is clean, and I can now easily just go back to my master. I don't have to stash anything anymore. And if I do an ls, it is still isolated. Reason being, everything is committed to the branch now, and there is no dangling files here and there, which could confuse me with the files that I'm working in whichever branch I want. Okay, and this is why we use the git stash command, so that we don't have any confusions. The files don't get mixed up with the files of other branches, and we don't get confused. Okay, so guys, this was the git stash command. Let's see what our next command is. So our next command is git revert. Okay, so this is an awesome feature of git. So let us come back to our terminal. Okay, so what I want to do is I'll just do a git log, and I have all these commits over here, right? So I want to go back to my first commit where I just had my 1.txt and 2.txt. Okay, I want to go back to this commit. So all I have to do is I'll just click, or I'll just copy this commit ID, right? I'll clear the screen. I'll do a git revert, and I'll just paste that commit ID, hit enter. Alright, so let's go back to our terminal. Alright, so now for doing this, let us first see where we exactly are. So we are on the feature 1 branch. Awesome. So now we want to revert the changes, right? So for reverting the changes, the first thing that you do is you see the log. So right now the logs is that the last commit that was made, on which the head is right now, is this commit where we added these stashed changes. So this caused a problem in my code, and I want to revert this. So I want to revert this commit. So whatever changes I'm doing in this commit will be undone, right? Now for doing that, all I have to do is I'll copy this commit ID, okay? And before just doing everything, let me just do an ls, and I can see that I have 7.txt which I added in my stash changes, right? So what I'll do is I'll just do a git revert, and I'll paste the commit ID, right? So let me just take the commit ID from over here, done, paste it here, hit enter, and now you can see it will say your 7.txt will be deleted, and we modified 5.txt, remember, right? So my file which was modified 5.txt will also be reverted. So these will be the changes which will be committed once I revert from this commit. So I'm like, okay, so I want to do this, so I save it, and now if I do an ls, I can see that 7.txt has been removed, and my file also which I had modified has now been changed, and you can see the changes over here. So that 2 files have been changed, 1 insertions and 2 deletions, and this is it, right? This is what just happened. And if now I do a git log, you can basically just see that when I did git revert, it basically committed a new thing on my feature 1 branch. It committed a new file on my feature 1 branch with the message revert of committing stashed changes, right? And it says this revert commits 9A6090. So basically it undid the changes which I did in this particular commit. Now if you still want to go back to this commit and see what changes have actually been done, what you can do is, if I want to go to this commit, all I have to do is just copy this commit ID, and now I'll type in git checkout and then the commit ID. Okay, so now I'm in the stashed commit, right? So now if I do an ls, I can see that 7.txt is present. Right now, what I want to see is what all things did we modify. I think we modified 5.txt. So let's do a cat on 5.txt. So I can see it says test file 12, and here is my 7.txt, which I do. If I do a cat, it will say stash file check. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll say git checkout feature 1. So it will again return to the latest commit on my feature 1 branch. So I'm returned now. If I do an ls, I can see that 7.txt file is not there. If I do a cat on 5.txt, I can see that it has again returned to test file. So my changes which I did over here, that is, I changed file in my commit of stash changes, that is, I changed the file content to test file 12, and I created a file called 7.txt which I had stash file check. I had reverted this commit, and reverting means undoing the changes that you did in that commit, right? And it undid the changes that I did in that commit. So I don't no longer have 7.txt which I created, and I no longer have the contents of 5.txt to be the same as what was there in that particular commit. Okay, but remember guys, you still have that commit in your logs, and if you want, you can go to that commit and see what all things you want to fix, right? It's right here. But the head of the feature branch has now changed to a new commit, which basically has undid changes or undone changes of what was there over here. Okay, sounds great. So this was all about git revert. All right, moving forward, the next command is git diff. Now git diff basically helps us in understanding what all has changed, right? What is the difference between two files, or what is the difference between two commits? What are the difference between two files? You can all see that using the git diff command, right? For example, if I come back here and I want to see the differences between what I did over here and what I did over here when I actually committed the stash. So we can do that. Let us see how we can do that. So I'll type in git diff, okay, git diff, and then I'll type in this commit ID, which is my head right now, and this commit ID, which was which I basically reverted. So I hit enter, and it will tell me that what all did change from both these commits, right? So it says that you have modified 5.txt. So there are two versions of 5.txt, a/5.txt and b/5.txt, right? So the a file was deleted and the b file was added, and it also shows the content, what content was changed and what content was added, right? So if I am comparing the head with my previous commit, it says basically this file was changed and this file was added, right? And if I see over here, it says that there was nothing before and then we added 7.txt. Okay, now if I do the same by reversing the order of the commits, let's see what happens. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna say this is the commit which I want to check the difference with this commit. So now you can see that it says that test file 12 was removed and test file was added. Similarly, 7.txt was removed and null was added. Okay, so basically this should be your newer commit and this should be your older commit, and then it will tell the difference according to that, right? Similarly, if I want to do this, so I want to first check if everything is fine. So let me do a git status. Okay, so everything is committed on my feature 1 branch. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change something in 4.txt file. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll do a git, I'll do a nano 4.txt, and let me change the file content to test file for diff. I'll save it. Okay, sorry. So all right, so let's call this file as test file for diff. I'll save it. Okay, the file is now saved. I'll do an ls. So now my 4.txt file has changed and I can see that in git status. Okay, but I want to know what exactly changed. So what I can do is I can do a git diff with my head. So head points to the committed version of my branch, and I want to check what is happening currently, right? What is the current so current in my current directory, I have not committed, or I have not staged the file for changes, right? My current directory is different from what is committed on the git file system. So that is what I'm comparing right now. I'm comparing my committed my latest commit with what is there currently in my folder, that is dot. Okay, I hit enter and you can see it says that there is something which has changed in the 4.txt file. So there was test file for clone before, which now has been changed to test file for diff. And this is exactly what I wanted to check. So git diff is basically used to check the differences between two commits or two files. Okay, and this is exactly what we have checked right now. Awesome. So let us come back to our slides. So guys, this brings us an end to all the common git commands that you could be using in your day-to-day life while you're using git.
So let us begin by taking a look at full stack developer beginner interview questions. First, what is the use of a namespace in web development? A namespace is a single global object that contains methods, properties, and other objects. It adds ease of use via modularity, thereby providing users with the ability to reuse the code and avoid naming concepts. Second question, what are the latest trends in full stack development? Candidates interested in full stack development should be aware of the following trends according to industry experts. Increased use of frameworks and libraries such as ReactJS and Vue.js, as well as progressive apps, real-time web apps, and mobile web development. JavaScript enhancements are beneficial to programmers. Finally, the development of a more compatible extension. Third question, is it possible to reduce the load time of a web application? Using image optimization, keep JavaScript and CSS in external files, reducing redirects, load CSS and JavaScript files asynchronously can reduce the load time of a web page. Let's move to the fourth question. What is the use of CORS? CORS is an acronym that stands for Cross-Origin Resource Sharing. It is a mechanism that allows multiple resources to be requested at the same time from a domain other than the current request domain. Fifth question, explain pair programming. Pair programming is the practice of having two programmers share a single workstation. Formally, the code is written by one programmer, known as the driver, at the keyboard. The other programmer is the navigator, who looks over each line of code, spell checks it, and proofreads it. In addition, programmers will switch roles every few minutes and vice versa. Sixth question, what is long polling? Long polling is a web development pattern that is used to improve data push from the server to the client. The client requests information from the server using a long polling pattern. Instead of sending an empty resource, if the server does not have any information about the client, the server holds the request and waits for some information to become available. Let's move on to the seventh question. How is GraphQL different from REST? The primary distinction between REST and GraphQL is that GraphQL does not work with dedicated resources. Instead, everything is viewed as a graph which is connected and can be queried to meet the needs of the app. Eighth question, what is a RESTful API? REST stands for Representational State Transfer. It is a compositional style used to create web services. It accesses and uses the information via HTTP solicitations. We can create, update, read, and delete data. A site's API is the code that allows two programming projects to communicate with one another. It enables us to write mentioning administrations from a running framework or another application. Ninth question, how is multi-threading used? The primary goal of multi-threading is to provide multiple threads of execution concurrently in order to maximize CPU utilization. It enables multiple threads to exist within the context of a process allowing them to execute independently while sharing process resources. 10th question. Explain inversion of control. It is a design control used to invert different kinds of controls in object-oriented design to achieve loose coupling. Controls refer to any additional responsibilities a class has in addition to its primary responsibility. Control over the flow of an application as well as control over the flow of an object creation or dependent object creation and binding are examples of this. So now let us look at full stack developer intermediate interview questions. First, what do you mean by data attributes? Data attributes are used to store application or page specific data. They enable us to store additional data on standard semantic HTML elements. The saved data can be used to enhance the user experience on the JavaScript page. A data attribute is made up of two parts. There must be at least one character after the prefix data and no uppercase letters, and a string value can be used as an attribute. So let us move on to the second question. Explain the distinction between blue-green deployment and rolling deployment. Blue-green deployment strategy. This deployment strategy creates two distinct infrastructure environments, blue and green. A blue environment contains older code, whereas a green environment contains most of the up-to-date code. At any given time, there is only one live production environment. Whereas in rolling deployment methodology, this deployment strategy completely replaces old versions of an application with new versions by completely replacing the infrastructure on which they run. The third question, how do you protect against screen scraping? A simple and effective technique is to use JavaScript to set up cookie value that is checked by the web server. Captchas are also an effective method of preventing scraping. If an IP sends too many requests, captchas can be presented to the end user to validate human interaction. Fourth question, which technologies and languages would you need to develop a project from scratch? So this is a hypothetical question designed to help you understand how the hiring manager will evaluate your readiness to start the job. It is a simple method for distinguishing between a good full stack developer and a novice. Therefore, it is important that you choose your answer accordingly. Fifth question, explain mean stack. Mean, MongoDB, Express, Angular, and Node is a well-known set of software development tools for breaking down language barriers. A mean stack is built on MongoDB and a NoSQL data storage text. The Express and Angular HTTP servers are used to build the JavaScript frontend. The stack's top tier is Node, which is used for the server-side programming. Next question, explain event loop in Node.js. Asynchronous programming is possible in JavaScript thanks to the event loop. Every operation in JS occurs on a single thread, but we can create the illusion of multi-threading by using smart data structures. Any async work is handled by a queue and listener in the event loop. When an async function or an input-output function needs to be executed, the main thread relays it to another thread, allowing the V8, that is the JavaScript engine, to continue processing or running its code. There are various phases in the event loop, such as pending callbacks, closing callbacks, timers, idle or preparing, polling, and checking with different FIFO queues, which is first in first out queues. Next question, what is a connection leak in Java and how can we fix it? So a connection leak in Java is defined as a situation in which the developer forgets to close the JDBC connection. When using a connection pool, the most common type of connection leak is encountered in Java development. We can resolve it by disconnecting the connection and paying close attention to the error handling code. Next question, what is dependency injection? Dependency injection is a design pattern used to execute IOC. Object injection and object connection are handled by the container rather than the object itself. There are three types of classes involved. First, client class. It depends on the service class. Next, service class. It provides service to the client class. Finally, injector class. It injects service class objects into the client class. Ninth question, what are the two phases committed in the database? Explain. So the two-phase commit, 2PC, is a feature of transaction processing systems that allows databases to revert to their pre-transaction state in the event of an error condition. The two-phase commit strategy is intended to ensure that either all or none of the databases are updated. As a result, the databases remain in the sync. 10th question, what is closure? Give an example. So closures are made whenever a variable that is defined external to the current extension is reached from within some inward degree. It grants you access to an external function's degree through an internal capacity. Closures are created in JavaScript whenever a capacity is created. To use a conclusion, simply characterize and uncover a function within another function.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys, and the question is, what command is used to merge a branch into the current branch in Git? And your options are get checkout, get push, get merge, or get pull. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Now we take a look at full stack developer advanced interview questions. First, what is the difference between event bubbling and capturing in JavaScript? In JavaScript, event flow refers to the propagation of events within the DOM, that is the document object model. The event flow specifies the order or sequence in which an event is received by a specific web page. As a result, event flow in JS is determined by the following factors. First, event bubbling. An event is captured and handled by the innermost element first and then propagates to the outermost element. And in event capturing, the event is captured and handled by the outermost element first and then propagates to the innermost element. The second question, what do you mean by temporal dead zone in ES6? So the variable declarations were only possible before ES6 using var keyword. We now have let and const in ES6. Let and const declarations are both block scoped, which means they can be only accessed within the quotation marks that surrounds them. Var, on the other hand, does not have this restriction. Unlike var, which can be accessed before its declaration, the let and const variables cannot be accessed until they are initialized with a value. The time elapsed between the declaration of let or const variables and their initialization is referred to as the temporal dead zone. Let's move on to the third question. Do you know how to prevent a bot from scraping your publicly accessible API? It is technically impossible to completely prevent data scraping as long as the data within the API is accessible to the public. However, bot activity can be reduced by throttling or rare limiting. Rare limiting can prevent a specific device from making an unlimited number of requests within a specified time frame. A 429 too many attempts HTTP error is thrown if too many requests are made beyond the defined limit. Fourth question, what is callback hell and how to fix it? Many full stack developer interview questions are all about explaining certain technical terms. Callback hell is a JavaScript phenomenon in which the developer attempts to implement multiple asynchronous operations concurrently. The nesting of callback functions to produce difficult to read, error prone, and difficult to manage code. We can efficiently resolve it by employing the following methods. First, dividing large functions into smaller ones. Then, use promises. And finally, use either async or wait. Next question, what are the types of design patterns? A design pattern, in general, is a repeatable solution to common problems in software design. These patterns demonstrate the interactions and relationships that exist between classes and objects. Design patterns are classified into three types. First, creational. These are about the creation of objects or the instantiation of classes. These patterns are further subdivided into object creational patterns and class creational patterns. Next, structural. These are concerned with organizing various classes and objects in order to form large functionality and provide new functionality. Finally, behavioral. These are concerned with identifying common communication patterns amongst objects. Sixth question, what are the advantages of using a content delivery network in jQuery? CDNs are widely used in jQuery because they provide numerous benefits to the users. The server's load is significantly reduced as a result of CDNs. They result in significant bandwidth savings. jQuery frameworks load faster due to optimizations. And finally, CDNs have caching capabilities which contributes to faster load times. Next question. What are the types of CDNs supported in jQuery? So there are two widely used CDNs with jQuery. First one, Microsoft. It is used to load from jQuery Ajax CDN. Then Google. It is used to load jQuery from the Google Libraries API. Eighth question. Give an example of a project you have worked on and the technologies involved. How did you make these choices? So this allows you to understand the full stack web developer's methodology as well as his sharpness and precision in selecting the right toolset. When discussing why you chose a specific toolset, you should be as specific as possible and go into detail. Demonstrate your ability to develop both the front end and back end of a web application. Ninth question. What do you think of AMD versus CommonJS? So both are methods for implementing a module system which was not native to JavaScript until ES 2015. AMD, that is asynchronous module definition, is obviously asynchronous, whereas CommonJS is synchronous. CommonJS is geared towards backend development, whereas AMD, with its support for asynchronous module loading, is geared towards browsers. Most people would find AMD syntax quite boring, whereas CommonJS is more akin to how you would write import statements in other languages. Most of the time, AMD is unnecessary because if you served all your JavaScript in a single concatenated bundle file, you wouldn't get the async loading properties. Furthermore, CommonJS syntax is more similar to the Node style of module writing, and there is less context switching overhead when switching between client-side and server-side JavaScript development. The last question. What was your best implementation or debugging in the past? The hiring manager will gain an understanding of the type of complexity of previous projects you have completed by asking this question. You should describe the difficulties you encountered and the steps you took to overcome them. You can also discuss the lessons you learned from the situation.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers executive postgraduate certification in software development in collaboration with iHub Divya Samparka IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you'll learn a multitude of tools used in the industry such as Git, React, Express, Node.js, MongoDB, and more from the esteemed IIT Roorkee faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights, so visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of software development.